Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday, April 12th. Thanks so much for starting off your morning with us as we bring you all of the top stories, breaking news, and live events here today on our show. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for the next several hours. And at this very moment, we are going to start you off by taking a look at all of the top stories that we are monitoring here today. So as you can see, we've got our XRAD radar there for you. You can see much of the Mid-South. Actually, we're learning 18 states are going to be monitoring multi-day severe weather outbreaks. This is the fourth in 4 weeks, and it's expected to threaten the plains, Midwest, and South through midweek. So I'll bring you more information on that here in just a minute. We're also taking a live look at the White House in our nation's capital. That is because President Biden and his administration are expected to monitor and really brace for what they are calling an extraordinary CPI report that is going to produce numbers involving decades worth of record high inflation. The price of living right now, definitely a lot. So we're going to get some more information on that for you here in just a moment. And then this is actually a live look we have of Russian President Vladimir Putin actually making his first trip outside of Moscow since the invasion began. We do know that he is at a space launch facility, and he was just making some remarks there. Now, this is all happening as his forces continue to invade Ukraine for a 45th day. And we're learning more information from the mayor of the major port city, Mariupol, that more than 10,000 civilians over the past 6 weeks have been killed by Russian troops. We're also, as a nation, monitoring reports that Russia used chemical weapons in Mariupol as well. So, again, these are a look at all of our top stories that we've got coming for you here this morning. As promised, right now, I do want to start off with weather. So this is a look at our XRAD radar, and I do want to let you know that it's 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. We are going to be taking a live report with Fox weather correspondent Nicole Valdez. She is going to be in Iowa for us this morning, previewing the conditions that they're expected to see out there very soon. So this is another multi-day severe weather outbreak, the fourth in 4 weeks. I feel like it's always been around the same time each week as well. This is expected to threaten the plains, the Midwest, and the South, where thunderstorms are going to be capable of spawning more tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds. Now, just yesterday, storms dropped baseball-sized hail across Oklahoma and Arkansas. Meteorologists actually logged several radar-indicated tornadoes, and observers saw at least one. And the National Weather Service issued a rare tornado emergency near Little Rock, Arkansas. Now, scattered severe thunderstorms are expected to fire up beginning late this afternoon and continue through tonight across a broad area from the southern and central plains to the Mississippi Valley. So where you see that moving line going around Iowa, going around Kansas, Oklahoma, even parts of Texas, those are all the states in that realm of that moving line that are monitoring severe weather. Now, as I just mentioned, a narrow corridor from central and north Texas to central Oklahoma, eastern Kansas, northwestern Missouri, Iowa, and eastern Nebraska. They have the greatest threats of severe weather, even though 18 total states are expected to be impacted. Very large hail, damaging wind gusts, and tornadoes, all threats from these storms. So, as promised, and as we always do, we are going to monitor the systems, monitor the conditions out there, and we'll be touching base with our Fox weather correspondents throughout the day to bring you updates on everything you need to know regarding more severe weather, the fourth system in 4 weeks to impact an area that has seen so many tornadoes, damaging winds, and, really severe systems already. Meanwhile, another top story that we are bringing to you here on Live Now from Fox this morning is heading us out to the White House in our nation's capital. Now, we do want to let you know that President Biden, around 3:45 p.m. Eastern time, is expected to announce new ways to tackle the growing energy crisis. He's expected to announce that E15 gasoline, which is a cheaper fuel than traditional unleaded gas, will be allowed to be sold at gas stations this summer. Now, in addition, he's expected to announce more than $800 million in funds and grants to help biofuel and renewable fuel producers. And senior administration officials say using these fuels created at home will help address near-term supply challenges while also helping meet net zero emission targets. Now, the White House is also expecting to balance this with a devastating report on inflation today. The Biden administration says Vladimir Putin is to blame, and we do have a live feed coming in of Vladimir Putin right now. Another top story that we are following this morning is what his troops are doing out there in Ukraine as the war has officially entered a 6th week. Now, the mayor of Mariupol says that Russian troops killed more than 10,000 civilians over the past 6 weeks. And we actually do have some video, some really heartbreaking video to bring you from out in Mariupol. This is the scene there right now. You know, this is the southeastern port city, and it has seen some of the heaviest attacks and civilian suffering in this war. But the land, sea, and air assaults by Russian forces fighting to capture it have increasingly limited information on circumstances inside the city. So even though the mayor of Mariupol is saying more than 10,000 civilians have been killed, he's anticipating that that could be a much higher number. He actually spoke by phone yesterday with members of the Associated Press, accusing Russian forces of having blocked weeks of attempted humanitarian convoys into the city, in part to conceal the carnage. Now, he also said the death toll in Mariupol alone could surpass 20,000. So again, really thinking that this number could be more extensive and more devastating than already anticipated. Now, we actually do have this feed coming in live to us right now. This is a visit to Russia's Far East by President Vladimir Putin. He's saying that his country had no intention to isolate itself and that foreign powers wouldn't succeed in isolating it. Now, he's actually visiting a space launch facility out there, and this is his first trip outside of Moscow since Russia launched the military action in Ukraine back on February 24th. Now, the United States and other nations also monitoring reports that Russia used chemical weapons in Mariupol. So again, lots of news coming out of Russia and Ukraine as the war officially enters its 45th day. And that is really what we are going to start right now with a report from Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul. He has been in Lviv, and he is talking about how Russian forces have failed to capture the city of Kyiv, and they appear to be regrouping for another push in the eastern region of the country. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
A push to control the skies as Russian forces claim to have blown up several key Ukrainian air defense systems. While Ukraine denies it, Moscow says it hit multiple S-300 launchers stationed in Dnipro. If true, it would be a critical blow to Ukraine's current control of the central part of the country as Russia readies itself for increased fighting in the Donbass.
They're still going to have to reckon with a very stiff, very effective, very capable, and quite frankly, I've used this word before, but very nimble Ukrainian defense.
As a new Russian commander, General Alexander Dvornikov takes control, satellite images appear to show a convoy of Russian military vehicles that stretches 8 miles long heading east. As DoD officials say, more than 60 battalion tactical groups are currently in Ukraine. Moscow's shift in attention is already being felt by innocent civilians.
We thought the worst thing is an air bomb, but in fact the most terrifying thing is a tank.
Russian troops are maintaining their firm grip on the southern coastal city of Mariupol, where shelling and bombardments continue to trap people from the outside world. The mayor there saying 10,000 civilians have died, but that number could be as high as 20,000. Further north in the Donetsk region, the death toll of the missile strikes at a train station in Kramatorsk rose to 57. The DoD believes in total, Russia has launched more than 1,500 missiles. But in the Kyiv region, exclusive video shot by Save Our Allies shows people in Bucha continue to uncover the devastation left over by Russian forces.
Everything was burning. There was a lot of dead bodies.
Similar horrific scenes and stories are being unearthed in Irpin. Ukrainian officials say proof of war crimes is mounting. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky went as far as telling 60 Minutes that they recovered lists from Russian pilots showing civilian targets. But when asked about a pathway to peace by giving up portions of his country, Zelensky held firm.
Overall, we're not ready to give away our country. I think we've already given up a lot of lives. So we need to stand firm for as long as we can.
With several humanitarian corridors now open, more than 4,000 people evacuated today from some of the hardest hit areas. But for the third day in a row, Ukrainian officials claim Russian forces prevented many others from escaping. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News. A push to
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We've actually got a live event coming in from Ukraine. This is the spokesman for the State Border Guard Service of Ukraine. He's holding a briefing on the situation on state borders and returning of Ukrainians who have fled. We do know the United Nations has confirmed 4.5 million people and counting have left since this invasion began. So I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. There is an English translation.
We do not ask people why. We do not ask citizens why they are coming home. But when talking to them, or when say some people from mass media talk to those males who were coming back to Ukraine, those said that they cannot stay aside with this situation we have in Ukraine. They just cannot remain abroad, and they're ready and willing to return. And they returned. They came back to Ukraine. Some of them would join Ukrainian armed forces. Some of them would get involved in volunteer support or other types of support for our country to win or the enemy. In the recent weeks, we see higher numbers of Ukrainians returning to Ukraine, coming to Ukraine. Now it's up to 25,000-30,000 people a day. Those are Ukrainian citizens, 25,000-30,000 a day. And unlike the first days, when most of them were males, now we see that also there are females, women, and children, and elder people. And again, we spoke with some of them, and they said that now they see that now the situation, especially in the western oblasts of Ukraine, has become safer, and they just cannot stay abroad, remain abroad. They are ready and willing to come back to Ukraine and stay in Ukraine. On the total, starting from the 24th of February, there has been more than 870,000 citizens of Ukraine who entered Ukraine. Any more questions? Microphone, please.
From Portuguese TV, I know the difference between a front line and the border. But I'd like to ask you about what is the situation between Mykolaiv and Kherson. If we can talk about the border, if we can know where really is the front line on this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, but for this question, only people from Ukrainian armed forces can evaluate the situation, because border guards are also under operative command of the General Staff of the Armed Forces, and only those people, those commanders, can provide this assessment. Thank you. Any more questions? Andriy, we see that indeed a lot of border guards have been together with armed forces and other units, other components of defense and security forces. Could you please tell us, have there already been any border guards decorated with some governmental awards? Do we already see such people? Because we understand that indeed there have been some heroic deeds, including what you just mentioned. It's really impressive. Yes, of course. For those things that border guards have done in defense of Ukraine, they have already been mentioned many times, decorated with state awards, by presidential decrees. Of course, there are servicemen who have been decorated, awarded post-mortem, posthumously, unfortunately, because this is war, and we lose our comrades in arms, and there are also some losses in the State Border Guard Service, but we will be able to list all names after our victory. Thank you. Thank you, friends. Are there any more questions? Thank you, Andriy. Thank you for joining us. And I'd like to remind you that at 3:30 p.m. here in our studio we'll have the mayor of the city of Bucha, and we will talk with him about the crimes committed by Russians in the territory of the.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, listening in to that live international press conference this morning coming from Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. That was a spokesman for the state border guard talking about how 20 to 30,000 Ukrainians either have come back or been in touch with their department about entering the country. They said that they have fled and that they were living in refugee centers in neighboring countries like Poland, Romania. But as you know, millions of Ukrainians have fled to just Poland alone. So a lot of these refugee centers not having the resources, not having the space to house and keep up with the influx of Ukrainians that have made their way to their areas. So some Ukrainians, as you just heard him say, saying that they do not want to handle that. They cannot handle it. They want to bring their families back to where they're from and live out this ongoing war, basically risking their lives to be in their own homes. So when we do get live feeds like that, we like to bring them to you raw and unfiltered. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, speaking of people fleeing Ukraine, we are going to bring you the latest on how forces and, organizations out there are working to help children who have since been orphaned and have become the targets of human sex trafficking groups. So stay with us for that report. Now from Fox on this Tuesday, April 12th. It's been a pretty active half hour as we brought you live and worldwide. Before that quick commercial break, we heard from the Ukrainian state border spokesman on how Ukrainians are literally coming back to their country after not really being able to live in refugee centers that are in neighboring countries since they fled. We are in week 6 of the invasion from Russia into Ukraine. Well, we are going to continue to stay alive and worldwide right now. We are actually getting this feed in from Prague at this very moment. We've got foreign ministers of 5 Central European countries meeting to discuss Ukraine relations. We do have an English translation on this, so we're going to listen in live, raw and unfiltered.
Challenge we have thought unthinkable on the European continent. War is back, and here again, neighborhood matters in a certain degree, in a more brutal way than we had thought. Then you are direct neighbors. For us in Vienna, the Ukrainian border is closer to Vienna than the westernmost part of Austria, than Bregenz and Vorarlberg. So it is our neighborhood. We are immediately concerned The war in Ukraine concerns and affects our own security and the whole security architecture on the European continent. And we all do our best to support Ukrainian people. Some with military goods, others like us with humanitarian aid. We, as European Union, have stocked up the European Peace Facility with another €500 million to help the Ukrainian people in need. And we're taking in displaced persons. And I believe we're showing, our people are showing, people in Slovakia, in the Czech Republic, in Slovenia, and in Hungary, and in Austria, showing a high degree of empathy, of compassion, of solidarity with the people in Ukraine. Taking in tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of displaced persons. And we Austrians have, for instance, flown and brought to Austria particularly vulnerable people, children, orphans, people with cancer and other things. And this wouldn't have been possible, again, without this neighborly coordination between our nations, and I'm extremely thankful for that. And yes, we have to be aware that we might see further and future pictures like we saw them in Bucha. Pictures were horrifying, which will shock us. And we have adopted last week the 5th sanctions package, and we have to envisage that this war will become even more brutal in the future, and that we will have to react again with economic sanctions. But we have to remain realistic. We have to remain pragmatic, and we have to see that we want to adopt sanctions which hit Russia harder than they hit ourselves. And I briefed, obviously, my colleagues also about yesterday's visit of the Austrian Chancellor to Moscow, where he went with very clear messages on humanitarian issues and on political issues. The message was as simple as that in moral terms, Putin has already lost this war, that it is his responsibility, and he will be held accountable for the violations of human rights, of humanitarian law and war crimes happening in Ukraine, and that there's a very clear consensus in the Western world and in the European Union, and that we expect humanitarian corridors, the work of humanitarian NGOs and other organizations to be conducted freely and in security. Thank you again for having us, and I believe I'm looking forward already to our next meeting. There are tons of things. May I add one point? I want to congratulate the Slovenian colleague Ante for the very successful EU presidency, and we are very much looking forward to the Czech presidency. I believe it's very important that in this crucial time for the European integration, a medium-sized country from Central Europe, which is neighbor to what is happening now, to the war, which has a sensibility, a sensorium for what is going on, will be at the helm of the European Union. And I want to say from Austria, from Vienna, every assistance you need, you will get. We'll be side by side helping you behind the scenes, and count on us, and we are very much looking forward to a highly successful Czech EU presidency. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Prime Minister of Hungary, Peter Szijjártó, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you so much for the invitation and keeping C5 alive. We express our gratitude to Alexander, our Austrian colleague, to have this initiative under a crisis which was the pandemic, and I think time has proven that it makes sense to maintain this form of cooperation. You might know in the room that a little bit more than a week ago, national elections were held in Hungary with an outcome which has broken records, record support to the government, record number of votes to the ruling parties, and a record number of seats in the parliament, a comfortable two-thirds majority, which is the 4th continuous occasion that the government has a constitutional majority in the parliament based on the will of the people. These elections were held, unfortunately, under extraordinary circumstances, as war is going on in our neighborhood. I have to make clear that Hungarian people did not want this war. Hungarian people do not want this war. We want peace in our neighborhood, peace as soon as possible. That's why it's our obligation to ensure peace and security in Hungary. and the government will definitely implement the will of the people in order to make sure that Hungary is not going to become involved in the war. Based on that, we have given our consent yesterday on the Foreign Affairs Council to further extend the European Peace Facility by another 500 million euros, but we are not going to deliver weapons to Ukraine in the future either. We stand for the sovereignty of Ukraine. We have been carrying out the biggest humanitarian action of the history of ours ever. We have received 600,000 refugees from Ukraine. For those who want to stay on a longer term, we ensure not only accommodation and supply, but job and schooling for the children as well. And we do it regardless of the fact that the European Union is withholding the funds from Hungary based on a purely political basis. We have signed up to all the 5 packages of sanctions so far. We have supported these measures made by the European Union. We have one clear red line, which is the energy security of Hungary. That's why we made sure already that we cannot sign up to sanctions neither on oil nor on gas. The energy supply is not a philosophical question, but a physical one. We have been working a lot on diversification in the past. We are going to work on diversification in the future as well, but we will always guarantee the safe supply of energy of Hungary. I'd like to express my appreciation to Jan, to our host, for his very generous hospitality. It's always an honor to come to the Czech Republic. We have a good tradition of a good cooperation, which we will keep up in the future as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Slovak Foreign Minister,
Good afternoon, and on behalf of Slovakia, I'd like to thank wholeheartedly for Jan's hospitality he's extending to us, for inviting us to this beautiful Chateau Štiřín. As my colleagues who spoke before me, I'd like to say we value this cooperation of Central European countries. The added value I see in it is that it offers an opportunity, I think exceptional opportunity for a frank and open discussion. This is what we miss from time to time in other formats, be it in European Union and NATO, but this is very much valued, this opportunity to talk. And secondly, it offers us to look at very important issues like the war in Ukraine at this moment, to look at it from a regional perspective. So that's why countries in Central Europe look at this from our own Central European angle, if you want. We are affected heavily. You know, Slovakia is on the front line state where we have received already dozens, thousands of refugees, almost 300,000 of them crossed the border. We've offered refuge to anybody, literally anybody or everybody in Slovakia, but this is going to be a very huge burden should the conflict continue. 2, we have discussed the possible approach to other critical areas like energy. I want to say the discussion about decoupling from Russian deliveries, which in case of Slovakia means 100% oil, 85% of gas, is underway. It is on the table, but on behalf of Slovakia, I can say politically, we are there. So we want to decouple from that, because we've seen very, very clearly that Russia has unfortunately weaponized the dependency, disproportionate dependency on gas and oil deliveries. We want to go away from that. Nevertheless, reality is we cannot do it overnight. It will take time. Of course, politically we understand that the funds or the finance.
All All right, everybody, you gotta love live, raw, unfiltered television. It does look like we have lost that feed for you here as the foreign ministers of 5 Central European countries are speaking on their relations when it comes to the war in Ukraine. It does look like we've got another way of bringing this to you here, so let's continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. We'll bring up these top stories for you back in just a minute.
Of Russian gas and oil deliveries. We've discussed mainly war in Ukraine. We have not discovered anything new, basically, to what we are discussing within the European Union. But still, it is why we believe that it is so important that we not only support it politically, but as you know, Slovakia is providing military assistance, and we are ready to continue with that because this is about the survival of Ukraine at this moment, which is confronted with disproportionate and indiscriminate use of military force by Russia. Two, I want to add very quickly, while we have to be prepared for the continuation of hostilities, but mainly now, obviously, in the southeast, politically, Russia has already lost this war because all the objectives which Russia has communicated ahead of the conflict, Russia got exactly the opposite. Russia has got already more physical presence of NATO on the eastern flank. Don't forget that in each and every country on the eastern flank, NATO has established its battle groups, enhanced forward presence. In Slovakia, we want to thank Czech Republic and Slovenia who are participating in that enhanced forward presence that is being deployed in Slovakia. President Putin lost this war because Ukraine, with its heroic fight for its very existence, is becoming part of the West already, although it's not yet institutional part of NATO, of European Union. But politically, I think this is the decoupling, the ultimate decoupling of Russia, of Ukraine from Russia. He has also achieved, I think, or ensured and helped us to understand that once again we have to decouple from this energy dependency. And there are many other issues why I believe that this war is a huge political defeat for the Russian Federation. Last but not least, very useful information we've received from our host Jan Lipavsky about the Czech ambitions and Czech plans for the presidency. We fully support, especially your focus on issues like in the Western Balkans, very important for all of us. From my own perspective in 2016, to my dear Czech friends, be prepared for unexpected, because this is always with the presidency that you're planning, you're preparing yourself for many years, but then the moment you start, unexpected may happen. That was the case in Slovakia one day before we started in 2016. There was Brexit vote, so I hope you'll be able to focus on your plans, but you can count on Slovak support for your presidency. Thank you.
Thank you, Foreign Minister. Last but not least, Foreign Minister of Slovenia,
Yes, thank you, Jan, for inviting us here in Prague. This is our 8th meeting already. The situation is even more dramatic than it was when this group was actually established. So apparently, as long as there are dramatic situations in the world, C5 has a reason to exist and to convey its meeting. Yesterday we had a lengthy discussion in the framework of Foreign Affairs Councils, and I was very glad to enhance and deepen this conversation among Central European countries. It is definitely time where the future of our world is deciding, so how we will position ourselves on the right side of the history, defending international order and all conventions that are in a way the basis of the world we live, or we lived before 24th of February. I'm an ardent European and a very proud European, especially due to the unity we showed in response to brutal Russian aggression. And I'm pretty sure that all 5 here, as well with other 22 colleagues in the European Union, we will be able to agree in additional package of sanctions should this will be requested and should the situation require more severe sanction. Slovenia will support additional package of sanctions. I think that every particular country has to do its own share in it, and as well the European Union. And this is actually the situation where we shall not repeat the mistake we did after annexation of Crimea, when there were big words of how we shall cut our ties of energy dependence on Russia, but at the end we finished even more tied to Russia. Now the deeds shall follow, and we have a certain period of time where we shall cut this dependency. And I'm pretty sure that with meeting like this, with understanding each other, with the situation, different situation every country has, that we will be able to do it and to prevail, and as well to continue with adopting severe sanction against Russia, as long as this war, this bloody war, this brutal war finish, and the European Union at the end accept Ukraine as a member state. There are, let's say, certain, deeds in the political positioning when as well change the momentum, and I guess the visit of 3 prime ministers, Czech, Slovenian and Polish, to Kiev was one of those. And here I'm very glad to be completely aligned with the Czech view on how to deal with the issue, and as well I am here glad with the information that yesterday Mr. Borrell to put forward about returning of EU representation in Kiev, with the appeal that other countries follow this suit, so this example. I think this is very powerful and important message we send to our Ukrainian friends in order to help them to build up morale and to build up resistance at the end to defeat Russian army. Actually, it's a very difficult time as well for Czech presidency to take over. But as I said, Jan, today you can fully count on Slovenia and I guess on all other C5 countries. Your success, we are all very supportive, because it's a difficult time, and as well it's very important that Central European country is leading the European Union in these difficult times, because we have much in common, and as well we can help you in order to pass the message or in order to persuade other interlocutors to follow the same line. I'm glad that you are thinking of putting Western Balkan very high on the agenda. We support this. This is one of the regions we shall not lose our sight, and I hope that during French and Czech presidency there will be a step forward, a leap forward, especially with starting negotiation with Albania and North Macedonia. I think this is a very important message, one of the strongest messages we can give to the region in incoming days. And should there be any need to help, I'm pretty sure that all 4 of us will help you in fulfilling this message. Anyway, I look forward for discussion during our lunch, and look forward for next meeting. I guess it's Hungary now.
Two questions from the journalists, I believe. First, CNN News.
Hello, Jan. I would like to ask you, Mr. Lebowski, what is your opinion about the position of American base here in the Czech Republic? Are you for or against?
So This is a very hypothetical question since on Sunday the Ministry of Defense pretty clearly stated.
You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It is Tuesday, April 12th, 6:43 a.m. here on the East Coast, but we are live and worldwide this morning, actually from Prague in the Czech Republic. That is where you are hearing from 5 different foreign ministers from different countries in Central Europe talking about their support for Ukraine and the latest on the Russian invasion as it enters day 48, week 6. You could hear some of these foreign ministers talking about how they have taken hundreds of thousands of refugees. So these are countries that are basically in neighboring Ukraine out there in Central Europe. So lots to take away here, and we are going to head back into this live press conference when we return from this quick 2-minute commercial break. But after this break, we are going to entirely switch gears here. As we have mentioned from the very beginning of our show, we are monitoring systems that are going to bring severe weather and impact about 18 states in the Mid-South. In our XRAD radar, you can literally see that huge chunk of the middle of the United States there where that green line is kind of moving in a circle right there. Everything within that realm is going to be impacted or at least on severe weather watch. And to the upper left-hand side of your screen, that's a look at Des Moines, Iowa. So when we come back, we're going to head out live there to touch base with Fox weather correspondent Nicole Valdez. She is going to be giving us a little preview at what they can expect out there. Stay with us. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Again, it is Tuesday, April 12th, 6:47 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we are talking about weather here this morning and basically all day, as we do know that a huge system, or I want to say several systems, are expected to impact 18 states across the Mid-South. Now, this is the fourth severe weather outbreak that we have seen in 4 weeks. It seems like we've been talking about weather even around the same time every week. Now, we want to take a live look right now to the upper left-hand side of your screen of Des Moines, Iowa. We do know that they are expecting some severe thunderstorms as well as hail and even possible tornadoes in several portions of the state. So that is where we are going to stay and head out live right now. We've got Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez joining us live with the very latest. Nicole, good morning to you. I know that conditions are not too bad at this very moment, but what can we expect out there today as we get into later this afternoon and this evening? Well, good morning, Regina. You notice that the wind is already blowing behind me, and that's part of the, different kinds of threat that we could be seeing for the state of Iowa today. Much of the state of Iowa. That includes the risk of tornadoes, damaging winds, and that large hail. Some that we've already seen really fall and take place, even damage certain communities in the state of Arkansas. Now, the state of Iowa, just over 3 million people that could be impacted by, again, another round of a severe storm threat. You're looking at the Capitol building behind me. It's actually surrounded by some scaffolding and cranes. So when you talk about those strong damaging winds, you think about, construction areas like that could be impacted if we start to see some really severe stuff here. Now, the state of Iowa isn't exactly a stranger to tornadoes. In fact, I'll give you a look at some of the years past. 2020, we saw 28 tornadoes in the state of Iowa. That's actually down from 54 tornadoes in 2019. But if we look at this year alone, there are many in the state who will likely not forget the massive EF4 that ripped through Winterset, Iowa in March of this year. That was a tornado that tracked more than 70 miles, 170 mile per hour peak winds in that. And it was an EF4 ranked tornado, one of the strongest tornadoes really on record for the state of Iowa. So you think about that, you know that there were deaths in that situation. So when you look at the threat that we are now seeing for today, it's something that many in Iowa don't take lightly. In Des Moines, only about 200,000 or so people, just a little bit more than that live in the capital city here of Iowa. But many people here who are taking that threat very seriously, making sure that they have their alerts on, they're monitoring local officials here to make sure they know what to do if that severe threat, and of course, the possibility of those tornadoes really makes its way to their community.
Yeah, and Nicole, it's important to mention that, all of these areas that are expected to see severe weather between today and tomorrow, they've already seen similar conditions. What did I say earlier? The fourth weather outbreak in 4 weeks, and we really need to credit you and your team for heading out to all of these areas to give us an update on conditions. But how are people feeling? The word weary is really what we're seeing when it comes to the fact that this has just been a very ongoing impacted area.
I'll tell you, the word uneasy comes to mind for me, Regina, because again, it's week after week that you're looking at the possibility of the same threat. And again, it's really a threat to yourself, your home, your loved ones, your neighborhood, your community. And so knowing that there are people who could be impacted, who could really lose so much if a tornado, rips through their street, it's a really, heart-sinking feeling to think about the reality of that. Really, the tornado threats and the severe storms have focused a lot on the southern states. We're talking Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia over the last few weeks. The fact that it's a little bit more north into the, Missouri, Iowa area now is a little bit of a different track, I think, that we're noticing from the past line of storms, but still not one that anyone should be taking lightly by any means. It's why we're out here covering these storms, really getting out ahead of them, because we know just how important, but also how unpredictable these storms have proven to be with where they touch down, with who they impact, how strong they are, their intensity. So it's really important that we remind people, download the Fox Weather app if you don't already have it. Get those alerts on loud on your phone. Make sure that your phone is charged at night, especially, under the cover of night, like, we're seeing now. It's still dark out here in Des Moines, Regina, and sometimes you're not out, you're not awake, you're not looking out the window to see what's coming your way. You're not paying attention to, whether it's social media or you have your television on. So it's something that we want to make sure people are aware of, as far in advance as they can, to be prepared. We're not expecting the most intense line of these storms to make their way through the state of Iowa until later this afternoon, early evening hours. So there is still some time to make sure that they are prepared for whatever may come their way.
Yeah, definitely, Nicole. And, something you mentioned, having the Fox Weather app. We were streaming Fox Weather's entire broadcast last week when that third severe weather outbreak made its way through the South. And, my colleagues and I will never forget your meteorologist saying, if you're in this area, we've got a reported touchdown tornado. You've got about 14 minutes to get under cover. So it's really having that plan in place and really monitoring the systems throughout the day. So we will be touching base with you multiple times throughout throughout our show. So until then, Nicole, thank you so much for joining us live from Des Moines this morning with a little preview of those conditions. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We will be touching base with Nicole Valdez multiple times throughout our show. Our Fox weather correspondents are really doing some stellar reporting from all of these impacted areas within the last couple of weeks. As you heard her say, this is the 4th severe weather outbreak that we have seen in 4 weeks, and this is impacting people's lives. It's damaging their homes. Several of the tornadoes in the first weeks actually did claim multiple lives in several different states. So be sure to stick with our Live Now from Fox team as we work very closely with Fox Weather to bring you an update on these conditions throughout the day and into tomorrow. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to continue some coverage on the very latest out in Ukraine as the war officially enters day 48. Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We are slowly approaching the top of the 7 o'clock Eastern time hour. It is almost 4 o'clock out there on the West Coast, but regardless of where you're watching us from, we're continuing to bring you all of the major top stories, breaking news, and even several international live events to our desk this morning. Now, we do want to shift our focus back from weather to some more coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine. I actually do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams. Now, she has been in Poland for weeks now, really covering the refugee and humanitarian crisis that the war has caused out there. We know that the United Nations has confirmed 4.5 million people and counting have fled Ukraine. And even earlier today, we actually brought you a live event from the Ukraine State Border Patrol spokesperson that said a lot of Ukrainians are really not appreciating and loving living in these refugee centers in neighboring countries, that it's crowded, that there's a lack of food, a lack of resources. So they're actually coming back into Ukraine. Well, we're also following how this is impacting children. So many people, unfortunately, losing their lives to this invasion, and it's leaving thousands of children orphaned. So that's what Alexis McAdams is bringing us the very latest on this morning. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Russian troops have turned innocent civilians into targets during this attack on Ukraine, killing men, women, and children who are just trying to escape from that war zone. This has left thousands of Ukrainian kids as orphans, having no family to turn to as their parents are gone and they're stuck in the middle of this war zone. Take a look on your screen. This is video of those kids trying to get out of their war-torn area that used to be safe, where they all grew up. Ukrainian orphans waiting to board those trains to evacuate from their country. Many lost their moms and their dads during this invasion. Some were killed by Russian troops. Others died after they were left without food, water, or medical care for so many weeks. These kids were left on their own in that war zone, so American organizations are stepping in. Now, human trafficking has been a major concern for these groups because they thought it was okay to bring them here to Poland, and then started to realize that some of the people who were picking these kids up were not there to help. They were there for trafficking. So now they're trying to keep those kids in parts of Western Ukraine.
And that's the atrocity that happens a lot in disaster zones, again, man-made or natural. And so it's really important to make sure the process of moving them doesn't make these kids end up in a double disaster, or they just lost everything. They've been living in terror, they've experienced trauma, and now they're trafficked. Like, we can't have that happening.
As those attacks continue, the number of refugees fleeing from Ukraine keeps on climbing. UNICEF says a Ukrainian child has become a refugee almost every single second since the start of the war. Now, this refugee crisis is unprecedented in terms of speed and scale since the Second World War. Here in Poland, they've really stepped up, but they're running out of space. In Rzeszów, Poland, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Это все кошечки, те, которые остались у нас без дома. Эту кошечку забрали из квартиры владелицы, владелица уехала в Израиль.
And in addition, we are also monitoring how this war has impacted so many animals. This is actually video coming into our desk this morning of over 400 cats and dogs being housed in an animal shelter in the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. Now, Kharkiv has been particularly hard hit by shellings since the start of the invasion on February 24th. They've seen heavily damaged residential areas, and today local officials reported fresh strikes in the city that had injured civilians. This local shelter seen in the footage currently houses around 430 cats and dogs, including those retrieved from the rubble of destroyed homes. According to Superline, volunteers have provided food to the shelter, which is located in the south of the city, as its normal supplies are cut. This video again being released this morning showing cats and dogs at the location. So some people just forced to leave their entire lives behind, including their animals. Again, this invasion is officially entering day 48 in week 6, and we brought you every latest development from the very beginning. Meanwhile, good morning, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. I will be with you for about the next hour as we continue to bring you all of the top stories, breaking news, and live events that we've got coming to our desk on this Tuesday, April 12th. To the side of your screen here, you could see the 3 major top stories that we are monitoring this morning as we are officially past the 7 o'clock Eastern Time hour. I do want to give you a run through of what we are looking at here. So as you can see, that first bullet point is talking about weather. So to do that, I do want to bring you a live look at our XRAD radar here, showing us the very latest on the 18 states that are monitoring severe weather outbreaks. This is the 4th severe weather outbreak that we have covered for you here in 4 weeks. It's expected to threaten the plains, the Midwest, and South through midweek, where thunderstorms will be capable of spawning tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds. Now, we actually did on Monday see storms drop baseball-sized hail across Oklahoma and Arkansas. Meteorologists actually did log several radar-indicated tornadoes as well. The National Weather Service issued a rare tornado emergency near Little Rock, Arkansas. Now, scattered severe thunderstorms are expected to fire up beginning late this afternoon and continuing through tonight across a broad area from the southern and central plains to the Mississippi Valley. Now, here on our radar, you can see that moving green line here, kind of circling all of the states that are monitoring this weather. So to specifically talk about the states that have the greatest threat of severe weather, we're talking a narrow corridor from central and north Texas to central Oklahoma, eastern Kansas, northwestern Missouri, Iowa, and eastern Nebraska. They do have the greatest threat of severe weather right now. So in the event of major weather outbreaks like this, we are actually allowed to bring you full coverage from Fox Weather, their latest broadcast, as they have meteorologists monitoring these damaging winds and hail expected for much of the Mid-South that's already seen severe weather within the last several weeks. So for just a few minutes here, I do want to listen in to Fox Weather's coverage, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Front of you, so you'll want to make sure to have a way to stay weather aware. Jane?
All right, well, Jason, while you handled the northern end of that severe threat, I'll take the southern end here. Dallas, Texas, waking up this morning to a few clouds, still dark, of course, as our day slowly gets underway. But as we head later into the evening, we are expecting the threat for severe thunderstorms. Isolated, we'll see how things pan out, but definitely have a severe weather plan top of mind. Here's a look at our future track. As we head into the lunchtime hour, Houston, some showers moving through here, but overall pretty quiet in the daytime hours. But see those thunderstorms developing just west of Interstate 35. That's going to take us through about mid-afternoon into the evening hours. Those discrete thunderstorms developing along our dry line could bring in the potential for seeing some pretty strong to severe thunderstorms, large hail, and even that isolated tornado risk. And these storms are going to continue into the overnight hours. We'll see thunderstorms developing across Mississippi, but it's really across Arkansas and northeastern Texas where we could see that severe threat continue in the overnight before it continues as we head into our morning on Wednesday. But an active afternoon and evening potentially for some of these areas where, again, really Dallas down through Austin, that Interstate 35 corridor is going to see the greatest potential for seeing those discrete supercell thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Once that potential cap lifts up a bit, we are expecting to see the threat for damaging wind in the forecast for these severe thunderstorms, and that's going to continue into the overnight as well. This threat, while it says Tuesday, really going to come at the end of the day for us today. Austin, Texas, here's a look at our next 18 hours. As you can see, much of our daytime pretty quiet. We're going to be warm into the 80s by 3 p.m. Few breaks of sunshine could even fuel some of that instability for these thunderstorms that are likely to come through as we head into the evening hours, and then things will kind of clear out a bit as we head into the overnight as that threat continues to push its way eastward. But that tornado threat, while it's on the lower end, is still there, still a possibility where we could get some of those discrete thunderstorms. A little bit of that twisting in the atmosphere brings in a potential threat. Jason.
Let's go over to Des Moines, Iowa right now. A live look over there where thunderstorms are expected later on today, especially for those of you across western Iowa. Now, these storms may be severe at times with not only some damaging wind gusts, but also an isolated chance for a tornado. It's where we find Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez. And Nicole, March was a pretty active month for Iowa in terms of some severe weather. And now it just seems like April is playing a copycat as well.
And Jason, you'll notice the wind is already whipping here in the capital city of Iowa. You'll notice the Capitol building behind me. It's right where we're standing, downtown Des Moines. And of course, you mentioned the threat here. It's eerily similar to what we've already seen play out in the state of Arkansas. That includes the threat of tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail. Speaking of hail, I want to show you some video of what we've already seen in the state of Arkansas. You'll notice some video here of hail dropping into some pools, even on driveways there. So you notice that these are definitely situations that can occur as these severe storms make their way through several different states today. And again, the chance for that in Iowa is pretty high. But if you look back at some of the history of Iowa when it comes to these storms you mentioned, Jason, it's definitely something not to take lightly. Last year, actually 2020, the state of Iowa saw 28 tornadoes, but that is actually actually down from 54 in 2019. This year, though, you mentioned an active March. March 5th of 2022 is a day that many in Iowa will not forget, especially in Des Moines. That tornado, an EF4, more than 70 miles. It tracked just southeast of the city of Des Moines and killed about 6 people. So it's definitely a threat that many in Iowa are likely going to be taking seriously today as they prepare for that severe weather. Of course, making sure that they've got their alerts on, that they're checking with their emergency officials if and when these storms could be impacting their community. It looks like the timing of this, the intensity, we might not see really pick up until later today, but you're already noticing just some of the impacts, the kind of beginning stages of that storm here with the winds, and it's pretty cold right now, Jason. So a lot of things to take into account as we really still have several hours before things might start to get messy here in Des Moines.
Nicole Valdez live for us this morning in Des Moines, Iowa. Thank you. And over to Jane, where I know you were talking about a possible historic storm that is brewing.
Go from severe weather to snow once again in our forecast. And I know we're thinking it's April, but take a look at this. Storm timing through Thursday. It's a slow moving low pressure system, and it is going to dump a lot of snow across Montana and North Dakota. These are going to be our areas to watch. And also, not only coupled with a lot amount of snow, we also have those strong winds. Here's a look at our snow still to come. Take a look at the impressive totals here across Montana, where we are expecting anywhere from 5 inches on the lower end of things to about a foot of snow across Miles City, Colstrip, Lambert, and then North Dakota really taking the brunt of this storm, where we are expecting close to 24 inches. That's 2 feet, if not more, of snow in a few isolated spots. Bismarck, Goodrich, up towards Minot, where we are expecting to see those heavy totals continue to pile on. Minot, North Dakota, top snowfalls since records began in 1948. And you can see here, we're going back a number of years. Last time we saw snow, we're going to take it back to about 1984 in April. 26th to 28th, late season snowstorm brought in 34 inches. And that's not out of the question if we do get those heavier bands setting up. Another concern for us is going to be blizzard conditions. So things are going to start to ramp up as we head into about late morning and then take us all the way throughout the day, afternoon, overnight, throughout the day on Wednesday. Not a lot of conditions changing as snow, wind, and visibility is all going to be crippling. So if we don't have to be outside, in fact, travel is highly disregarded as we head into Thursday. Stay on home if you can. I know most schools are closed. Also, this snow is really coming at a really unfortunate time as livestock season, calving, a big time of year for us. This could be potentially crippling with our winter weather impacts on the extreme side for parts of North Dakota into Montana as well. So what this means is, again, stay home, hunker down, make sure if you do have to travel, you're traveling with that winter safety kit in your car, and make sure that you are keeping track here with Fox Weathers. We're going to continue to keep you updated as well. Here's a look at that future track low pressure system. You can see slow moving, just kind of sits over the northern plains, where we're expecting snow to continue to fall all the way into the overnight throughout our day on Wednesday. And then we are expecting things to slowly start to taper and lighten up as we head into Thursday. Jason?
Well, that means on Thursday we'll likely see a whole lot of snowmen and women develop there. Well, from North Dakota to let's head on over to New Mexico, where you can see plenty of smoke there. This is over in Valencia County there, and it's burning on both sides of the Rio Grande River in the area, and it's threatening not only buildings but also homes. And as of last night, the fire was 0% contained and has burned about 300 acres. And take a look right now at the weather outlook for fire. I mean, if you live in places like Dodge City, Amarillo, Lubbock, or in Midland, you are under an extreme alert for that area in terms of some of the fire. We have critical fire dangers for places like Clayton, as well as those of you in the El Paso area as well. This is not going to be a day that you're going to want to be doing any sort of burning outside. So whether it's a controlled burn, a barbecue, or maybe even smoking outside, if you do smoke, just make sure that you put out those butts, because all it literally takes is just that quick spark, and then you could potentially be talking about a wildfire. The reason why we're seeing all of these brush fires and wildfires is because look at where the humidity is at. It is less than 10% in places like Amarillo. And then when you factor in temperatures that are above 70 degrees, as well as those winds that are gusting above 40 miles per hour, hour. It is an absolute recipe for disaster. So areas like North Platte, Dodge City, Guyman, Oklahoma, Albuquerque, as well as El Paso are all cities that are going to be under that fire warning today. That is going to be the places where we're going to see some of the drier air also set up as well. And you see that dry line right there. Look at that. There's basically very little relative humidity in the upper atmosphere. I should say very little moisture that's in the atmosphere as well. And this is going to continue throughout the day. So that's the reason why we do have that extreme threat for fires. Jane?
All right, well, we're going to continue to keep our eyes on that. And also, too, as we head into our week, the threat for severe weather, of course, going to continue to push eastward. So Nashville, Chicago, want to be heads up as we head into Wednesday. Nashville, you, in fact, have some storms rolling through right now. So be heads up for that. Heavy rain, frequent lightning. You can see a little bit of those flashes out there. So as you get your morning commute underway, maybe hold off a couple of minutes as these storms roll their way through. Here's a look at our future track. We're going to start the clock at about 6 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday, where we do have some thunderstorms pushing out of Arkansas into West Tennessee. You can see those thunderstorms that are likely to come through in the overnight for parts of Iowa into Missouri. They'll start to fizzle out a bit, kind of lose some of their severe characteristics. But that line, our cold front developing here, is going to be a concern for us as we head into Wednesday afternoon. Discrete supercell thunderstorms possible early in the day on Wednesday. Eventually, we'll see that line congeal a bit, and we're going to be tracking the potential for damaging winds. But you can see these thunderstorms out ahead of that line. That's going to be the concern, where we could see the potential for tornadoes, large hail, and those supercell thunderstorms for Tupelo and Jackson. That threat for severe weather expected to continue through the overnight on Wednesday into early Thursday morning, where, again, damaging wind is going to be a concern as these storms move their way through. So what's happening in the atmosphere as we head into Wednesday? Why that very likely risk is in place. Low pressure system pulls up into the Great Lakes. That cold front developing here. Dry line also a component in the forecast. Out ahead of that dry line, where we have that warm, rich moisture that's moving across Houston, Texarkana, Little Rock. Back behind it, where we have that sharp contrast of very dry air, that's going to allow those thunderstorms to develop in that environment. So with our dew points sitting in the upper 60s, we're going to see really an unstable atmosphere for these storms to continue to live on through the overnight on Thursday. Jason?
Well, Fox.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you some coverage on the severe weather outbreak that is expected to impact 18 states across the Mid-South. Like I mentioned earlier, in the event of weather outbreaks like this one, we are able to bring you some Fox weather coverage from their full broadcast, as they have meteorologists tracking conditions today into tomorrow. So we will be touching base with our reporters from Fox Weather out in these expected impacted areas throughout the course of our day. So be sure to stick with your Live Now from Fox team on any updates regarding the conditions across the Mid-South. This is the 4th severe weather outbreak in 4 weeks. So a lot of these states are just literally sick and tired of dealing with some of these systems. We've got really, really strong winds, hail expected, and even the possible threat of some tornadoes. So again, we're going to continue to monitor this for you throughout the next few days here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to switch gears for another top story that we are following this morning. This is a Live Now look at the White House in our nation's capital. The White House today having to balance the war in Ukraine with what is expected to be a devastating report on inflation. The Consumer Product Index expected to get released at around 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. We're going to get the very latest from Doug Lazater on what we can expect today, and then we'll bring you some more coverage from out there on the ground in Ukraine as the invasion has officially entered day 48. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, April 12th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida, continuing to bring you the very latest on all of the major top stories that we are following here throughout the day. And you can see some of those to the side of your screen here. We are going to continue bringing you the very latest details on all of these by heading out to the White House right now. Now, this is a live look from Washington, D.C. Now, I do want to let you know here for just a minute before we get into the Consumer Price Index report that is expected to be released here in just a little more than an hour, we also do want to let you know that the White House is expected to announce new ways to tackle the growing energy crisis today. President Biden will announce that E15 gasoline, which is a cheaper fuel than traditional unleaded gas, will be allowed to be sold at gas stations throughout the summer. Now, in addition, Biden did announce more than $800 million in funds and grants to help biofuel and renewable fuel producers. Senior administration officials say using these fuels created at home will help address near-term supply challenges while also helping meet net zero emission targets. Now, this is all happening as the White House is having to balance the war in Ukraine with what is expected to be a pretty devastating report on inflation today. Prices on just about everything are through the roof. If you've gone to the grocery store, if you've gone to the gas station, you've definitely felt it in your wallets. And the Biden administration says Vladimir Putin is to blame. So let's get the very latest from Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader. He's got more from Washington, D.C. this morning.
The White House is drawing a direct line from this morning's inflation report to Russia's war in Ukraine, but that is just part of the story. Taking cover in Kharkiv, relentless Russian attacks continue to terrorize Ukraine, and now a startling new accusation.
Just 2 hours ago, we received a statement from our army that Putin used chemical weapons in Mariupol.
Chemical weapons. The Pentagon is investigating, and a spokesman says if the reports are true, it is concerning. Back here at home, the White House has been bracing for this morning's new inflation numbers, arguing the war is making them worse.
We expect March CPI headline inflation to be extraordinarily elevated due to Putin's price hike.
The White House has been branding this as Putin's price hike, and the accusation may be resonating. Gas prices are a big driver of inflation, and an ABC News Ipsos poll shows more adults do blame Putin for high gas prices over oil companies or President Biden. But gas prices were on the rise before the war, and the new overall inflation numbers may have more to do with trillions in government stimulus spending.
We now have runaway inflation, and they're trying to blame it on Vladimir Putin. Now, Vladimir Putin is a terrible, awful human that'll go down in history as one of the worst people of the 21st century, I'm sure, but he's not the reason that inflation is out of control.
And as part of the White House inflation response, President Biden travels to Iowa today to talk about administration efforts to bring prices down. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Luzader for that report. Meanwhile, it was something that we brought you live, raw, and unfiltered here just yesterday from President Biden as he announced that he is targeting so-called ghost guns. Now, they are homemade, hard-to-trace firearms being used more frequently in crimes. The president enacting an executive order just yesterday to help get untraceable weapons off the streets and crack down on those who sell and manufacture these ghost guns. So our very own Andrew Kraft actually spoke with an expert on what exactly ghost guns are and why the Biden administration is really honing in on this specific weapon. So I do want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in.
We heard from President Biden earlier today announcing these executive actions when it comes to ghost guns. It's an effort to reduce gun violence, kind of going around the legislative way, going around Congress, doing it at the executive level. Joining me now to discuss this even further is Stephen Gutowski, founding editor of The Reload, who covers all things guns and firearms. Stephen, so good to see you. For our viewers who do not know what a ghost gun is, what's a simple definition for us?
Effectively, a ghost gun is just a firearm that doesn't have a serial number engraved into it. So it could be either a homemade firearm which is becoming increasingly popular, or sometimes you'll see criminals also scratch off pre-made serial numbers on commercial guns.
And Stephen, we saw President Biden at the announcement today hold up pieces of firearms, and that was kind of highlighting what this federal rule would do. The new rule would change the current definition of a firearm under federal law to include unfinished parts like the frame of a handgun or the receiver of a long gun. So now this is going after specific parts of the firearm. Will this go through this executive action?
Yeah, so this is actually the finalized version. He presented this proposal just about a year ago, and they were going through the rulemaking process to change that definition. And it's mainly targeting ghost gun kits. So the unfinished frame or receiver, the legality of that may not be changing at all, but packaging it together with a jig and the tools required to finish that gun is more what the ATF is going after here, in addition to trying to solve other issues that arose from the federal definition of receiver, like the fact that an AR-15's lower receiver didn't necessarily meet the old definition. And so the ATF had gotten into some trouble, the DOJ had gotten into some trouble with prosecutions against felons who weren't allowed to own firearms, but had unfinished or had finished receivers, but the receiver didn't meet the definition. So some of those cases were starting to get thrown out, and now ATF is asking to just broaden the whole definition of firearms so that they don't have to worry about that as much in court.
Stephen, also, we learned that, I'm kind of curious, what are gun groups saying, gun rights groups, about this rule and its effect?
Yeah, gun rights groups have been opposed to this since it was first proposed, and believe that it won't have any measurable impact on gun violence the way that the administration has sold it to do. And I think it's bound to end up in court as well. Probably some of the manufacturers of unfinished frames, like Polymer 80, for instance, will likely sue over this, joined by some of the gun rights groups. And then, of course, the gun control groups are very happy about this development. This is something that's been a top priority for them, and something that they've been pushing the administration to actually move quicker on, which they did. They actually moved up this finalization a couple months. It was originally supposed to come in June, and now we're seeing it in April.
Yeah, of course, that was my next question. Why is the administration doing this now? We have seen, a few violent incidents in the last several weeks that have left multiple people dead in cities around the country. That could be maybe politically why they are doing this, but also to your point, because, what are the courts going to be doing about this? Do you feel that it will be struck down possibly?
It's certainly possible. You're dealing with a real gray area of the law where the statutory definition of firearm is something the ATF is trying to change after several decades. I mean, it's been almost, I believe, 60 years. And the new definition is bound to face legal scrutiny, just like the old one did, which led to sort of this issue in the first place. And I think it's probably something that's not going to be fully solved or worked out for several years now. And it'll be interesting to see how federal judges come down on what the ATF is trying to do here.
Stephen, for our viewers, though, because they might think, and this is true, that ghost guns are already illegal, do you think, like the Biden administration says, that this will reduce the number of illegal guns on the streets? That is what the administration is touting.
Well, so the way we regulate firearms in the United States deals more with the people who are allowed to possess or build or carry them, rather than the firearms themselves, in most cases at the federal level. So you have people who are prohibited from owning guns or possessing guns at all, let alone building them. People like felons, people convicted of misdemeanor domestic violence offenses, people adjudicated mentally ill. So this doesn't change any of that. But the administration argues that these ghost gun kits, because they're not actually considered firearms and they're not regulated the way a Glock sold at a gun store is regulated, that was a type of loophole that allowed people who wouldn't otherwise be able to legally buy guns to get them. Of course, we all know that criminals are able to get guns in a variety of different ways, and it's an ongoing issue that everyone is aware of. And so it's unclear really how much of an impact it'll have. The ATF has claimed that the number of guns they're recovering without serial numbers has increased significantly over the last 5-6 years. So perhaps it'll have an impact, but even those numbers are still relatively small compared to just the normal number of serialized crime guns that exist out there.
Stephen, just lastly for you, let's move on to the other announcement that was made today at this press conference. We know now President Biden picking another person to lead the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Steve Dettelbach is his name. Now, you did a lot of reporting on why the last person to get the nomination withdrew, and it was scuttled. David Chipman is his name. Walk us through this saga, and why has ATF not had a Senate-confirmed leader, I believe, since 2006?
Yeah, they've had one Senate-confirmed permanent director since 2006, and that's when it became required for the Senate to approve that position. And so it's a very controversial nomination, just generally. President Trump tried to get a director through and failed even when Republicans had control of the Senate. And obviously, President Biden failed his first time around with David Chipman, even though Democrats have, again, control of the Senate. So it's not easy to get one through. And the thing with the new nominee, we don't know, obviously, everything about his background yet, but he was a former U.S. attorney in Ohio. Then he ran unsuccessfully to be the Attorney General of Ohio as a Democrat. He's, supported a number of gun control positions, including an Sullivan's ban and universal background checks,
much like
red
David
flag
Chipman.
laws. So he's got some of the similar policy positions as David Chipman did, except David Chipman worked directly for a gun control group, which was a big sticking point. And obviously, he had a number of accusations about his character and racial issues in his past that the Reload did some exclusive reporting on. But at the base level, you still have a lot of the same concerns that sunk David Chipman, which is that some of the moderate Democratic senators simply don't want a gun control advocate to be the head of the agency that regulates the gun industry.
And, how does that affect the agency's operations, though, if it doesn't have a Senate-confirmed head, especially for so long? There's, a leader in the interim basis or whoever Dettelbach's number 2 would be, of course. Does that have an effect on efficacy, on morale at ATF?
Yeah, so the ATF right now operates with an acting director. The current one is Marvin Richardson, who's been sort of a career guy. He's spent his career in the ATF. But it does have some effect long-term because a permanent director will serve for a longer period of time. Although obviously if another president came in, he could replace him. So, but in theory, they could serve for a longer period of time like an FBI director does, and could give more of a strategic sense to what the ATF is doing, sort of provide more of a coherent path forward for the agency, that instead of having a new director every year or two come in to run the place. And so that's something that actually even the firearms industry through the National Shooting Sports Foundation has said that they support. They want to see a confirmed director at some point, but obviously the big sticking point is who's going to be that director. And you see the gun control groups have been pushing for a more political director who's aligned with their views on the issue. And the industry and the gun rights groups have been pushing for more of a career person, like actually Marvin Richardson himself, to sort of take over that role. And that's where you get the political fight.
I see. Well, we'll be watching that political fight. We'll also be watching this new federal rule to see if there are any, court actions or litigation brought against it. And I think it's safe to say this is really the Biden administration's kind of way to maneuver around Congress in order to at least look like they're doing something on the growing issue of gun violence. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Congress is deadlocked on gun legislation at this point. You're not going to get anything through that body right now, especially not in an election year. So this is what is left for the president to do, try to push boundaries on the executive front. And that's exactly what he's doing. And honestly, he's been, the gun control groups have been successful in pressuring him to do even more than he had already been doing, or do it faster. And so they really have gotten a big political win here today.
All right, Stephen Gutowski of The Reload, we always appreciate your insight into these issues. We'll talk to you again.
All right, thank you to our very own Andrew Kraft and firearm expert Stephen Gutowski for weighing in on the most recent executive order announced by President Biden just yesterday, cracking down on ghost guns. And this is after we've seen an increasing amount of crime here in the United States, even specifically in cities like Philadelphia, like you are taking a live look at right now. However, I do want to stay live in Philadelphia because it was some major news that we brought to you just yesterday on LiveNOW from Fox. Philadelphia becoming the first major U.S. city to reinstate its indoor mask mandate as cases are on the rise once again. So we do want to bring in Penn Medicine's Dr. Mike Sirigliano, who joins us live from Philadelphia on a weekly basis to weigh more in on this news. Dr. Mike, good morning to you. Definitely something that we didn't expect. We were kind of at that light at the end of the tunnel. A lot of cities really getting rid of these mask mandates, and now Philly is bringing it back. What can you tell us?
Well, have you heard the expression, this is going to fly like a lead balloon? Have you heard of that?
I think so. No, actually, I have not. Elaborate.
Yeah, you have not. That's because you're young. All right, that's an old expression because I'm old. And the bottom line is, this is about as popular as poison ivy, okay? I mean, the bottom line is that no one really wants to do this. However, that being said, the metrics show a big jump in cases, and that is down the road going to lead to more hospitalizations and deaths, and that's why the mandates have been put in place. They're calling it a level 2 escalation, and level 2 means you wear masks indoors. Now, why is this happening? Well, throughout the Northeast especially, we're seeing a significant uptick in cases for a couple reasons. BA2 variant, which is very, very transmissible, right? Kind of like the son of Frankenstein. It's another variant of the Omicron variant. People have let their guards down. They're getting together, going to sporting events, all that. No masks. And in many cases, a lot of people have not been vaccinated still, and they've been very good about avoiding COVID, and so they're vulnerable. All of those things together have led to an increase in numbers, and that's why the city has taken it upon itself to do this.
Now, Dr. Mike, will COVID ever go away? I know that we have seen new variant after new variant, and now we're seeing these mask mandates be reinstated in a major city like Philadelphia. So that's the main question. Is COVID-19 ever going to go away, or is it something that we are just going to have to continue living with?
It's not going to go away. We have to live with it. And one of the things you're seeing in China, this zero tolerance policy, I think they're going to have a lot of lockdowns for the next couple of decades because COVID-19 is not going away. What we have to do is coexist with it. And how do you coexist with a virus like this? You get vaccinated, you take precautions, and sooner or later it's going to be relegated to a nuisance like the flu. And so if people are vaccinated or they've had the virus or a combination of both, you're going to end up having a bad cold. And that's what I'm seeing in my patient population. People who have been fully vaccinated, boosted, they all have a very bad cold, but they don't end up in the hospital and they're not dying. I'm seeing about 5 or 6 cases a day now, which is a dramatic uptick from not long ago.
And, Dr. Mike, you mentioned booster shots. And, as this pandemic has continued on, we got the vaccines, we got the first dose. Now we're learning of a second dose. In order to keep up with this virus, do you feel that we're just going to need to continue getting boosters or getting more doses as this goes on and becomes more of a, like you said, a sickness that we just have to live with?
Well, I think ideally, eventually, it's going to be a yearly thing where every fall you get your flu shot and you get a COVID-19 booster shot. I think that's where we're at. Right now, the state of the art is that these vaccines last 4 or 5 months or so, and then there's a decline. But that's not the whole story. There is also T-cell immunity. People who have had the virus are protected. Look, boosters are going to be here, and a lot of people may choose not to get them. I choose to get them.
Well, Dr. Mike, we really appreciate you coming on and bringing us the very latest, especially since you do join us from Philadelphia. So we hope that you have a great day. We know that you're talking to all of our owned and operated stations today, so we'll let you go, but we really appreciate it. You stay healthy out there.
Regina, you're the best. You rock. I've said this before. I love you. You're great. No, you rock.
We love you here, Dr. Mike. Have a great day. Thanks so much. All right, everybody, here is a look at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania once again. So to kind of elaborate on what Dr. Mike just said, we actually know that last week the Philadelphia Department of Health said that coronavirus cases increased by more than 50% in a 10-day span in the city that now averages 142 new cases per day. So we do have health commissioners out there saying that this looks like we may be at the start of a new COVID wave like Europe just saw. So hopefully it will not be the case, but it's definitely something to monitor. And like Dr. Mike just said, that is why they are bringing back the indoor mask mandate. We know that that is officially going to get underway on April 18th. So we'll continue to follow this story here on Live Now from Fox. We've also, in the last couple of days, talked about how COVID-19 has been impacting lawmakers and representatives, and even White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki out there in Washington, D.C. So let's get the very latest on how COVID-19 is continuing to impact our nation's capital.
The exclusive Washington dinner for Washington power brokers, devolving into a white tie super spreader for Washington power brokers. The cozy confab fueling a Capitol coronavirus crush.
I think the people who run functions, who run big dinners, who run functions like the White House Correspondents' Ball or thinking back the Gridiron Dinner are going to have to make a determination looking at the CDC guidelines.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi wasn't at the dinner but tested positive and is now negative. The Speaker thanked well-wishers for chocolates and chicken soup. Still before testing positive, Pelosi kissed President Biden on the cheek last week. COVID hamstringing Democrats as they try to present the optic that the pandemic is improving, but asking Congress for more COVID funding and selectively adhering to protocols, tweeting a picture of Vice President Harris not wearing a mask around President Biden, despite one of her top staffers testing positive.
And there were moments when she was not wearing a mask inside, including in a photo, but she was wearing it 99.9% of the time. I would note the president and the vice president have both tested negative in the last 24 hours.
The White House contends Pelosi's presidential peck on the cheek didn't count as close contact under the CDC's guidance of being around someone for 15 minutes in 24 hours.
Talked about 15 cumulative minutes as if this is radiation exposure. But if you're hugging someone, that certainly supersedes 15 minutes of being around someone within 6 feet.
The Capitol is now partially open, but the Supreme Court just announced it will limit courtroom access for oral arguments due to COVID. The White House Correspondents' Dinner is the next big shindig in Washington. It's April 30th, 4 times the size of the Gridiron Dinner. The dinner is on for now, but it now has a vaccine requirement. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Chad Pergram for that report. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Here is another look at the 3 main top stories that we are following today. Obviously, we are going to bring you some more news as well throughout the morning, but we do want to let you know we are monitoring a severe weather outbreak that is expected to impact about 18 states in this entire, I don't want to call it a circle, but basically this whole highlighted region, which is green, orange, and yellow. We are going to continue touching base with our Fox weather correspondents as a lot of these states are expecting severe storms, hail, damaging winds, and even the potential threat of some tornadoes. We also do have a look at the White House right now, as we do know that the Biden administration is expected to really just react and speak on the fact that we are going to get a consumer price index report here in less than an hour that is expected to show extraordinary elevated inflation. That is a direct quote from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki just yesterday. And then we are also monitoring the very latest on the Russian invasion into Ukraine, officially entering day 48. This is some of the video we've got coming in from the port city of Mariupol, where the mayor has said that Russian troops killed more than 10,000 civilians over the past 6 weeks. And that is just a ballpark number. They actually do think it could be as high as even 20,000. We also know that the U.S. is monitoring reports that Russia used chemical weapons in Mariupol. So when we come back from this quick break that I'm about to send you on, we're going to get the latest from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby. We've heard from him almost on a daily basis as the U.S. monitors the Russian invasion into Ukraine. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that.
Over VTC to speak with the Ukrainian troops that were still in the States completing their training right before they went back to Ukraine. He had a chance to thank them for their service to their country and to wish them the very best as they went back in defense of that country. And it was a good exchange. Speaking of exchanges, I think you saw this morning the Secretary had a chance to meet bilaterally with the Minister of Defense of India, Minister Singh, exchange of views, as you might expect, on a range of regional security priorities. Quite frankly, everything from what's going on in the Indian Ocean to East and Southeast Asia all the way to Europe. It was a good discussion and a good precursor to the 2+2 ministerial that the Secretary will be attending this afternoon over at the State Department with Secretary Blinken. There'll be a press conference at the end of that, so I'm sure each of the ministers will have a chance to talk to the press about about that discussion and progress what we're making in deepening our bilateral relationship with India, and here at the Pentagon, focusing on this defense partnership with India. Finally, in some personnel news, we're excited to welcome Miss Rebecca Hersman. I think she's a familiar name to many of you. She's coming in as the director of the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, otherwise known as DTRA, D-T-R-A. As you know, she has previously served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for countering weapons of mass destruction. And of course, we owe our thanks to Dr. Williams, who has been the acting director of DTRA now for the past 15 months. And we're certainly glad to welcome Ms. Hersman back to the Pentagon. I also have a personnel announcement here in public affairs. Today we welcome Ms. Sabrina Singh, who came over to us from her duties at the White House. She'll be taking over a new position here in OSD Public Affairs called Integrated Campaigns. She's going to basically be helping us do a better job of stitching together all the different vehicles that we have available to us and communicating and making sure we're doing that more effectively and more efficiently. And we're really, really glad to get her here. We've been working for weeks to bring her on board, and we're really excited to have her here. So with that, Bob.
Thank you. John, on Ukraine, can you describe the extent to which you are seeing the Russians shifting their forces from the north to the east, and also to what extent are you seeing any evidence that they are more aggressively going after Ukrainian air defenses in recent days?
Yeah, so again, with the caveat that we don't have perfect visibility into everything that the Russians are doing, we have seen some early indications that they continue to flow the forces that they had in the north of Ukraine around Kyiv, particularly in Chernihiv, moving them north into Belarus, and we're starting to see early indications of movement eastward now back into Russia. We still believe that the goal here for them, so they have none of those battalion tactical groups that were arrayed in the north are now in Ukraine. Our assessment is that they've all left, and they're beginning this effort to move them further to the east. We think that they're going to use places like Belgorod and Velyuki, which is to the north of the border with Ukraine, as refit stations, as way stations for them to resupply. We have seen some early indications, Bob, that they are in fact, the Russians are in fact trying to resupply and reinforce their efforts in the Donbass. I think you guys have all seen imagery, I've seen it in some of your outlets, of yet another convoy of vehicles that are heading south towards that town of Izium. We believe that these are the early stages of a reinforcement effort by the Russians in the Donbass. It's not clear to us how many vehicles are in this convoy, what exactly they're bringing. It does seem to be a mix of personnel carrying vehicles as well as armored vehicles and maybe some artillery, maybe some enabling capabilities. Not exactly clear, but this does seem to be an early effort by them to reinforce their efforts in the Donbass.
On the air defense side of things?
Well, I mean, again, without getting into Russian targeting, because we don't have perfect visibility on that, we have seen the Russians hit airfields in the last couple of weeks, including one near Dnipro just over the last day or so. What exactly they're targeting at those fields is not perfectly clear to us. But we, I would just say this about Ukrainian air defense. They still have a lot of their air defense capability available to them. They, as you know, have been asking for more, and so we are working with allies and partners to help get long-range air defense systems into Ukraine, and we're Secretary's working this personally, quite frankly, working with allies and partners to see what they can do. We want to try to get them long-range air defense systems that we know they know how to use and can put into employment fairly quickly. The Ukrainians, again, without getting into their order of battle, they clearly value their short and long-range air defense for good reason, and they're doing a very effective job of using it and marshaling those resources and doing the best they can to protect them, obviously. Idris?
Two quick questions. Earlier today, President Zelensky talked about what he said was the death toll in Mariupol. He said tens of thousands. I know you don't go into numbers, but does that scale sound plausible?
It could be, Idris. We don't know. And I don't think anybody's really going to know until Ukrainian authorities are able to get in there and look and see. It's still being fought over. So it's still contested. It's still contested territory. But if you just look at the imagery and you see how much the Russians have pounded Mariupol from the air, it's inconceivable to imagine that there aren't going to be civilian casualties and that it could be a significant number. But I think we just need to not be jumping to conclusions here while the city is still being fought over.
And secondly, Jake Sullivan over the weekend talked about the new Russian general to sort of lead the war effort. Is that in any way a sign that President Putin has accepted that it's not going well and he sort of needs to readjust in some way, shape, or form?
I don't think Mr. Putin needs many signs that it hasn't been going well for him in Ukraine. I mean, here we are, day 46, and again, you know, he failed to achieve so many of his geographic and strategic objectives inside Ukraine. So they're repositioning, they're refocusing on the Donbass. I'll let them speak to their personnel announcements, but it wouldn't surprise anybody that they're trying to organize themselves better for a now more geographically confined and more specific set of target objectives now in the Donbass specifically and in the south. What I would just hasten to offer is that the Ukrainians have been for 8 years and still are fighting over that. That's still part of Ukraine. And they show no signs of being willing to give that territory up, nor should they. So we'll have to see, you know, how this plays out. But whatever the Russian plans are, whatever their goals for this new commander are, they're still going to have to reckon with a very stiff, very effective, very capable, and quite frankly, I've used this word before, but very nimble Ukrainian defense. Let me go to the phones just a little bit, and we'll just keep working around. Barbara, I think you're online today.
Yeah, hi. I do want to follow up on the general, if I may. He's obviously is someone known to the U.S. military from his operations in Syria and in the destruction of Aleppo. What can you tell people, if anything at all, about his track record in having a disregard for civilian casualties? And then I wanted to follow up on the next round of security assistance, if I may.
Look, I'm not going to detail his biographic details or his or pretend to think that we know perfectly how this particular general intends to lead. I would say this: he and other senior Russian leaders have shown in the past, and you mentioned Syria as one example, have shown clearly in the past their disregard for avoiding civilian harm, their utter disregard in many ways for the laws of war, laws of armed conflict, and the brutality with which they conduct and prosecute their operations. There's a track record here before Ukraine of Russian brutality, and you've seen it on display every single day of the last 46 days, the brutality that the Russians are capable of. We're seeing it today. As you and I are talking here, you can see it today. So I think, sadly, we can all expect that those same brutal tactics, that same disregard for civilian life and civilian infrastructure will probably continue as they now focus in a more geographically confined area in the Donbass. You heard the chairman talk about this at testimony last week, that it was his assessment, and we believe he's right, that this could augur in for a more protracted and a very bloody next phase here of this conflict. And I don't know, and wouldn't pretend to say that we know for certain that this new general is going to be the author of some new additional and more bloody tactics, but we can certainly say by what we've seen in the past that we're probably turning another page in the same book of Russian brutality. And again, I'll say it. I know you get tired of me saying it, but I'll say it again. This war could end today. Mr. Putin could do the right thing now. He could sit down in good faith with President Zelensky immediately, and this war could end. He had diplomatic options on the table. He chose to ignore them, and here we are, day 46. He has not achieved the strategic objectives that he wanted to achieve. This is the perfect opportunity for him to negotiate in good faith with President Zelensky and end the war. Courtney.
Security assistance, if I may. As you shift into the south and the east, as Ukraine shifts into the south and the east in newer heavy rounded combat, and you look at security assistance, what's your best thought, the U.S.'s best thoughts about how to get artillery, armor, long-range air defense, all the things that you've said they need for that arena to them when they do not have U.S. versions in their current inventory and they need things quickly that they can take advantage of and use? Can you help people understand the next round of security assistance?
Well, we are working very, very hard every single day to continue to get security assistance to the Ukrainians. I mean, 8 to 10 flights a day are coming into the region, not just from the United States, but from other nations as well. That stuff isn't sitting around, Barbara. It gets to these transshipment sites. They're put onto trucks and they're moved into Ukraine very, very quickly. In some cases, stuff coming from the United States takes no more than 4 to 6 days from the time the president authorizes drawdown authority to it gets into the hands of the Ukrainians. That's an incredible rate of speed. And we aren't slowing down. Regardless of the Russian refocus on the Donbass, we're not slowing down. That stuff continues to move. It's going to continue to move. We've said as much as we can, as fast as we can, and we made it. The reprioritization of the Russians on the east hasn't had an effect on our ability to help coordinate the delivery of massive amounts of security assistance from the United States and other nations into Ukraine. That flow still continues. Courtney.
Sorry, my question's been answered. If you hear me, my question's answered. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Court. Go ahead, Sylvie.
You said that the fighting is continuing in Mariupol, but the pro-Russian troops in this region just said this morning that they took the port, and the Ukrainian army said that are still in Mariupol said that they don't have any more ammunitions. So is it your assessment that Mariupol is falling?
I told you how our assessment as of this morning was that the city was still being fought over. I don't have more up-to-date information than that. And nothing of what you just read out to me necessarily disputes our assessment this morning that it's still being fought over. Yeah.
I'm wondering about what we've seen, like in Bucha, with the possibility that Russians have executed captives. I'm wondering if there's some concern that this could change international norms or put U.S. troops in some danger in the future, that some other nation may see Russia acting in this way, and that if U.S. troops are taken captive, that they may be treated in the same way. Is there any concern that Russia's actions could endanger U.S. troops in that way or change the international...
Look, I would just say that our expectations are that prisoners of war are going to be treated in accordance with the Geneva Conventions and the rule of law, period. That's the way it needs to be. And we've been very open about that.
Has there been any developments in, has DoD been helping in any specific way now with the effort to kind of collect the data and look at what the Russians have actually done and maybe charge Russians in the future?
I would just say in general, because we're not going to talk about everything specifically that we're doing as part of the interagency effort here in the United States government, but in general, we'll pitch in and do our part to try to help with the collection of evidence of war crimes being conducted for use in investigative procedures going forward. I mean, we're focused on doing what we can to help document that. It's also fairly transparent for the world to see. The brutality and the war crimes that Russian forces are conducting.
Can you say at all like what the DoD has done in any example or anything like satellite imagery or anything like that?
No, I'm not going to get into that. I mean, but we are helping collect the evidence and document things. Some of that will be through open source imagery as well, but I won't go into more detail than that. Yeah.
Today, China's foreign ministry confirmed that it had sent a large supply of military supplies into Serbia over the weekend. They didn't detail exactly what were in the shipments, but that there was multiple shipments, and that they also claimed China is claiming that it had nothing to do with the current situation on the ground in Ukraine. Is that also the U.S. assessment? Is there any fear of what China might be doing here?
We can't confirm those reports. I've seen the press reports, but we're not in a position to confirm the idea that China might be sending systems into Serbia. So it'd be difficult, since I can't confirm it, for me to speculate as to what the purpose might be.
They confirmed it. The Chinese admitted that they were the ones that sent it. I'm just curious, though, is there any concern with them sending weapons into Serbia?
Look, I mean, we would certainly not want to see anything flow in that could be an advantage to the Russians. Okay. Mike.
Yeah, is there still confidence, we'll go back to the India thing, is there still confidence that India can remain a defense partner in the Indo-Pacific region when their actions in regard to Russia and the invasion of Ukraine are so at odds with much of the rest of the world?
Look, I think I said it right at the top, and you'll hear it later this afternoon. We have a strong defense partnership with India, and we are going to continue to look for ways to deepen that defense partnership. India is an important partner in the region, in the Indo-Pacific region, and we're going to continue to look for ways to improve that partnership. India should be able to speak for their own national policies with respect to what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. We've been very honest about where we are on this, the actions we're taking and the things that we're doing. But the other things that we're doing are looking for ways to make sure we deepen that partnership with India. David.
How would a Chinese military shipment to Serbia help the Russians?
I'm not saying that it would, David. I'm not confirming it. I'm just saying that if that's the intent, if it's some sort of potential option of getting assistance to Russia, obviously, we would not consider that helpful. But I'm not confirming that it happened, and I'm not, as I said before, I'm not confirming what their intent is.
Have you seen any evidence that China has provided any support, any military support for Russia and Ukraine?
No. Let's see, Jeff Schogel.
Thank you. The Defense Department says it has shipped hundreds of Switchblade drones to Ukraine. Is it possible to get a rough number, 200, 300?
Leave it at hundreds, Jeff.
How many hundreds?
It says hundreds have been committed. That doesn't necessarily mean hundreds have been shipped. We know that 100 have been shipped, and they are in the region. Heather from USNI.
Thank you so much. So I know that you said that the senior defense official earlier said there was no maritime updates, but I was wondering if you have any information about the dozens of naval ships in the Black Sea and if there's any anti-mining activities going on near Odessa.
I don't know of any anti-mining activities near Odessa. We know that that there have been mines in the waters off Odessa. But I'm not sure of any anti-mining efforts. I think you're probably talking about Russian mine sweeping, and I can't read out Russian naval activity with any great level of specificity. They still have roughly a couple of dozen or so ships in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. We think a large part of their focus is replenishment and resupply. Again, that follows suit to what we've been talking about coming out of the north. This yet another convoy. but we also think that from the south, they want to use some of their naval vessels to help resupply and restock their forces in the south, to the south of the Donbass. Yes.
Sorry if I missed this. Is there any attribution on the strike in Syria the other day?
No, not yet.
Is that something that you expect to have at some point?
I think at some point we'll probably be able to get into more detail on that, Gordon, but we're still working with our Iraqi partners on that. No specific attribution. I mean, these things are of a piece, though, of the kinds of activities we've seen out of militia groups in the past, militia groups that are backed by Iran, but I don't want to get ahead of where the investigation is. Mike.
Can you confirm the journalist report that the USAR commander is going to be the next SAC here in NATO?
I have no personnel announcements to speak to or decisions to speak to today. Okay, thanks everybody.
I just want to first start off with this stunning statistic that we got today from the mayor of Mariupol, saying that since the Russian siege began, 10,000 civilians have died. Of course, just a couple of days ago, the mayor said 5,000 civilians have died. A stunning figure. Nonetheless, now that's doubled in the course of several days. And the siege in Mariupol continues. What's the latest with it?
Well, they've literally cut the city in half. They got to the city center. They've kind of shot down to the coast. They've isolated those pockets of resistance. There's some very brave Ukrainian forces there, particularly a number of Ukrainian Marines that are holding out, but they're running out of ammo. And in fact, the commander of the Marines said either, our fate is two ways. We're either going to be captured or we're going to be killed. And in pretty dramatic terms, I am not shocked. President Zelensky was making language that there might be tens of thousands of casualties. You have to remember there was over 100,000 civilians trapped in Mariupol for weeks. They've had no water, no food, no way to get out. Every time they open a humanitarian corridor, it seems like every other attempt, the Russians shut it down or do something. It's just been a horrific situation there. So I'm not surprised. Also, the Russians couldn't clear the city. This goes back to what we talked about with lacking the infantry to go in there and actually clear the buildings, clear those blocks. So as you see, they went back to Russian doctrine, which is just destroy the entire city. And they use overwhelming firepower, artillery, rockets, and that sort of thing just lends itself to a lot of civilian casualties.
Yeah, and of course, we're just taking a look at some of the devastation in so many of these Ukrainian cities. Now, let's talk about something that is not yet verified, but it's percolating right now on social media, Hal, and that, of course, this tweet from Anton Gerashenko. He is the advisor to the Minister of Internal Affairs in Ukraine. He says, attention, all caps, chemical weapons are used against Ukrainian defenders in Mariupol. Russia openly crosses all boundaries of humanity and openly declares it while Ukraine is still asking for heavy weapons. Now, we need to be very, very careful and cautious about this. But what have you seen? Any evidence that would kind of lead us to verify this, to believe that chemical weapons were in fact used in parts of Mariupol?
Andrew, what I'm seeing is multiple tweets, reports from various sources, which basically say that there was a chemical attack. The symptoms that people are experiencing on the ground, particularly the choking, the method of delivery was a drone. It's not clear if the drone dropped it and then went back somewhere, or if the drone was actually some sort of kamikaze delivery device. I've seen a couple different reports could be interpreted two different ways on that. But it was drone delivered, which means aerial delivered, from what I gather, and that basically delivered this chemical weapon. Those who were experiencing it were choking, experiencing symptoms similar to what you would see with a number of different types of chemical weapons, but more likely than not, it would be very consistent. When I was looking at this, thinking about which one. Sarin gas, and the Russians were involved with in Syria, where they were using sarin gas. It's possible And I'm not saying it is, and there's certainly not enough information to say one way or other, A, if it happened, or B, what it is. But everything coming out of it so far appears very consistent with that. And if they use sarin gas, not only is it very lethal, it'll kill those on the ground, but it's persistent enough. The agent there would deny people from coming into the area that was contaminated for weeks. Not a lot of weeks, but a few weeks that if they want to go in there, clear the city, and then move that force off to another area, that would be a weapon that they might consider doing that. Of course, it tells you right off that Putin and his entire chain of command doesn't see weapons of mass destruction like chemical weapons as a big threshold, because obviously they've crossed that threshold if they did use chemical weapons here.
And Hal, of course, we remember what President Biden said on his European trip a few weeks back, that the United States and allies would have to respond in kind. That was vague to the use of potential chemical or biological weapons. This is a red line for many Western leaders, and we'll see what comes of it. Going further to talk more about what's happening on the ground, there's a potential new convoy that is kind of formulating itself. Russia sending an 8-mile-long military convoy toward Ukraine's contested city of Izium. It's south of Kharkiv. What do we know about this, and when do we expect it to be in place? And what is the strategic goal here?
Well, what we know is what's been seen mostly through drone footage and some satellite imagery, which is there's this very long convoy. From what I can tell, it's a mix of vehicles. There's trucks. They're obviously carrying supplies of some sort. There's also armored vehicles in the mix, and I think there were some tanks that have been mentioned at one point as being in there. It's basically a large, very large unit. The reason it's so long is because the roads is somewhat limiting in terms of how they're getting there. It looks like they're mostly sticking to the hardball road or a couple of hardball roads, which means paved roads. And so that's why it's all strung out. Of course, the other reason it's all strung out is they want to get tactical distance between the vehicles. They have learned a lot of lessons, and one of those is don't bunch up the vehicles because you might come under attack, in which case you want to have space to maneuver to get off the roads. And so that would also make a reason why it looks that long. It's not quite clear how big this force will be. I've seen a couple of different estimates out there. Obviously, pretty good size, but there's so much logistics stuff obviously rolled into that it's tough to give it a particular designation because it looks reinforced with all logistics going in. I don't know when it's going to be in place. Shouldn't take too long, depending on where it's going. Of course, the other question is, how will the Ukrainians attack it? One thing is, we're seeing this, all right? We see this. You see how they're spread out. They got tactical distance between a lot of the vehicles. We see this, and the Ukrainians are getting intelligence from the United States and NATO. So if we're seeing this now and reporting on it, they have had this for some time. I am presuming that the Ukrainians are attacking it or have come up with plans to attack it. But the other side is, that's not a completely permissive area. You know, when they do a big movement like this, they have anti-air defenses there. They may have some air combat air patrols over that to stop airstrikes on it, or even to intercept drones or something like that. So there's a lot of anti-air capability that they would normally associate in and around a convoy movement like that. So it's not like a wide open thing where you can just go in and hit it. We've gotten kind of used to that, particularly with Afghanistan and Iraq. We got used to, if you saw the bad guys, we could call in air and hit the bad guys. This is not that type of environment. They have a much less permissive air environment. And it's even rather non-permissive towards employment of certain types, or like the Turkish drones. They can go in and fly them in, but they're not necessarily going to get them out if they get targeted. So they're not once they're targeted, they're not necessarily the most survivable platform out there. So there's a lot of challenges in being able to take out a convoy like that.
It'll be interesting to watch. Also, we learned, and we had spoken about this on Friday, but it's been confirmed now, Putin is appointing a new commander to oversee operations in the war in Ukraine. His name, General Alexander Vornikov. He's 60 years old. He's one of Russia's most experienced military officers. but he had a record of brutality when it came to Russian operations in Syria, especially related to civilians in Syria. I believe one of his kind of infamous monikers is the Butcher of Syria. What do we know about him, and will this change the posture on the ground?
Well, he's a brute. Even before Syria, and the Syria stuff was just humanitarian atrocities, one after another, and using of chemical weapons like what we're seeing the reports of Mariupol. But the other thing is, going back even further, when he was in Chechnya, he was known as a brute back then. Humanitarian, or basically killing civilians. We're going to see more of the same, is the general assessment that we're going to see with that. However, with that said, this does put a singular commander in charge. Now, the interesting thing about Vornikov is he was one of 3 top generals that were involved over there anyway, and the area of the main effort is where he was already the top general. So if another general had been selected to be in command of Ukraine, of the Russian forces there, it's almost implicit that they would have had to relieve Vornikov for cause, simply because he was the most logical choice. So it's not something that catches anyone by surprise, because if they were going to pick a singular commander, it probably would have been him. And it turns out it was him. And then the other side is, if you look at the killing of civilians, the alleged war crimes, everything else going on, yeah, he's a logical choice in that regard too, because obviously things like the Geneva Convention and other international treaties, and certainly the law of war, don't seem to bother him too much when he makes his plans.
Yeah, of course, U.S. officials, they don't see one man making a difference in Moscow's prospects here with this appointment. But you're right, this has now become centralized. We'll see if it makes any difference. However, we are going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about international efforts to outreach to Putin to bring this war to an end. We're also talking about more and more responses from the West, so we'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Hal, stick with us.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, joining you live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. Time here is 8:22. I'll be with you for the next few hours, of course, bringing you all of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now. So we do want to take you to several live feeds that we are monitoring this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Some top stories that we are tracking right now. Severe weather is currently impacting several states. You can see our XRAD weather radar right there on the screen. Again, you can see the yellow, the green, the orange, indicating which states are at risk for this multi-day severe weather outbreak that is, again, threatening parts of the South and all the way up through the Midwest. We will be checking in with our Fox weather team coming up in about an hour or so in Des Moines, Iowa, where they are expecting that severe weather. We also know, updating you on the Russia-Ukraine war, that the mayor of Mariupol says that more than 10,000 civilians have been killed. However, the mayor does believe that death toll count is actually higher, but they are waiting to figure that out. So again, that is the latest news coming in from Russia and Ukraine. Also happening today, President Biden will be visiting Iowa, where he is expected to announce another strategy to try and lower gas prices, which if you drive, you know that they have been pretty high over the past few months. We also have a live shot of the White House, of course, in Washington, D.C., where we are expecting to learn more about the Consumer Price Index report that is going to be coming out at any moment. So again, we will, of course, bring that to you as soon as we get it. We do know economists are predicting that the report will show inflation has hit another high. So we will just have to wait and see as soon as we get that report. And we do want to bring in consumer strategist Lisa Miller. She is our expert today, who is going to bring us up to speed on everything we need to know about inflation and also about tax season as well. So again, we do want to bring in Lisa Miller right now. Lisa, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. That Consumer Price Index report is expected to come out at any moment right now. I do want to ask you, what should people be buying before prices rise even higher, and what should they hold off knowing that this trend is going to continue?
Well, good morning. And you are absolutely right. The price I expect that number to be very high today. And as you mentioned, another high. We keep hearing 40-year high, 40-year high. But when it comes to the consumer, they're going to have to make choices and trade-offs about where they want to spend their money today, given these high prices. So what's interesting in the data that we have, we have some practical things and some splurge. So what consumers want to spend their money on now is apparel and shoes. That's what they want to do. It's a little bit of a splurge. Springtime, summer, vacations. So I'd expect to see people buying more of that. But what they're also going to be spending more money on is car repairs. With people having to go back to work and maybe the cars haven't been driven, those are the two things that consumers are telling us that they actually want to spend more money on.
And we also know it is, of course, tax season, April 15th. So coming up in just 3 days or so is that deadline. There are some people who will not be getting tax returns, specifically a lot of families. Can you explain a little bit more about that and why that's happening?
Sure. So basically, 35 million households with families will either be getting less of the tax refund or no tax refund this year because they got it last year. And I think that is going to really make a big impact on spending for Q2 because people will just have less money in their pockets. And one of the things that we're seeing is, given the pandemic and some of the uncertainty, people have a good opportunity to save money. Almost half of Americans are saying that they are going to try to save a little bit, as well as paying off debt. But some of the other things that they're going to have to do, because those prices are so high, a lot of people are having to put their dream homes on hold. Maybe they wanted to buy another car. So those things as well, just because people are going to have less money in their pockets, those things are going to be impacted in the short term as well.
And you know, Lisa, a lot of people who do get their tax returns do love to go on shopping sprees. Of course, hit the malls and do some online shopping. Would you suggest avoiding that? I mean, I know a lot of people spend it, but you know, we've talked to some other people who say you should really just save it. So your thoughts on that and what the best way is to use it?
Well, so definitely. So I think what we've all learned during the pandemic is it's good to have that kind of nest egg, that safety net available to you. And so I would imagine that a large number of people, in fact, it was about 46% of Americans say, you know what, I'm just going to sock that away for a rainy day because of that uncertainty. The other thing that is interesting is Gen Z, as well as women, are going to be the ones that actually tend to put that nest egg away and try to save it for that when they might need it.
All right, Lisa, we do want to ask anything else specific to this consumer price index that we should know or that viewers should prepare for. Again, we do know that that is expected to come out at any moment, and economists are saying that this is going to top the high that we saw in February. So any final thoughts on that?
Right. I think the other thing is, you know, we all know that we should not be racking up more and more credit card debt. And so I think it's going to be important for consumers, you know, to spend within their means. So some consumers, not only will they put it in savings, but, you know, about 37% say they actually are going to use it to pay down debt. And so I think that's going to be important. So if you want to splurge, you know, splurge within your means, because we all know we need a little joy right now, given everything that's happened the past couple of years, but we want to do it in a smart way.
All right, Lisa Miller, thank you so much for joining us, of course, here on Live Now from Fox. Always great to have you on, and of course, for that important insight, again, about that consumer price index that we are expecting any moment, and of course, some good information and advice about those tax refunds that hopefully a lot of people will be getting. So again, Lisa, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too. We'll, of course, be touching base hopefully later this week as we learn more about that report. So again, that was Lisa Miller, a consumer strategist, of course, giving us the latest information on everything that we need to know, again, when it comes to tax returns. And of course, as we mentioned, that consumer price index report that we will be getting any moment, like we mentioned. We do want to take you out to this live look of the White House right now, where the White House, of course, again, is awaiting this report, as well as all of you are too, knowing that inflation, of course, gas prices, the cost of groceries, and really everything just continues to increase really over these past few months here on Live Now from Fox. We do, of course, want to again bring you up to speed on several top stories that we are following today. So we want to give you this sidebar panel of what we are tracking right now. Again, one of those top stories, of course, the consumer price index, going to be revealed today, as we have been mentioning all morning long here on Live Now from Fox. That severe weather outbreak impacting up to 18 states. So you can see that XRAD weather radar on your screen. We do know that that round of severe weather is expected today over the next few days. Again, at least 18 states could feel the impact. We know that a multi-day severe thunderstorm outbreak is expected for parts of Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, Illinois, Tennessee, Kentucky, and eventually stretching all the way up to Iowa. So our partners at Fox Weather say hail could be the size of a baseball, and we could also see some tornadoes spin up. So definitely something that we do want to keep an eye on, and we will be getting a live report in about 30 minutes from our Nicole Valdez, who is in Des Moines, Iowa, where they are expected to get some of that severe weather. Also, President Joe Biden will be in Iowa today, expected to unveil his new plan to try and ease the pain at the pump. We do know President Biden is expected to announce that he will be lowering gas prices by allowing the use of E15 gasoline. Now, because of air pollution concerns under the Clean Air Act, that type of gas is typically banned during the summer months. The Environmental Protection Agency, though, is expected to issue a national emergency waiver so that can happen. Again, so we will be hearing from President Joe Biden later on today. Also, the latest update on the Russia-Ukraine news, of course, the ongoing war in Ukraine entering day 48. What we know is that the mayor of Mariupol says that more than 10,000 civilians have been killed since this war started more than 6 weeks ago. So just some devastating news coming out of Ukraine. Mariupol, of course, one of the hardest hit areas in Ukraine as this war continues. We do want to bring you out to some video of that right now. So again, one more time, the mayor of Mariupol says that Russian troops have killed more than 10,000 civilians just over the past 6 weeks in their unsuccessful fight to capture the strategic southern port. We do want to get this graphic up for you right there on the screen. Now, the southeastern port city has seen some of the heaviest attacks and civilian suffering in the 6-week-old war, but the land, sea, and air assaults by Russian forces fighting to capture it have increasingly limited information on circumstances inside the city. Now, speaking by phone yesterday to the Associated Press, the mayor accused Russian forces of having blocked weeks of attempted humanitarian convoys into the city, in part to conceal the carnage and just suffering and devastation that we just told you about. The mayor said that the death toll again is about 10,000, but it could surpass 20,000 in the weeks to come. Also, there are reports of chemical weapons being used on Ukrainians as Russia's invasion enters day 48. Ukrainian National Guard members in the Azov battalion claim that Russia used a, quote, poisonous substance of unknown origin on military and civilians in the city of Mariupol. Now, despite these reports, neither the UN or the Pentagon can confirm their authenticity, but they do continue, of course, monitoring that situation. And as Ukraine continues to defend the city, U.S. officials say Russia is actually resupplying their forces in the Donbas region with a variety of infantry and vehicle units heading in that direction. So as we've been telling you, those Russian troops have moved out north of Kyiv and regrouped in the Donbas region, which we again have been telling you here on Live Now from Fox. And with those Russian forces failing to capture the key capital city of Kyiv, they appear to be regrouping with that renewed push in the eastern Donbas region. And this comes as Russian President Vladimir Putin just appointed a new general to lead the war. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul has more from Lviv.
A push to control the skies as Russian forces claim to have blown up several key Ukrainian air defense systems. While Ukraine denies it, Moscow says it hit multiple S-300 launchers stationed in Dnipro. If true, it would be a critical blow to Ukraine's current control of the central part of the country as Russia readies itself for increased fighting in the Donbas.
They're still going to have to reckon with a very stiff, very effective, very capable, and quite frankly, I've used this word before, but very nimble Ukrainian defense.
As a new Russian commander, General Alexander Dvornikov takes control, satellite images appear to show a convoy of Russian military vehicles that stretches 8 miles long heading east. As DoD officials say, more than 60 battalion tactical groups are currently in Ukraine. Moscow's shift in attention is already being felt by innocent civilians.
We thought the worst thing is an air bomb, but in fact the most terrifying thing is a tank.
Russian troops are maintaining their firm grip on the southern coastal city of Mariupol, where shelling and bombardments continue to trap people from the outside world. The mayor there saying 10,000 civilians have died, but that number could be as high as 20,000. Further north in the Donetsk region, the death toll of the missile strikes at a train station in Kramatorsk rose to 57. The DoD believes in total, Russia has launched more than 1,500 missiles. But in the Kyiv region, exclusive video shot by Save Our Allies shows people in Bucha continue to uncover the devastation left over by Russian forces.
Everything was burning. There was a lot of dead bodies.
Similar horrific scenes and stories are being unearthed in Irpin. Ukrainian officials say proof of war crimes is mounting. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky went as far as telling 60 Minutes that they recovered lists from Russian pilots showing civilian targets. But when asked about a pathway to peace by giving up portions of his country, Zelensky held firm.
Overall, we're not ready to give away our country. I think we've already given up a lot of lives.
So we need to stand firm for as long as we can.
With several humanitarian corridors now open, more than 4,000 people evacuated today from some of the hardest hit areas. But for the third day in a row, Ukrainian officials claim Russian forces prevented many others from escaping. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Jeff, thank you so much for that report. We do want to take you out to a live feed that we do have coming into our LiveNOW desk right now. This is Russian President Vladimir Putin and his Belarusian counterpart Alexander Lukashenko. They are currently holding a joint news conference after visiting Russia's Far East today. We do know Putin and Lukashenko, again, are meeting there right now. Unfortunately, this feed is not in English, but we did want to bring you this, of course, since we are covering the ongoing Russian war in Ukraine. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin told state television in Russian that the sanctions were total, that isolation was complete, but the Soviet Union was still first in space. So again, those are some sort of off-the-wall comments from Russian President Vladimir Putin. He also went on to say that, quote, "We don't tend to be isolated. It is impossible to severely isolate anyone in the modern world, especially in such a vast country as Russia." And finally, he said, quote, "Its goals are absolutely clear and noble. It's clear that we didn't have a choice," adding that in his view, invading Ukraine was, quote, "the right decision." So again, that is the latest coming in from Russian President Vladimir Putin, speaking to state media, delivering those comments today. So again, this feed unfortunately is in Russia with no translation, but if we do get one, we of course will bring that to you here on LiveNOW from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to get back to some video coming out of Ukraine showing the devastation and the situation, of course, in Ukraine. So this is video coming into our desk right now, where we do know that these are prefabricated container towns. That is what they are being called, and they of course are for displaced residents. We do want to get this graphic up there for you on the screen. This is coming in from Lviv, which is western Ukraine, where a lot of people have fled to, and these container towns are for people in order to cope with the massive influx of people fleeing war in the south and eastern parts of the country. This video, captured by Current Time, shows the prefabricated housing units, which is considered the largest in this country. And in this video, the Lviv's mayor, you see right there on your screen, said that he estimated roughly 50,000 civilians would be staying in Lviv long term, and that the construction of the necessary housing would be expensive, but hoped to work with European institutions for funding. The architect said that the basic prefab unit was fitted with beds and tables and able to comfortably house up to 4 people. So thankfully, some good news coming out of Ukraine. People trying to flee, of course, going to Lviv as well. We also want to show you some devastating video as well, showing the reality that Ukrainians are dealing with right now. Bodies are being exhumed at a mass grave in Ukraine. Forensic experts visited the grounds of a church in the city of Bucha. Specially designated prosecutors are looking at the wounds of exhumed bodies in an effort to figure out exactly how they may have died. Now, some relatives of the dead are heeding warnings, heading to the scene as well to try and get information on their deceased loved ones' deaths. Ukraine says that the victims were mostly civilians killed during the city's Russian occupation. And scores of civilians, as we mentioned, have died from shellings and airstrikes across Ukrainian cities as Russian forces keep attacking, leaving many kids orphaned and targeted by human traffickers hoping to take advantage of this awful tragedy. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams is in Poland with what some organizations are doing to try and keep those kids safe.
Have turned innocent civilians into targets during this attack on Ukraine, killing men, women, and children who are just trying to escape from that war zone. This has left thousands of Ukrainian kids as orphans, having no family to turn to as their parents are gone and they're stuck in the middle of this war zone. Take a look on your screen. This is video of those kids trying to get out of their war-torn area that used to be safe, where they all grew up. Ukrainian orphans waiting to board those trains to evacuate from their country. Many lost their moms and their dads during this invasion. Some were killed by Russian troops. Others died after they were left without food, water, or medical care for so many weeks. These kids were left on their own in that war zone, so American organizations are stepping in. Now, human trafficking has been a major concern for these groups because they thought it was okay to bring them here to Poland, and then started to realize that some of the people who were picking these kids up were not there to help. They were there for trafficking. So now they're trying to keep those kids in parts of Western Ukraine.
And that's the atrocity that happens a lot in disaster zones, again, man-made or natural. And so it's really important to make sure the process of moving them doesn't make these kids end up in a double disaster, or they just lost everything. They've been living in terror, they've experienced trauma, and now they're trafficked. Like, we can't have that happening.
As those attacks continue, the number of refugees fleeing from Ukraine keeps on climbing. UNICEF says a Ukrainian child has become a refugee almost every single second since the start of the war. Now, this refugee crisis is unprecedented in terms of speed and scale since the Second World War. Here in Poland, they've really stepped up, but they're running out of space. In Rzeszów, Poland, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News. Russian troops.
Alexis, thank you for that report. We do want to take you out to this live shot of the White House right now, where we have just received the Consumer Price Index report. This just came down moments ago. We have learned that inflation has surged 8.5% in March, hitting a new 40-year high. Now, economists expected consumer prices to rise like this. It is the fastest since January of 1982. So this is huge. Again, that inflation now surging to 8.5% in March alone, reaching a new 4-decade high as this Russian war in Ukraine has fueled prices and prices of oil and gas again. So this is the latest information coming into our desk from the Labor Department, just releasing this report early this morning, so just a few moments ago. Now, the CPI, it measures a bevy of goods ranging from gasoline and healthcare to groceries and rents, jumped 1.2% in the 1-month period from January. As we said, economists expected the index to show that prices surged 8.4% from the previous year and 1.2% on a monthly basis. So this is the latest news, again, coming from the Labor Department. We, of course, will have more on this later on in the show. In the meantime, it is 8:45 in the morning here on the East Coast. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in 2 minutes with more top stories. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko. Thank you so much for joining us. Right before the break, we told you that the Consumer Price Index report has been released. So we do want to show that to you right there on the screen. Inflation now surging 8.5% in March alone, hitting a new 40-year high. Again, so that is the latest coming in from the Labor Department, which tracks this every month. Inflation accelerated in March to a new 4-decade high as Russia's war in Ukraine continues to fuel rapid price gains, not only for oil and gas, but for consumer items as well. So again, that is the latest information. We, of course, will be covering this throughout the show, and we do want to let you know that this is the fastest increase in inflation since January of 1982. So some major news coming out economy-wise. We do want to switch gears and head back to news pertaining to the ongoing war in Ukraine. We do want to show you some video new into our desk right now, where Ukrainian officials and workers said that Russian troops looted facilities, trashed equipment, and left behind landmines at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant before retreating from the radioactive area back on March 31st. This video, released by Ukrainian Witness, shows damaged vehicles and facilities in Chernobyl town, as well as warnings of mines spray painted on walls and in vehicles in the area. This person you see right there on your screen is the deputy chairman of the State Agency of Ukraine for Exclusion Zone Management. Now, in this interview, he said a coordination center with computers, servers, and other office equipment was, quote, plundered and the buildings damaged. He also said Russian forces had seized a lab in Chernobyl containing radioactive samples. And back on April 9th, which was over the weekend, the agency reported an analytical laboratory was destroyed, a storage unit breached, and dangerous radioactive samples, waste, and materials were all missing from the facility. A warning of radiation poisoning and characterizing the situation as, quote, nuclear terrorism. So again, that is the latest news coming out of Ukraine when it pertains to the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. And we do know that the Biden administration is continuing to monitor the ongoing developments that we are seeing overseas between Russia and Ukraine. Meanwhile, Ukraine does continue to fend off attacks from the Russian military. Our Fox News chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has the latest details.
I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak to you today virtually.
President Biden holding a virtual discussion Monday at the White House with India's prime minister, primarily focused on the war in Ukraine.
The United States and India are going to continue our close consultation on how to manage the destabilizing effects of this Russian war.
The neutral stance taken by India in response to the invasion has alarmed top Biden administration officials. India recently abstained from a vote to remove Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. It's also one of the world's biggest economies and is still buying Russian energy supplies.
The president also made clear that he does not believe it's in India's interest to accelerate or increase imports of Russian energy.
For weeks, Russian military attacks have left parts of Ukraine unrecognizable. President Vladimir Zelensky is warning Russia is preparing for a major assault on the eastern part of the country. Zelensky says this week of fighting could be crucial and is making more pleas for military equipment from Western countries.
This is a very important time in this campaign. What we do in the next 2-3 weeks could really make a long-term difference.
The Pentagon revealed Monday that the U.S. is working with allies to help get more long-range air defense systems into Ukraine. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Mike, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you a live feed that we have coming into our desk of Bucha, Ukraine. This is the mayor of Bucha right now addressing the media about the devastating scene in his city, where we do know civilians were recently found in mass graves at the hands of Russian troops. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Those Russian enemies, their uniformed agencies took them and brought them to those forest areas. No the relevant utilities in our city, including our local utilities, continue renewal of our infrastructure. We have managed to clean almost all roads, paths. We have managed to remove those remainings of armed vehicles. We have been cleaning our town, preparing it for peaceful life, for the return of our citizens, our residents. Traditionally, this year on the 24th of April, we will have the traditional day where we Ukrainians traditionally remember our dead, and it's our tradition to clean our home, to clean our towns and villages, and we have been working on that. There has been a coordination meeting in Oblast administration where we discussed how different entities have been working, including private companies, DTEC, Provincial Natural Gas Supply Company, and others have been reported and established their plans, and we plan that until the 17th of April we'll already have stable electricity supply in our town, and so we'll also have water supply and sewage working, and Oblast, our province natural gas supply company, plans to supply gas at a stable pressure during this week, so that in our peaceful Bucha, our residents would get those proper conditions, comfortable conditions, if you can say so, relatively comfortable conditions to cook at least something. That's briefly it, and I'm ready to switch to Q&A, because I have been told that there will be 30 minutes at most, but I'll try. Anatoly, I cannot but ask you, recently, I think yesterday, there was information from our ombudsman, Lyudmila Denisova, Ukrainian ombudsman, and we all saw that she told us about 25 women and girls who have been raped in Bucha. Have you any information about those facts? Indeed, the ombudsman, human rights ombudsman, have visited Bucha 3 times. First time just to see the situation in general, and 2 other visits were working visits with our specialists, with our utilities. Initially, there was not a lot of information, but then they started investigating, and now I can just confirm what you have mentioned, but if I may, I will not go into details now, although I do have some details, but still, it's private information for everybody, especially for women who live in Bucha, and they will continue living in Bucha. So let us be correct and careful and cautious, because you understand the reasons. Okay, Anatoly, another question is about destruction. We all see people returning to Bucha, and some of them return and they publish shocking videos and pictures of what they have seen in their homes. What sort of information you currently have about the destruction there in the town? If we compare, say, in terms of percentage of destruction, if you compare Borodyanka against Bucha, Makarev against Bucha, or Irpin against Bucha, our percentage of general big destruction has been a bit lower. We have had 22 multiple-story residential buildings destroyed, but there are 2 more buildings, 9-story buildings, which cannot be restored. We already got some expert opinions, and we have been considering dismantling those. And there are also 243 private houses, which have also been pretty much 100% destroyed, or the percentage of their destruction is so high that they just have to be dismantled. No way to restore them. Not to mention the destruction, damage made to windows, floors, roofs, because all these things can be restored or repaired. But the worst thing is that there's almost no one apartment, no one multiple-story building where Russian enemies would not leave their trace. They stole something, they entered, they stole, they left their traces there, their signs. And for those people who have not been under occupation by invaders, it's quite difficult for them to accept it. And you're right, people have been just shocked by that wild, brutal behavior by Russian military, which they have seen in their homes. bodies. I would like to use this opportunity to address our citizens who have been in safe places where they have been accommodated in a friendly way, both in Ukraine and abroad. At the moment, it's too early to return to your homes. The city has been patrolled by the national police, by special uniformed agencies, by local volunteer teams. There is proper law and order maintained. There is no marauder activities. There are just some cases, and in most cases probably just because of some misunderstanding. So don't worry. You may feel safe about your property, but unfortunately, you will be shocked with what you will see in your homes. You will remember Russian occupiers for a long time. Thank you for this information, Anatoly. Dear journalists, you can ask your questions. Please use the microphone and please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Ilario of the Italian TV Rai. Maybe I came here too late, but if we can have some more clarity about the victims, about the number of the victims. You mentioned that you are now opening a second mass grave with 67 bodies. The other mass grave, I believe, contained 40-something bodies. So if we can be more, if you can be more accurate in telling us how did you come up with this 403 corpses. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Actually, on the 1st and 2nd of April, we were already able to make certain list of those bodies we collected in the streets, or there were bodies who were in hospitals. There were two officials, as requested by Russian occupiers. They had to go around the streets and bring bodies to the church. So we say that there are 56 bodies in the second grave, 56 in the second grave. On the total, we currently have, as of today, we have officially confirmed 403 bodies, and unfortunately this number is growing, still growing, because, there is police, there is military, there are all those agencies who check quarter by quarter, building by building, apartment by apartment, and they find bodies also in private territory. They see some graves. They find graves, so we dig into those graves. We do the exhumation of those bodies, and we send them to be identified, to establish who are those citizens and what are the circumstances. So by now we have had 403 dead bodies in the city of Bucha. You're welcome.
Yes, hi, this is Federica Bianchi from the Italian magazine L'Espresso. I've been talking to several people in Bucha and also to some sources from the military. And oh yeah, thank you, it's much better. And it seems like you were not in Bucha during the occupation, and also you might have some ties with the Russian occupiers. Can you please explain where you have been, when you got out of town of Bucha, when you came back, and what you did during the month that Bucha has been occupied? Thank you.
Well, I already answered to Ukrainska Pravda publication and Ukrainian authorities. I explained to relevant authorities what I was doing since the 24th of February, since the very first day of the war and until liberation. I was in the town, and with my community, I was there during the whole this period of occupation. And all that brutality committed by the Russian military in our town, I have seen them to some extent and felt them. I was witnessing killing, shooting of an innocent civilian when there was a Citroen car moving from Melniki near Yushtepla Energomontaj company. It was shooted, and the woman with child was wounded, and her husband asked Russians to let them live, but the Russian soldier decided to kill them finally.
Microphone, будь ласка. Where were you living? Where were you hiding? I mean, people explain how they lived during these 30 days.
Well, if you're interested in those details, my first location where I was hiding was like a forced one because Dmitrievka, the village of Dmitrievka was on the 3rd of March. I was with 5 of my colleagues, and in 3 cars we went there. There was mega market, supermarket in Dmitrievka. We had to transport some items there. We understood that we will have to bake bread, and we would need some margarine and wheat flour and yeast. And former Vice Prime Minister Gennady Zubko called me when he read my message and he contacted the owner of Mega Market, and they proposed that we come. And there had another bus from city of Chernivtsi had to come to bring those food.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We were just listening in to a feed coming in from Bucha, Ukraine, where we did have the mayor of Bucha speaking, of course, about the mass graves that they discovered. So we do want to cut away from that for just a second until we get that feedback. But again, that was the mayor of Bucha. And if you are just sort of tuning in, the mayor was saying that at least 403 people have been found dead in the town of Bucha, which is about 45 minutes to an hour away from the capital city of Kyiv, Ukraine. So again, the latest tally from the mayor of Bucha is that they do now know that at least 403 people have been killed. Their bodies were found dead across the city, some collected in streets, some collected in basements, cellars, in gardens, and really just all across the city after those Russian troops did leave the city. So again, that is the latest information coming in from the mayor of Bucha. 403 people at least found dead. They were calling it a massacre. Some people were found dead with their hands tied behind their backs. Some officials say that some were shot at close range. So really just a devastating scene coming in from Bucha, Ukraine. And again, we do want to let you know as soon as we get that feedback, we will of course bring that to you as soon as we possibly can. But that is the latest information that we have right now coming in from Ukraine. In the meantime, we do want to stick with this topic and switch gears, though, pertaining to WNBA star Brittany Griner. So if you are unfamiliar with this specific story, WNBA star Brittany Griner has been detained in Russia. She remains there right now. She was initially detained back in February by Russian authorities after authorities claimed to find vape cartridges containing oil derived from cannabis at a Moscow airport. And just yesterday, WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert held a press conference at the site of the WNBA draft, finally addressing Griner's situation, saying that the league is continuing to work on her release. Let's listen in.
So important to me personally as we try to grow the league. So thank you for that. But I did want to start by saying that we continue to be working diligently on bringing Brittany Griner home. This is an unimaginable situation for BG to be in. She continues to have our full support, and she's just been such a great person in the league that I can't be any more real about the situation she's in. And certainly we're trying everything we can, every angle, working through with her legal representation, her agent, elected leaders, the administration, just everybody in our ecosystem to try and find ways to get her home safely and as quickly as we can. So thank you all for that. And one thing I wanted to make clear is that in the meantime, while we're working very hard to get Brittany home. We will have a league-wide philanthropic initiative led by the Phoenix Mercury, honoring BG and modeled after her work. And that'll take place in all 12 WNBA markets as we lead up to tip-off in less than a month. You know, BG, for those that don't know, founded an organization in 2016 called BG's Heart and Soul Shoe Drive. And the activations that we will do, the Mercury will lead, are intended to remind us of BG's spirit of giving and do the work she'd be doing if she were here, and certainly the work she will join us in when she returns. So more to come on that, and you'll see some activations as we tip our season around that. But tonight we're here to welcome the next phase of WNBA stars into the league.
Especially our military was interested.
All right, and that was the WNBA
book.
commissioner speaking about WNBA star Brittany Griner, who is currently being detained in Russia. We do want to bring you back out to this live feed that we have, which unfortunately cut out just a few minutes ago. So we do have this back, and just to bring you up to speed, this is the mayor of Bucha, a town about 45 minutes to an hour outside of Kyiv, Ukraine, the capital city. And just a few days ago, we did report to you after Russian troops left and regrouped in eastern Ukraine. The scenes out of Bucha were devastating. We do now know at least 400 civilians were found killed in Bucha, some found shot at close range, others burned, and some tied with their hands behind their backs. So let's go ahead and listen in from the mayor of Bucha.
Just entered. Back then they had just entered because I saw that they were looking for everything, like opening cases and everything. I asked them, I was asked whether I'm the owner of that building. If you're interested, I'll tell you. I answered to them that, of course, I would like to be the owner of this building, but I just stayed here because there was an older lady and I have to help her. I have been supporting 4 buildings. I showed them what are those buildings. He asked me who else lives in those buildings in this street. I explained that in each and every building there are at least 1 or 2 persons who cannot evacuate, so they stay in the city, in the town. Then that Russian soldier asked me whether I served in the military. I answered that yes, I did. He became very cautious and he even took his assault rifle in a battle position. He was an officer because he has a pistol with him. I explained that yes, I had my military service back in Soviet times in Far East. It was in Soviet Army in Far East Military District. Then that Russian officer became a bit quieter. He asked me a bit about my passport. I told him who would carry passports with them in the town. Then he explained that now it's required to always have passport. And he asked me to accompany him to my apartment, and that's about like 200 meters maximum. So I was going and he was going behind me, and luckily somebody called him on the radio and he told me stop. I stopped. Then he asked me again where I live, and I said it's like 500, 700 meters from here. And then he said, if you're to support this area, take your passport and we will be waiting for you. Of course, after I left him, I went there and took my passport and everything I needed and moved to a completely different location, which is Melniki. That was an area of private gardens, and there all the doors and gates were already destroyed. The Russians had already checked it, and then I stayed there. And Kosenko's family came there because first we decided that I would be in a different place, but it was impossible to get that to that other place because of checkpoints. So Kosenko family came and took me to their place, and we went to the hostel, and then on the way, and then I stayed with Kosenko family in Shevchenko Street. So we established communications with residents of Novoyablinska, of Lysova Bucha, of Sklozavodska Street. So we maintained communications because from time to time it was possible to get some mobile coverage when you leave the building. So it was, floating. It worked and then it didn't. So that's the situation. That's the story. Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you. Any more questions? You're welcome.
TV9 Bharatvarsh. My question is that you've mentioned 403 corpses as of now that have been found. Are there more missing people reports also? And is this the total figure of people who have died, or is there the number is more than this? And also, how many women, men, and children?
Well, I'll start from the end of your question, if I may. To be honest, I don't have the information how many women, how many children, how many elder people. To be honest, if you need that information, I will clarify and provide you with this information for you have all the information, because we already have 163 people identified where we clearly understand who are those people, where they lived, where they worked, when, on which date they were born, and so on. Whether those numbers are final, no, I don't think so. I think those numbers will increase. Unfortunately, it will increase, because in the city of Bucha there are still 4 residential quarters which have to be checked, and bodies have to be found. They have been buried, or they just are in some buildings. Every day, for example, today at 9 a.m., jointly with law enforcement, we had an extended meeting, and part of that meeting, that discussion was precisely about this, because neighbors already write to us that you can smell it, because there are those dead bodies there. It means that there are some dead bodies there in that building, in that apartment. At the moment, we have this number because, we have our call center working in the town, and their neighbors and relatives in Bucha and outside, they call us, they submit their requests, and we already have information about 16 people have been missing, and we don't have information about them. Maybe they're alive. We hope, and their relatives hope and want to see them alive, but for a long period of time, a long time has passed, and their relatives say that they don't contact them. Thank you.
Hassan Masoud from TV Al Jazeera. I want to ask about the demining process, since we are hearing about news about people that they are going back to their homes and finding mines there. What is the situation in Bucha? Thank you so much.
When I'm saying that our town has been switching to peaceful mode of life, one of the required preconditions is demining. Indeed, I don't recommend people, especially in private buildings, to enter those. First of all, demining was done in carried out in critical infrastructure sites which have to be restored. There are big areas, huge areas, especially those where there was artillery, where there were tanks in the trenches and other weapons between Bucha, Morotsky, Nemeshaevo, Vorzel, and around Blistavitsa, the closest areas to us, as well as Zdvizhivka and Babince. There was their second or third line. I'm not ready to say precisely whether that was second or third line, but there is a lot of mines. And today, this morning in Bucha, and right now in Oblast military administration, at that meeting, we were discussing it, and we emphasized that there is still a lot of mined areas around villages and towns. For this reason, we categorically prohibit residents from entering forests or fields where Russian military, Russian occupiers were located. But we continue this work because, how could you guarantee safety for residents? How can we let them return if we are not sure that their buildings, their places are safe? Thank you. Thank you. Any more questions? Hello, I'm Victor Ivleva from Crimean Tatar ATR TV. I have 3 questions. Do you imagine more or less approximately the cost of restoration of Bucha?
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We were just taking a live listen in from Ukraine, where we do have the mayor of Bucha addressing the horrific scenes in his city of Bucha, which is about 45 minutes to an hour outside the capital of Kyiv, Ukraine. If you were just tuning in, the mayor saying that as of today, 403 civilians have been found dead in Bucha, some collected in the streets, some found shot at close range, others found burned in houses and with their hands tied behind their backs. He was also saying that they will have to create a new mass grave. So again, this is the mayor of Bucha speaking in the Ukraine Media Center in Kyiv, Ukraine. And we do want to let you know that those 403 people were found killed in Bucha following those Russian troops who left the area only to regroup in the eastern part of Ukraine. We do want to completely switch gears here and bring you to some news stateside. This is a look at our X-Rad weather radar, where we do know that there is a multi-day severe weather outbreak. It is the fourth in 4 weeks, and it is going to be threatening the plains, the Midwest and South through the midweek, where we do know thunderstorms will be capable of spawning some serious tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds as well. The latest outbreak happened yesterday when some areas received baseball to softball sized hail pellets in parts of Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. But today, a narrow corridor from central and north Texas to central Oklahoma all the way up through Iowa has the greatest threat of severe weather, and that is where our Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez is live right now. She is live in Des Moines, Iowa. Nicole, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I see it is very windy there right now, but some sunny skies behind you. Describe the conditions and what people in Iowa can expect to see.
The majority of the most intense band of storms is expected to make its way into the state later on today, but you'll notice we're already starting to see deteriorating conditions here this morning. Winds are just gusting incredibly as the sun has just risen here in Des Moines, Iowa, the capital of the state of Iowa, a state of about 3 million people that are now bracing for impact for really several different threats. We're talking, of course, the possibility of tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail, all things that could be very dangerous, especially as intense bands of storms and thunderstorms make their way into the state of Iowa. When these threats occur, we usually see that coupled with power outages and impacts to schools and transportation. So we're, of course, monitoring those officials here locally to see if anyone is adjusting, school schedules or travel schedules or work schedules to try to keep in mind and prepare for the impact that this weather may bring. But we've already seen conditions that we're expecting to see in the state of Iowa today already occur in states like Arkansas. We'll show you some video here from what we've seen over the last 24 hours. It includes some incredible video of large hail falling into pools and driveways, even what could be a possible tornado causing damage near Little Rock. Now, again, the capital city, Des Moines, is home to just over 200,000 people, all who really need to take this threat very seriously, especially after what we saw here last month. An EF4 tornado killed at least 6 people just southeast of Des Moines. And that was the first EF4 for the state of Iowa since 2013. It was also the longest tracked tornado in the state since 1984. Now, I do want to mention, I just got word from our team over at Fox Weather. The upgraded severe weather threat has actually continued, or rather been upgraded by the National Weather Service here. So now we're looking at an upgraded severe threat, including the state of Iowa and other parts of this region here. All modes of severe weather are looking increasingly likely later today with any storm that can fire. That's word from my team over in New York at Fox Weather. So you really want to make sure that you're paying attention here as we enter what is now going to be a 4th week of severe storms. It's why we remind people to take caution, to have your alerts on, have the Fox Weather app downloaded, and just a reminder of how important it is to be prepared well ahead of these storms making their way in. Again, we have several hours before we're expecting to see the most intense line of these storms here, but clearly you're noticing around me that conditions are already getting pretty dangerous out here. Regina.
All right, Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez, of course, always a pleasure to have you on the show. And thank you so much for bearing through the elements and the wind. And as you mentioned, some severe weather to come in Iowa. So again, we appreciate your reporting there in Des Moines, Iowa. Thank you so much. And we do want to, again, bring you out to our XRAD weather radar right now, where, as you heard in Nicole's report, a multi-day severe weather outbreak, the 4th in 4 weeks, is going to be threatening at least 18 states. That is the latest information we have coming out of our Fox weather team. We're talking dangerous tornadoes. Tornadoes could be EF2 or stronger, and some large hail and, of course, damaging winds as well. Now, moving away from weather, we do want to bring you some breaking news that we have coming into our desk right now. We want to take you out to this live shot of New York. We also want to show you a tweet that we are getting coming in from NYPD. So we do want to bring this up for you right now here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, bringing you the latest news as soon as we get it. This is a tweet coming in from NYPD. This is an advisory saying that due to an investigation, avoid the area of 36th Street and 4th Avenue in Brooklyn, New York. Expect emergency vehicles and delays in the surrounding area. And this is all because we are getting reports of a shooting and a possible explosion inside of the Brooklyn subway station. This is coming in from our Fox 5 team in New York City, where, again, a massive police response is currently underway at a subway station in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. So if you live in New York or have loved ones in this area, make sure to be aware of that and let them know. Now, there are unconfirmed reports of that explosion, along with several people shot. So we are waiting to get a camera coming in from New York City about this investigation. Again, we are hearing that there are unconfirmed reports of several people shot inside of a subway. This is coming in from our Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, a reporter there, saying breaking, a law enforcement source tells him that multiple people have been shot and some kind of device went off at the 36th Street subway station in Sunset Park. So again, that is our Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, who is on his way to the scene. We do know that several ambulances have responded, with several people injured, being taken out as well. So one more time, this incident happened at the 4th Avenue and 36th Street station. Photos on social media show that a man was covered in blood lying on the platform. This is, of course, a developing story, and as soon as we get more information, we, of course, will bring that to you. But one more time, we do want to let you know that there are reports of a shooting and possible explosion inside of a Brooklyn subway station. NYPD currently on the way to the scene right now, as well as our own Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, who said that a law enforcement source told him that multiple people have been shot and that some kind of device, possibly an explosion, went off at the 36th Street subway station in Sunset Park. So again, we do have a team on the way to the scene, and we will bring you any new information as soon as we get it. It is 9:25 here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll have an update on this when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko. Thank you so much for joining us. We do want to bring you back to some breaking news that we have coming out of Brooklyn, New York, that we do want to bring to you. NYPD, we are learning, is on the scene of a reported shooting of a possible explosion inside of a Brooklyn subway station. So again, this is reports of a shooting and an explosion inside of a Brooklyn subway station. You can see this is a live feed coming in from our Fox 5 New York team with multiple police cruisers and ambulances on the scene. We do want to let you know exactly where this is. This is the subway station in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. So again, there are unconfirmed reports of an explosion along with several people shot. We do know several ambulances and again, police cruisers on the scene as well. This is at the 4th Avenue and 36th Street station. So again, this is some breaking news and we are going to listen in to our Fox 5 New York team, which is carrying this story live.
Let's talk again, okay? Because obviously we're going to be following this all morning. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, and you know, as we mentioned, the subway station, Reagan Medji, what exactly is going on with the subway system right now?
Well, before we get into that, you know, I just want to say our sources are coming in with more information, and we have sources that say what we do know is that the suspect is male, about 185 pounds, last seen wearing a gas mask. I know Robert Moses has just mentioned that. This individual was also wearing an orange construction suit. Throwing a device which then put out some sort of smoke screen and then resulted in shrapnel. So far what we know also, according to our sources, is that 5 people were injured, all on the N train. And as we also know that the NYPD is saying that this began at the 36th Street subway station in Brooklyn in Sunset Park. So obviously there's more information coming in as we're trying to man the controls. Behind me you can see we have our desk. They've been on the phone with sources, with the NYPD, with the MTA, with the FDNY, as many sources as they possibly can, just to try to get information about more about this individual. And of course, obviously, this is just all developing as I'm speaking. But again, all we do know is that sources are telling us it's a male, 185 pounds, last seen wearing a gas mask and wearing an orange jumpsuit of some construction suit, and then throwing a device that resulted in a smoke screen and then shrapnel, injuring 5 people, all on the N train. Rosanna?
All right, Reagan, thank you so much. I know that we will be following this all morning. And we also want to tell you about a beautiful event that's happening tomorrow night in New York City. I know that sometimes we seem to focus on the terrible, but there are some good events happening. Dreams are made at this event. Daryl McDaniels.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are tuning in live to the Fox 5 New York stream as we are monitoring a breaking news situation this morning. Reports of a device thrown inside of a Brooklyn subway. A male, 185 pounds, wearing a gas mask, or also wearing an orange suit, reportedly threw a device that resulted in 5 injuries. We're going to work on getting you the latest details, also work on getting you back out live to the scene. Once again, a breaking news situation happening out of Brooklyn. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 9:34 here on the East Coast. And we are monitoring a breaking news situation that has just come into our newsroom coming out of Brooklyn, New York. We are working on getting you the latest details, but we will let you know what we know. Here is everything that we know with a look at a map of where precisely this incident did occur. We have unconfirmed reports of an explosion along with several police people that is shot in Brooklyn. Several ambulances have responded with several people injured being taken out of this subway system. The incident happened at the 4th Avenue and 36th Street station. Once again, this is a situation that is breaking and coming into our newsroom as we speak. So as we get details, we are bringing those to you. What we know right now is that there is a massive police response and police presence underway at a subway station in Sunset Park in Brooklyn. Now, we do want to let you know that this map on your screen shows precisely where this incident did occur. We want to get a lower up on your screens for those of you perhaps tuning in without audio. We want to make sure that you know precisely what this map is that you are looking at. But once again, this is a breaking news situation coming into our newsroom. Reportedly, we did just hear an update from our Fox 5 New York team, and as soon as they go back out live to the scene, we'll be sure to bring you there live as well. But several ambulances have responded with several people injured being taken out. We did just hear an update from our Fox 5 team who highlighted what the suspect that police are now after and looking for looked like. He was a male, about 185 pounds, reportedly wearing a mask, a gas mask to be precise. He was wearing what looked and appeared to be construction gear, so bright orange clothing of some sort. Our Fox 5 team are on the ground right now looking to get more details, but the suspect was allegedly and is allegedly still on the loose. Once again, if you are in the Brooklyn area, in the area that is on your maps right now, we do want you to look out for a man that is roughly 180 pounds, wearing a gas mask, an orange vest, orange construction gear, and also carrying an orange bag. This is, of course, a developing story that we are going to be monitoring very closely as new details do come in. But what we know right now is there are unconfirmed reports of an explosion along with several people shot. Our Fox 5 team is working on getting all of these details for us. But what we know is that this has occurred at a subway station in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. And here you are seeing the map on your screens, 36th Street and 4th Avenue. We do have a live feed coming in, so we do want to take you out there live now to New York. And here is that live feed. I do want to listen in, so let's pump up the volume here and see precisely what is happening on the ground in New York City. Once again, this is happening in Brooklyn. We do want to put this upper back on your screen so that we all know where this is happening. In Brooklyn, New York, reports of a shooting explosion inside of a Brooklyn subway station. There are unconfirmed reports of this explosion. Also, our Fox 5 New York team just did give us an update that reportedly 5 people were injured in this incident. We can report that several ambulances have responded with several people injured being taken out of this subway system. The incident happened at the 4th Avenue and 36th Street station. Photos on social media show a man covered in blood lying on the platform. The suspect, as of our latest report, is still currently on the loose. He was described as a male, around 180 pounds, wearing a gas mask, also wearing an orange vest, so orange construction gear of some sort, and carrying a construction bag. Once again, this is a developing story. We are going to be monitoring for updates, but we are getting this live feed into our newsroom of FDNY, NYPD on the ground in Brooklyn after reports of a shooting and explosion of some sort inside of a Brooklyn subway station. We do want to make sure that we are keeping you up to date. If you are just joining us, once again, this is happening in Brooklyn, New York. If you are familiar with the area, it is happening at Sunset Park. FDNY has found undetonated devices within that subway system. So this is the breaking news that we continue to bring into our newsroom and into all of your homes. The latest update is that the FDNY has found undetonated devices at the scene. We are going to listen in, step away for just 1 minute while we leave this image on your screens to get the latest updates for you. But once again, breaking news situation happening right now, live, raw, and unfiltered in Brooklyn. And we are getting reports that our Fox 5 team is actually on the ground. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We are able to bring you the coverage from the people that know these areas the best, inside and out. We are going to head out live now to our Fox team's coverage and see what the latest details are in this breaking news situation coming out of Brooklyn, New York. Let's listen in.
To about a block away from the scene. So that's why I'm stumbling a little bit. But police officers here with long guns, multiple ambulances, the bomb squad is at the scene. It is one of the larger responses that I have seen in my 10 plus years here. And it comes at a terrible time for the city, a city that's trying to make a comeback from what has been a terrible last 2 years. We've been reporting practically every day that the crime is up in the subway system, and it doesn't do anything. This does nothing to help the situation clearly and to get people to come back to the city as the mayor and everyone else wants to have happen.
Yeah, Robert, I'm hearing that there were reports that multiple explosives were found at that subway station. Not all of them went off, but that multiple devices were found there.
And our information is that may very well be true, Rosanna. We're still trying to piece it together, but our information is that some of those devices may have been used as sort of a smoke screen, as a way to distract from the shooting. And if the suspect we had heard was wearing some sort of a construction uniform, we don't know if that's the case, but that could help the suspect blend in to the surroundings and make locating this person more difficult.
Right. And we don't know more about the people who were wounded, right, at this point?
We don't know anything about conditions. We've seen images on social media of people with what appear to be leg wounds. So whether they were shot or whether they were hit by some sort of shrapnel is still unclear. And the subway system, the quarters are tight, and so one device in a confined space like that can do a lot of damage.
Yes, you're right. All
and right. especially in an area like this, again, height of the morning rush hour, Sunset Park, Brooklyn. Brooklyn, born and raised, obviously, and this is a nexus for many subway lines heading into and out of Manhattan. So this will have effects all day long.
And this guy that caused all this, wearing a gas mask and seen running from the area.
And I don't know, Rosanna. Again, this is fluid, so forgive me. But we have a live picture on the ground. If you can come to that live picture, I'm standing in front of our camera, and we can give you a look from the ground.
Yeah, we're seeing it right now, Robert.
You're seeing me on the air.
Now I see you, Robert. You're on.
Okay. All right. Let's. So Todd, I'm with photojournalist Todd Fenton, who's done a fabulous job getting us here. But let me step out of the way. So we're looking at 36th Street right there. That's the height of all of this. We were pushed back a block or so away. And again, the wounded. It looks like from the images that we have seen that the wounded, perhaps with injuries to lower extremities. But again, it's all fluid. You can see the bomb squad is here at the scene. Those police officers with long guns. Huge ambulance response. And crime scene tape as far as the eye can see.
I know. You know, for a while, the MTA has been trying to encourage us to use the subway, get people back on the subway, because we see the traffic in our area is probably at an all-time high. This kind of situation does not help the matters.
Rosanna, I ride the subway every day, and I have noticed certainly an increased police presence. That is a fact. That's undeniable. I have seen a more robust police presence in the subway system, and it makes me feel more comfortable. But there's no question I find myself watching my back and standing further back from the platform than I used to stand. There's a different sense down there than there was pre-pandemic. It just doesn't feel the same as it used to. And we keep saying this, but something like this just does terrible damage. Not just, obviously our thoughts are with the victims
wounded,
today,
yeah.
but
Yes.
That's first and foremost. But then you think of the further damage this will do to the city's efforts at recovery. That could be unthinkable as well.
Well, let's see if Albany's watching this morning, because they obviously are thinking differently than we are here in the city. All right, Robert, let us know if you get any new information. Meanwhile, we know there were major disruptions on the subway line this morning. Reagan Medji is keeping an eye on that, as well as other details with this terrible shooting in Brooklyn. Reagan, what's going on?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the wires right now, and it looks like the alert started coming around 9:30. But what we do know is that the reports of multiple people being shot or an explosion happened during the morning commute. The latest update is that law enforcement sources are saying that 5 people were shot at the subway station in Brooklyn, which is in Sunset Park at the 36th Street subway stop. Fire personnel responding to the reports of smoke on the 36th Street Sunset Park station, finding multiple people shot and unexploded devices. We just heard from Robert Moses. We also have sources saying that indeed it appears that there were multiple devices found in the area, unexploded devices, also multiple people injured. We're hearing 5. It could be more. We don't know the severity of these injuries at this time. As for the suspect, what we do know is that sources are saying it is a man about 185 pounds, last seen wearing a gas mask and also an orange construction outfit, a construction suit of some sort. Sources are saying that this individual threw some device, smoke went up, shrapnel spread, and about 5 people were injured that we know of on the N train. We talk about disruptions. The MTA is reporting that there's a partial shutdown of the N, the D, and the R in both directions. Again, that's in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. A location of that near Greenwood Cemetery. I'm going to bring up my Google map right now to show. Greenwood Cemetery would be to the right of it. We were looking at Robert Moses' live shot. It looks like it's heading to the north, where you see all of the law enforcement, the fire officials, and the police. But right now, all we know is that multiple people are injured in Sunset, Brooklyn, after a device was exploded. Rosanna?
Yeah, I'm seeing now that possibly 13 people may have been wounded. It was chaotic down there. We are going to be following this all morning. Thanks so much, Reagan. We will be right back with much more on this breaking news.
Sure feels good when you get it right.
And we were just listening in live to our coverage courtesy of our Fox 5 team. They were giving us the latest news. So this is what we know at this time. Once again, if you are just joining us, we are monitoring a breaking news situation currently out of Brooklyn, New York. There was reports of a subway shooting and explosion. This did occur, and we do have the correct and precise address for you all. This occurred very close to Sunset Park at the 4th Avenue and 36th Street station at around 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Police with long guns, SWAT teams, and Bob squads are all currently on the scene, and there you see them all in front of you there. NYPD, FDNY, all on the scene reporting on this breaking news situation. The FDNY has confirmed that 13 people have been injured in this Brooklyn subway shooting. The FDNY also confirming that several undetonated devices were found at the scene. Our Fox 5 New York team has confirmed that the suspect reportedly fled and was last seen wearing a gas mask and construction gear. We do want to give you the latest news. Photos on social media show a man covered in blood lying on the platform. Now, the suspect was apparently still on the loose. So once again, if you are joining us from this area, we do want to let you know that this suspect, reportedly 180 pounds, wearing a gas mask, an orange vest, and carrying a construction bag. We do want to let you know that there are obviously disruptions to the New York public transportation system. Commuters should avoid the area. Delays on the subways through the area are significant. Service on the R, D, and N train is suspended in Brooklyn. This is once again a developing story, and we are going to check back for updates as soon as they come to us. But once again, at least 5 people have been shot inside of a subway station. We are hearing that 13 people have been injured. Unconfirmed reports of a potential explosion, but the FDNY has confirmed that several undetonated devices were found at the scene. And here we are seeing, this is rush hour in New York City, folks. This is a very busy time on the public transportation system, and this incident did occur. Those emergency calls came into the FDNY and NYPD at around 9 a.m. Eastern Time. We can confirm that police, SWAT, and bomb squads are all on the scene. There are unconfirmed reports of multiple explosive devices that have been discovered at this scene. FDNY sharing with our reporters on the ground that several undetonated devices were found. And once again, for those of you that are familiar with this area, this is happening in Brooklyn, New York. The incident occurred at the 4th Avenue and 36th Street station at around 9 a.m. We are seeing really graphic images coming in on social media. A man covered in blood lying on the platform. We are getting reports that once again, 13 people were injured. And 5 were reportedly shot. We're going to head back out live to our Fox 5 New York team who are on the ground to get the latest. Let's listen in.
Is preliminary. It could change in the fog of war, if you will. There could be confusion, but that's what we have so far as we push in again to the scene. 5 or more people shot. We don't know the extent of injuries. We'll obviously follow any briefing for you out here. Rosanna, back to you.
And that was the latest update from our reporters on the ground, courtesy of Fox 5 New York. Once again, if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are tuning in live right now to this video coming into our newsroom out of Brooklyn, New York. As you can see on your screens, there is a massive police presence currently in Brooklyn. This is close to Sunset Park. It's actually the subway station in Sunset Park. and we can confirm that at least 5 people have been shot inside of this subway system located at 4th Avenue and 36th Street. The calls came in around 9 a.m. Eastern time, and for those of you that are familiar with New York City, with the Big Apple, this is obviously rush hour. This is going to have long-lasting effects on the public transportation system throughout the day, as police are trying to piece together what exactly happened at 9 a.m. Eastern time that left 13 people injured in this Brooklyn subway shooting. We are getting in multiple feeds coming into our newsroom, so we do want to take you out to all of our vantage points. Here is one that we can see the FDNY on the scene. Also, far back in this shot, you can see NYPD also on the ground. We can confirm that police with long guns, SWAT teams, and the bomb squads, they are all on the scene. We did just hear an official speak to our Fox 5 team who said that this is a massive police presence. This is perhaps one of the biggest police presence that he has seen in many, many years, just showing kind of how serious this situation is that is unfolding, and the details continue to come in. What we know right now, the FDNY have said that 13 people have been injured in this Brooklyn subway shooting. We also know that the FDNY have said that several undetonated devices were found at the scene. What does that mean? That there were devices found that did not go off. That is courtesy of the FDNY. What we also know, our Fox 5 New York team have been able to tell us that the suspect fled. He was last seen wearing a gas mask and in orange construction gear. So he was in an orange construction vest reportedly, and also carrying a construction bag. He is a male, 180 pounds roughly, and if you are in this area, we do want you to keep an eye out for this potential suspect. Excuse me. These details are coming into our newsroom. This is what we do here, live, raw, and unfiltered news. Once again, a massive emergency response underway. Ambulances removing several people from the scene. Let's get a new vantage point here because we are getting multiple images and multiple, once again, vantage points of this situation. Here is a look at all of the officials on the ground. And there you see on your screens right now, the FBI on the ground. We did just tell you that police were there, SWAT teams were there, bomb squads were there. The FDNY is on the scene, and now you're seeing on your screens the FBI. There's a look at that jacket, Joint Terrorism Task Force. All hands on deck in Brooklyn, New York this morning as we are reporting a Brooklyn subway shooting and explosion that did occur at 9 a.m. Eastern time. This incident happening at the 4th Avenue and 36th Street station at around 9 a.m. Photos on social media have showed multiple victims covered in blood lying on the platform. Those images are very graphic. Also, those victims have potentially not been identified, or their families have not been informed of their current situation, which is why we don't show you those types of images. What we tell you is what we know for sure. And what we know for sure at the moment is that 13 people have been injured in this Brooklyn subway shooting. We also know that the FDNY has confirmed that several undetonated devices were found at the scene. What this means is that perhaps this situation could have been even worse. Several undetonated devices means that whoever planned this event was most likely looking to discharge even more. We can also confirm that the suspect has fled. He was reportedly last seen wearing construction gear of some sort. An orange vest was what was described to our Fox 5 team. It was also described that he was carrying a construction bag. I do want to bring you out now to a double view here so you can see both vantage points that are coming into our newsroom. This is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We bring you every angle of breaking news that is coming in, not only around the country, but around the world when we get it. And once again, for those of you just joining us, this is a breaking news situation unfolding in Brooklyn, New York. The shooting suspect reportedly fled the scene on subway. So that is the latest update. He not only fled wearing a gas mask, he not only fled reportedly wearing construction clothing, bright orange vest, a construction bag, but the latest is that he fled the scene on the subway. So he Once again, NYPD officials asking you to keep your eyes peeled for a man 180 pounds wearing a gas mask and an orange vest. Service on the R, D, and N train is suspended in Brooklyn and some stations in Manhattan. We are asking all of you tuning in, if you are tuning in from Manhattan, to consider alternate routes and allow for additional travel time this morning, excuse me. But let's reset here. We can confirm that at least 5 people have been shot inside of a subway station in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. I do want to get a map back out for you so that you can take in where exactly this incident occurred. And I will work on getting you that map because, of course, this is the situation, once again, that the details are of the utmost importance. For those of you that are tuning in, perhaps in this area, you want to know where exactly this happened. And as soon as we get that map up for you with a nice zoomed in look of where this 4th Avenue and 36th Street station is, we will be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I do believe we're getting in another report from our Fox 5 team. Let's go out live and listen.
From people just trying to flee the scene. We know how tight these subway stations are, and in the panic that can set in, people really can be rushing to get out. So it is a complicated response here.
And once again, that was a quick excerpt from our Fox 5 New York team who are on the ground there. As soon as we do get those reporters back on the ground and giving us the latest details after they speak to officials who are on the ground, we will be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. But here is a double view of the images coming into our newsroom of the current situation on the ground. Once again, this is happening in Brooklyn, New York. What we know is that reportedly 13 people have been injured in a Brooklyn subway shooting and explosion incident. Police are currently searching for the suspect who fled reportedly by subway. He was last seen wearing a gas mask, construction gear, meaning a bright orange vest of some sort, and also carrying an orange construction bag. What we know also is that police, SWAT, bomb squads, and also the FBI are currently on the scene. It is an all-hands-on-deck operation as officials begin to piece together what exactly happened here at 9 a.m. Eastern Time in the Big Apple that left at least 5 people shot, a reported 13 people injured. We can confirm that the FDNY has said that several undetonated devices were also found at the scene. We have seen photos coming in from people who were at this subway station. Social media photos show a man covered in blood and lying on the platform. We are not going to show those images to you because we have not identified that individual and we cannot independently verify that photograph. But once again, what we do know is that 5 people have been shot. Crews are responding. They are on the ground there, and you're seeing it right there, live, raw, and unfiltered. This massive police presence that is currently on the ground right now in Brooklyn, New York. The NYPD did put out an advisory. This happened just before the 9 a.m. hour, and it said, due to an investigation, avoid the area of 36th Street and 4th Avenue. So while we're getting reports that these calls did come in just before the 9 o'clock hour, the NYPD was immediately on the scene, once again, to try and piece together what precisely happened here that left 5 people shot inside of a subway station in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. A massive emergency response underway currently. Ambulances have been seen removing several people from the scene. The conditions of the victims are still not clear. So as soon as we have an update on their conditions, we'll be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Now, it's worth reminding everyone that this is the height of morning rush hour in New York City. This happening just before the 9 a.m. hour. This is a time where subway systems are very busy. The subway system is the heart and soul and pulse of New York City. It is how people get around. And this is just the latest incident in what's really been a slew, a surge of crime on the New York City subway system. We've heard Mayor Eric Adams speaking about this crime surge for so many months now, and this is just the latest incident to make headlines. 13 people reportedly injured once again in this Brooklyn subway shooting and explosion. We can confirm that law enforcement are saying that at least 5 people were shot. We can also hear reports, our Fox 5 New York team confirming that FDNY was on the scene to respond to reports of some kind of smoke, which would probably correspond or be related to those explosions or the several undetonated devices that were also found at the scene that the FDNY has confirmed they found. Once again, not just one, multiple, several undetonated devices were found at this scene. We are working on getting you the latest details. Our Fox 5 New York team is on the ground speaking to officials as we speak. But once again, what we know is on your screens. The FDNY have confirmed that 13 people have been injured in this Brooklyn subway shooting. The FDNY also letting us know that several undetonated devices were found at this scene, and the suspect has fled. Some reports say that he fled on subway, so he actually took the subway. And that is how he escaped from this crime scene. But what we do know, our Fox 5 New York team has been able to gather some details about this suspect, about what he was last seen wearing, which are details that can come in crucial to this investigation. We know that he was last seen wearing a gas mask, construction gear, bright orange gear. So we do want to let all of you know tuning in from Manhattan, keep your eyes peeled for this potential suspect. Our Fox 5 New York team is back on the ground. Let's take a listen to this latest report.
We know so far, according to the fire department, that 13 people are being treated for their injuries. We don't know the extent of those injuries. We don't know.
We're going to work on getting that audio fixed for you because it does appear that there was some kind of double audio situation there. But as soon as we get that back up and running, we'll be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. This is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We head out live to our owned and operated stations around the country to bring you the latest details as they break. A situation that is unfolding in real time here out of Brooklyn, New York. I'm going to work on getting you this feed back up. Give me one moment. And we are back up and running. Let's head out live to New York to get the latest details on this Brooklyn subway shooting incident. Let's listen in.
Stopped and turned around so that this guy doesn't slip through the cracks. Again, our latest information, at least 13 injuries. We don't know the extent of those injuries. We're expecting a briefing at some point later on this morning, but this is still so fluid as police are looking for this suspect. At least 5 people, according to my information, have been shot. Police are still looking for this suspected shooter. And just to add some context here, this comes at a time when the city is trying to make a comeback from the pandemic. We're all being told, ride the subway. The mayor has been very forthright about wanting to flood the system with police officers, and I've seen it myself. There is a more robust police presence in the subway system, no question about that, and it makes me as a New Yorker feel better. However, this cannot do anything but harm the city's comeback and dissuade people from coming back into the office, coming back into the city, and using mass transit as we all were used to doing before the pandemic.
It's a terrible day in Brooklyn and all over this city. Robert, what do we know about the explosive devices that were found there? Because some were not detonated, right?
Correct. That's the information that I have. There were some unexploded devices found, and the NYPD is telling us at this point that that there are no active devices. So, if there's any piece of good news that I've heard this morning, it's that. It seems as though the immediate danger has abated, but the suspect is still out there somewhere. And he might be attempting to blend into his surroundings. Construction workers come and go, and this might be his attempt at trying to blend in.
That's the most frightening aspect of this whole situation, is that he's still out there.
I
We
mean,
believe they're looking for a man in a vest, an orange vest.
Yeah, but you know, an orange vest and walking around with a gas mask. I from Brooklyn, I would not. He would stand out to me.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
And if I can interrupt, I just asked my source by text, is this guy in custody? And the source says unknown at this time. So it still does appear that this shooter is out there somewhere. And judging from the response here, I mean, I didn't want to step too far afield from the sidewalk, because these cops out here mean business. They're armed with long guns, and they're making sure that that this guy doesn't slip through the cracks.
You know what's kind of interesting? I mean, this guy obviously premeditated the whole thing, right? I mean, if he put devices around the subway station, he thought about this, and he had some time, and I guess nobody thought it was weird that he was putting things around the subway station.
Yeah, multiple devices. That's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we used to always hear that motto, if you see something, say something. Those are not empty words. You really have to speak up. And I'm not prejudging whatever happened here. Who knows, this could have all happened instantaneously and no one had time to say anything. But as people are coming back to the city, and with crime being the issue that it has been, I mean, we're not talking about, you know, the bad old days of the 90s, so let's not lose that perspective. But clearly crime has been an issue, and you have to speak up. If something looks amiss, police are the first ones to say, let us worry about it, let us check it out, that's our job. The worst thing that can happen is it's nothing and we move on. But that's what they're here for, and boy, today really renews the importance of that motto.
All right.
Trains, the N, the R in Brooklyn, and it's also affecting some stations in Manhattan, such as major delays, also major delays with the B, D, F, and Q and R trains. So for the D trains, there's no service at all between Grand Street and Bay 50th Street. That's both ways. Extremely limited service on the D trains. They're running on the F line between West 4th Street and Manhattan, Washington Square Park, heading towards Coney Island. And some of those D trains, actually many of them, southbound trains, are just ending their service at 2nd Avenue on the F line. So it's just a big mess there alone. Then you have the N trains with no service at all between 34th Street and Coney Island, both directions. The R trains, that service is suspended between Whitehall South Ferry over to Bay Ridge 95th Street. The W trains completely suspended. You have no service with that. The Q trains, they're running, but their service is local only. That's between 57th Street, 7th Avenue, and Canal Street. They're trying to provide additional service. So if you need to get around, or consider taking the buses instead. You can take the B1, the 9, the 11, 35, 37. So it's going to be a mess. They're also saying if you really want to take the subway between Brooklyn and Manhattan, subway system suggesting the 2, 3, 4, 5, the A, C, F, and G trains. It's a big mess for the subways there.
And probably fair to say, allow a lot of extra time if you are trying to go anywhere. But if you don't have to go somewhere right now, you probably best just to stay where you are.
Yeah, they're telling us to avoid that area. The police commissioner is expected to hold a press conference very shortly. One person who will not be at that press conference is our mayor, because our mayor
at home with COVID,
recovering from COVID.
Yeah.
Even though he says that he has mild symptoms, he's isolating, and I'm sure this is getting under his skin, because sadly, since he has become mayor of New York City, he has been running from one shooting to another.
We've got I believe it's a live picture of this. This is one of our first photos.
Yeah, it's the New York Post.
Okay.
Yeah, the New York Post has this. Yeah. and you could see people lying on the ground in the subway station.
It's really, really scary to see this. And I was just reading the latest AP that sort of describes this scene that people were part of this morning. A photo from the scene showing people tending to bloodied passengers lying on the floor of the station. Again, as Robert's been reporting, as we've been reporting, 13 people injured. We do not have the details of the extent of those injuries right now. We'll bring those to you as we get them. We have a few reporters, I believe, on their way to the area. But look at that. Every time we go back to it.
I know. You know what? It's a sad state of affairs. We've been seeing violence on an uptick in New York City, and a lot of families have been begging, you know, politicians to all get on the same page and fight this crime the way it should be fought.
And there's a lot of debate about how to fix this issue.
Exactly.
A lot of debate.
Well, we hope they're listening this morning and watching this morning. We're going to take a quick little break on Good Day New York, and we'll be right back with more information.
Thank you to our Fox 5 New York team for that update. We are getting these updates as they come into our newsroom, and we take you out live to our Fox 5 New York team who are on the ground covering this story from 360 degrees. And here we are getting in a live feed of officials on a rooftop. We do want to remind everyone that the suspect is still on the loose. This suspect fled reportedly via a subway. He was last seen wearing a gas mask and construction gear. Once again, if you are just tuning in, welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are covering a breaking news situation out of Brooklyn, New York. We can confirm that 13 people have been injured in a Brooklyn subway shooting incident. The FDNY have confirmed that several undetonated devices were found at the scene. These updates are coming in courtesy of our Fox 5 New York team, who have been able to speak with officials on the ground there in Brooklyn as they try to piece together what happened just before 9 a.m. Eastern time in Brooklyn, New York. This happened at the subway station at 36th Street and 4th Avenue. For those of you that are familiar with the area, that is the Sunset Park subway station in Brooklyn. According to law enforcement sources, there were unconfirmed reports of an explosion. FDNY were called onto the scene after seeing some smoke reportedly within that subway station. Several unexploded devices have been found at the station, but there are no active devices currently on the scene, which is positive news to bring to all of you this morning. We can confirm that there is a massive police presence currently on the ground, obviously trying to piece together what happened. And here we're seeing a sign on 35th Street. This incident did occur at 36th Street and 4th Avenue. We are bringing into all of your homes all of the images that are coming into our newsroom, because that's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We take you out live to the action to bring you the latest live, raw, and unfiltered news here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you out to a triple box view so that you see everything that is coming into our newsroom at the moment.
Someone opened fire on people on the platform in Sunset Park. Now we're hearing 13 people
once again, like I
hurt,
said,
wounded, injured. We're not sure whether
very early hours of this Tuesday morning, April 12th. 2022, a day that people in Brooklyn will remember as the day that this subway shooting that has injured 13 people did occur. Here is multiple feeds coming into our newsroom. Those two do appear to be the same. We'll take you out to this vantage point, which is that 35th Street vantage point. We're seeing police officers on the ground. We're seeing FDNY on the ground. I do want to zoom into this map for you, and we'll actually take this map full. so that we can really see what it is that's happening and where this incident did occur. This is coming into our newsroom courtesy of Google Maps so that you can really take a look at what happened and where exactly this happened. Here you are seeing here, we'll zoom in very tightly so that you can see this is the 36th Street and 4th Avenue Sunset Park Station in Brooklyn, New York. If I zoom out to give you some perspective of where exactly this is, here you are seeing Prospect Zoo Park. In the upper right-hand corner of your screens here, this park. So for those of you that perhaps aren't familiar with Sunset Park Station but are familiar with the zoo, that is where that is located. For those of you tuning in all around the country who perhaps aren't very familiar with Manhattan, this is in Brooklyn. If you look up here, Jersey City is marked on your screens, as is Manhattan here. This is quite a few blocks, probably around 20 blocks or so from Barclays Center. For those of you perhaps that are familiar with that landmark in Brooklyn. But once again, this is a breaking news situation that is happening live right now in Brooklyn. What we know is on your screens. 13 people have been injured in a Brooklyn subway shooting. And we can confirm that FDNY have several undetonated devices found at the scene. Our Fox 5 New York team have been on the ground speaking with officials. They say that the suspect has fled, reportedly through the subway, using the subway system to flee his own crime scene. We can confirm, I say his, because we can confirm that the suspect is a male, reportedly weighing 180 pounds, last seen wearing a gas mask and construction gear. Officials have told our Fox 5 New York team that he was wearing some kind of orange vest and carrying an orange construction bag. And so that is what we know. We also have some tweets coming into our newsroom that we do want to bring you an update on. Let's take a look at this situation and at these tweets. Once again, this is happening in real time, folks. For those of you tuning in, this is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We monitor breaking news situations in real time. And this is a tweet, a photograph coming into our newsroom courtesy of Twitter. This appears to be someone who was actually inside of a subway car making its way through this Sunset Park Station. You see the reflection there. That's why the photo's perhaps a bit strange, but you're seeing blood there on the platform. Let's bring that back up so that you can see it once again. This is the situation that we are currently monitoring. Once again, proof that some kind of situation happened at this Brooklyn subway station because there is blood on the platform. We have gotten an update courtesy of the FDNY who spoke with our Fox 5 New York team, who have said that 13 people have been injured, and there is some of the evidence of that. We also want to bring you the latest NYPD tweet that has come into our newsroom confirming just this. In regard to the multiple people shot at the 36th Street subway station in Brooklyn, there are no active explosive devices at this time. Any witnesses are asked to call NYPD tips at 1-800-577-TIPS. Please stay clear of the area. More provided information when available. We did hear from our Fox 5 New York team who says that we should get a media briefing very shortly. As soon as we get that, we'll of course bring you out live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Speaking of our Fox 5 New York team, let's head live to their coverage to get the latest details on this breaking news situation coming into our newsroom this morning out of Brooklyn, New York.
This was a bloody scene, either, again, from the gunshot wounds or from whatever sort of device this was. We don't have any clarity as of yet as to what was in the device. It could have been sort of a smoke device to distract, as my sources have said, or it could have been something more dangerous than that even. But from the description that witness, you just heard that witness talk about on the air, people are dealing with serious wounds here. We're expecting, again, an update from the police commissioner. The NYPD has told us that there are no active explosive devices, so if there's any good news here, it is that. But if memory serves, and again, I'm doing this all from memory, so forgive me if my numbers are not exactly right, but the latest NYPD statistics had transit crime up something like 65% year over year. So even before this awful day in our city, crime was a major issue underground. And I have to say, piggybacking off something that you guys were talking about earlier, that this has to be eating at Mayor Eric Adams, former NYPD captain who is dealing with his COVID diagnosis. He has to, just by definition, he has to be orchestrating or helping to orchestrate the city's response from afar because he remains in isolation. His doctor has said he can't do any sort of outdoor in-person events until Friday at the earliest, because that would be 5 days after his COVID diagnosis. So he has to sort of orchestrate all of this from behind closed doors, from isolation. So that's another way that this pandemic is adding to his effort to fight crime in the city. He came into office as the mayor who is going to clean up this city. He knows all too well about the bad old days, and he wants nothing more than to rid the city of this crime, to bring people back, to get people back using mass transit, and this can't help that at all.
And if there's one thing we know about this mayor, it's that he has been at these scenes really ever since day one. Morning, noon, and night, showing up at press conferences outside.
We comment about it. We comment about it all the time. That he keeps the kind of schedule that I don't know when he sleeps. He sleeps maybe 3 or 4 hours a night. He's on to one thing to the next. So this has to be really eating at him to not
have to do this remotely.
Be able to be here to try to.
It's a sad state of affairs in Brooklyn, all over our city. As you know, the mayor has implemented a new police unit back on the street, anti-gun, right? And there were some people who were against this anti-gun unit. They thought it was going to be a flashback to the days in the past where people were unwrongly, arrested. And now we obviously can't get enough people on the street to get rid of these guns, whether they're ghost guns or regular guns.
Yeah. I believe we've got Inez Rosales back with us. Obviously, goes without saying, there's going to be some traffic issues today and some transit issues today. Inez, what's the latest that you're hearing about?
Well, they're definitely adding to the suspensions from what I'm seeing here. It's going to be tough getting around underground, so that they've been saying avoid the area if you can. So the B train, that is suspended completely now. The D train to continue with no service between Grand Bay 50th Street and both directions. Keep in mind, this suspension is going to go on as long as this entire investigation takes place. You do have D train service, but very limited, extremely limited, they're saying, on the F line between Washington Square Park and Coney Island. So service between Manhattan and Brooklyn is going to be tough. Many of the D trains southbound will finish their service at 2nd Avenue, and they're running on the F line. So these are all the lines you basically do need to avoid. It's the B, the D, the N trains, that's suspended between Herald Square and Coney Island both ways. The R trains, you have no service at all between White Street to South Ferry Station and Bay Ridge 95th Street. The W trains also completely suspended along with the B trains. And the Q trains, they are running, but they have local service only between 57th Street and Canal Street. That's just their way of trying to help people move along. You do have the 2, 3, 4, 5, the A train, C, F, and G as alternates if you need to travel between Brooklyn and Manhattan. But it's going to be really tough getting around. There are other trains you can use, but just plan ahead for sure, because getting around is going to be a mess. As for service around Queens, you should be okay. No major disruptions there. It's just basically between Manhattan and the Bronx, and also the subways, a lot of detours around those streets that are closed while this investigation is going on. So it's pretty messy right now.
It is. Inez, in fact, I'm looking at the NYPD transit tweet. They say, while there are several subway services changes, reports of trains currently stopped in tunnels are not accurate. All subway trains have been moved into stations. Officers are currently inspecting all stations and trains as we continue to investigate.
All right. Another piece of good news.
So
just imagine if you're stuck in a tunnel trying to figure out what's going on here.
We're looking for pieces of good news here and there, but Robert may not have any good news this morning. Robert, you're on the scene of where this all took place, an attack in broad daylight. What's going on?
Yeah, I just want to shed a little more light. I got some information a couple seconds ago about potentially the severity of injury. So we've been telling you that at least 13 people are injured, but a source of mine says although there are no fatalities, 2 are likely to die. In police speak, if you hear police say someone is likely, that means they're likely to die. So that is to say their injuries are such that they might not survive. So let's hope that doesn't prove to be the case. But of the 13 injuries, my information is that at least 2 are serious enough as to be life-threatening. Just a horrible turn of events out here. Even if there are no fatalities at the end of this day, it's going to be remembered as one of the darkest days in the city, certainly in recent memory. And I wanted to go back to some of the anti-gun units that the city reprised. The mayor on the campaign trail, and we can continue looking at the scene, but this has been one of his big crime-fighting tactics, and that is specially trained officers who are in charge of getting illegal guns off the streets. And in fact, since the units hit the streets, hit these troubled precincts back on March 14th, the cops have taken off something like 24 guns from city streets. But they can't find all of them, obviously, and they can't deter every bad actor, including one inflicted terrible pain on the city today.
I just want to pass along, we've gotten word from the White House that the president has been briefed on what's been happening here. This posted by Press Secretary Jen Psaki, saying the White House senior staff are in touch with Mayor Adams and the police commissioner Sewell to offer any assistance as needed. We know the Attorney General has been briefed on the situation as well. We will have more from the scene, from this just heartbreaking breaking news out in Sunset Park when we come back.
Thank you to our Fox 5 team for that report. You did just hear that the White House has been briefed about this situation. We'll work on getting you that latest update and tweets coming out from the White House in just a moment. But we did get some new information there from our Fox 5 team that I do want to walk you through if you are just joining us this morning. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and at least 5 people have been shot, 13 injured. We just heard there from our reporter on the ground, Robert Moses, that his source has informed him that 2 of those injuries, 2 of those individuals are in critical condition. His source has said that these 2 individuals are unfortunately likely to die. This was his quote as per his source. So we can confirm that 2 people are in critical condition as a result of the incident that occurred at a subway station in Sunset Park, Brooklyn this morning, just before the 9 o'clock hour. We can confirm that there are multiple officials and teams on the ground currently. Just on your screen right now, you can see the FDNY and NYPD. We can also confirm that SWAT is on the ground. Bomb squads are on the scene, and we are getting updates from the FBI. The FBI has told our Fox team that the suspect is not in custody. What we know about this suspect, we know that he was last seen wearing a gas mask. He was also wearing construction gear, so some type of orange vest, and carrying an orange construction bag is what our Fox 5 New York team was told. This incident happened at the 4th Avenue and 36th Street station around 9 o'clock this morning. This is the Sunset Park station in Brooklyn, New York. We know that there were reports of some type of explosion. There was smoke inside of the subway. FDNY were on the scene to respond to that. FDNY have given us an update, and we'll bring up the tweet for you because this is the latest update from the NYPD in regard to those unidentified Oh, and it does appear that this tweet is coming up a bit strange. This is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We bring you the latest updates courtesy of our teams on the ground. We're going to try and get out of this for you. We'll work on getting you that tweet here. But here we're back out on the scene, and that tweet was just outlining the fact that while there were reports of undetonated devices on the ground, we can confirm that none are currently active, which is positive news this morning to bring to all of our and all of your homes this morning. Once again, this is a breaking news situation that we are monitoring out of Brooklyn, New York. 5 shot, at least 13 injured, and 2 of these individuals in critical condition. I do want to bring up these tweets back up live, raw, and unfiltered for you on Live Now from Fox as we are monitoring a situation once again that occurred in Brooklyn, New York this morning. This is imagery and pictures coming into our newsroom courtesy of social media. And we do have our Fox 5 team back on the ground. So let's go out there live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
What's happening behind me, you're going to see the car, the FDNY truck right there. Behind that is where, officials are there, elected officials, also as well as the police officers. We should be getting briefed shortly, and that is where most of the activity is. But as I was driving here, I have to say there was also a lot of police presence over on 27th Street. That's about, I'm going to say, 10, 11 blocks away from here. Heavy police presence there as well. We do not know yet what's going on over there, but here we're close enough to the 36 subway station, and as you know, as you guys have been reporting, 5 people have been shot, as many as 13 people injured, and a lot of commotion. I mean, as you can only imagine, Rosanna and Chris, I used to commute. I've been driving now after the pandemic, but I was a commuter myself, and I have to say, as I was driving to the scene, I just kept remembering, that could have been me on the subway, could have been anybody on the subway. So a very chaotic scene, active scene, and of course we'll bring you the very latest. But again, 5 people shot, at least 13 injured, and you heard Robert Moses. 2 are likely. Back to both of you.
Horrific times in Brooklyn right now. We have the councilwoman from that area, from Sunset Park, Alexa Viles, on the phone with us this morning. Councilwoman, what can you tell us about what's going on over there?
Good morning. It's a hectic scene, and our thoughts are with everyone that has been impacted by this horrific situation. As you know, 5 people have been confirmed shot. They are in local hospitals. Everyone is in stable condition. The investigation of, other injuries is still ongoing. Every law enforcement agency is here investigating, checking the perimeter. All the schools. This is a very busy corridor with several schools within 2-block radius of the site itself. All the schools are on lockdown. The children are safe. So everyone is doing their best in this situation.
Councilwoman, are you outraged by what's going on in New York City right now?
Absolutely.
So how far will you take it? How far will you take your outrage?
I don't understand the question. Well, how far? I think right now we want to focus and make sure that everyone impacted by this situation and their families are safe. They get the care that they need, and we will find out what has transpired here today.
Hey, Councilmember,
This is what's important for us.
Were you near this station this morning? Give us, the lay of the land. Were you nearby at all?
Yes, I live 5 blocks from this station.
Oh, wow.
My daughter was 1 block away on her way to the station to go to school.
You're kidding.
Yes, and like many New York City commuters, right? Many other high school students.
So she was minutes away.
Yes.
Jeez. So what needs to be done to ensure the safety of your daughter and all the other daughters and people who live in this city? I mean, things must be going through your mind. You're in a power position.
Oh, sure. I mean, I think we have to find out what happened here today. We know we don't know what happened, so I cannot jump to any conclusions. We have to investigate to see what happened here, to make sure it doesn't happen again and that New Yorkers can be safe.
Have you?
So I really appreciate the call. I actually have to get off the line now because there are multiple other calls and I'm getting pulled into a meeting. But thank you. Please keep your thoughts and prayers for everyone impacted today. Thank you to the first responders who are here, to the principals, and to everyone in the community who's supporting each other.
Have you spoken firsthand to anyone that was down there at the time?
I have not.
Okay.
But thank you so much, and we will be in touch. The investigation is evolving. Information is still evolving, so there's a lot to be discovered here. So thank you for your thoughts and prayers and for your support of our community.
No, we appreciate you joining us this morning on what is a very, very difficult day for you, for the entire city here. I believe we want to go back out to the scene. We've got Briella Tomasetti, who's out there live. Briella, tell us where you are and what you're seeing and hearing.
Yeah, Chris, good morning to you. Absolutely a tragic day here in the city, especially after everything the city has been doing to combat gun violence and violence overall. We are at 4th Avenue and 35th Street, just a few blocks away from where Jessica Formosa was reporting. I'm going to step out for a moment. Obviously, like what everybody else was saying, a massive, massive emergency response presence here on the ground. Helicopters overhead, dozens of cops from all different units from the NYPD. We have canines, we have firefighters all geared up, and of course so many closed streets. One thing I do want to point out is that there are so many people here either making their way to work, stuck in traffic, just onlookers that are stunned by what's going on, obviously frightened, in shock, confused as to what's going on, all desperately searching for answers. And I do want to talk about us making our way down into Manhattan. We took the BQE down here, and the first thing I noticed was you could hear the flashing sirens, the emergency crews rushing down to the scene at the height of morning rush hour. And just think, the millions of New Yorkers who commute every single day. It really seems that the person who did this wanted to inflict as much damage as possible, like Robert mentioned a little bit before. You have people down in the subway that are in very close quarters when they're commuting, and at points sandwiched like sardines on those trains. So an event like this can quickly turn catastrophic, and from the response we've been seeing out here, it certainly seems like it is very, very bad. And conditions, what we're hearing, more than a dozen victims, at least 5 of them shot, and what we've seen in Citizenat video, some of them seem to be bleeding from the lower parts of their body. Again, like some of the reporters have been saying, you have 2 people that are have very grave injuries and may not survive this. It's unclear when a press conference will happen. We do know, though, that the mayor is out with COVID, and he is continuing to be briefed on the situation. The mayor's officials are asking people to stay away from the area so first responders can help those in need and investigate and get down to the bottom of this. The NYPD, though, is saying no active explosive devices are here at this time, so that's one positive thing to take away from all of this. But as you can imagine, so many people in the neighborhood remain frightened, remain in the dark, and are terrified about what's going on. And the city is doing what it can right now to combat subway violence, but it seems that something new is happening every single day, culminating in a horrific event like this. Cops can only get so many guns off the street. Like Robert said, they cannot get every single one, and it leads to a tragedy like this one. So we'll be sure to keep you updated, but that's what we're seeing. It's what we're hearing on the scene right now, and we're hoping to talk to some people who may have heard all of this when it unfolded. Back inside to you.
Just chaos down there right now.
It's just awful. We're trying to digest everything that's happening with this breaking news. We're following it for you here on Good Day New York. We will be back with more information.
Hi, I'm Diana Lopez.
And thank you to our Fox 5 New York team for that update. We'll be updating with them, along with them, courtesy of them, and bringing those updates into all of your homes over the course of the next couple of hours as we do get more updates on this breaking news situation that occurred in Brooklyn, New York. We did just receive a bit more information that we want to get you all up to speed on. We can confirm that at least five people were shot and at least 13 have been injured. 2 are currently currently in critical condition. That is what we know at the moment. We also know that this incident did occur at the Sunset Park station in Brooklyn, New York. The New York Police Department confirmed that a shooting took place at this station just before 9 a.m. Eastern Time, which is peak commuting hours. Obviously, people heading to work, people heading to school, and we can confirm that 13 were injured in this incident. An NYPD spokesperson has told Fox News that a shooting took place, once again, Sunset Park Station, 36th Street and 4th Avenue. We are working to get you more details on exactly how this situation unfolded in the very early hours of the morning. But we do have tweets to take you through that will bring us through the latest news coming into our newsroom from the NYPD. Here is a tweet that confirms we did tell you that there were multiple undetonated devices found at the scene. Well, the NYPD on Twitter is confirming that there are no active explosive devices at this time. So they do confirm that there were multiple people shot at the 36th Street subway station in Brooklyn, but that is the latest news from the NYPD. No active explosive devices at this time. The NYPD is urging any witnesses to call NYPD tips at 1-800-577 tips. They also are advising all of you who are in the area tuning in from the Brooklyn area to stay away from this crime scene. We'll take you back out to our live feeds coming into our newsroom, live, raw, and unfiltered this morning. A massive police presence on the ground in Brooklyn, New York. We can confirm that NYPD, FDNY, the FBI, bomb squads, all on the ground. We also just heard from our reporters who were on the ground saying that there are helicopters flying in the air. And it is worth noting that this suspect, according to our latest update, is still at large. He fled reportedly via the subway system. He was last seen wearing a gas mask and construction gear. A law enforcement source told Fox News Digital that the suspect is described as a black male, 180 pounds, wearing an MTA uniform, a gas mask, and carrying some type of bag. The NYPD counterterrorism units are responding on the scene, and police canines, helicopters, all on the ground to bring us through and get us the latest information here. NYPD told the public to avoid this situation, the 36th Street and 4th Avenue area. And we are getting more news into our newsroom and more tweets coming in as the world and officials are reacting to the news. We do have a tweet here from Jen Psaki that has just hit our news desk. I do want to pull this up for you because the President of the United States, Joe Biden, is being briefed on this situation. Unfortunately, this is a bit strangely sized here, so we'll work on getting that fixed for you. But it does confirm that the President of the United States has been briefed on the situation. We are expecting to hear from officials any minute now, or at some point this morning, when they do have an update on this situation. We're hoping to get an accurate count of how many people were shot, how many injured. But what we know is that at least 13 have been injured. 5 individuals have been shot. And a source told our very own Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses that 2 are currently in critical condition. And so that is the latest. I do have the text from Jen Psaki here that I do want to read to you all here on Live Now from Fox. She does confirm here that the President of the United States has been briefed on the latest developments regarding the New York City subway shooting, while White House senior staff are in touch with Mayor Eric Adams and Police Commissioner to offer any assistance as needed. It is worth noting that Mayor Eric Adams is currently recovering from COVID, so we will not hear from him today, but we are expecting to get an update from officials on the ground at this scene within the next couple of hours. Once again, for those of you that are just tuning in, perhaps you got a notification on your phone. You tune into Live Now from Fox because you know when there is a breaking news situation, we are there, live, raw, and unfiltered. We'll get you up to speed on what we know, courtesy of our Fox 5 New York team who are currently on the ground. Let's head back out there live.
News helicopters, but also at least one police helicopter that I've seen circling this area, again, blanketing it both above and below ground to make sure that this suspect, who was seen, according to our sources, wearing a gas mask as well as an orange construction vest, does not get away. All the while, the police commissioner is expected here. The mayor is not expected to be here, of course, because he is in isolation, as Gracie mentioned, having, convalescing from his COVID diagnosis on Sunday. So you might need to come back to me, but I do want to give you a live look whenever we do make that walk just 2 blocks away. Hopefully you can come back to us so that you can get a closer sense of the scene, because as we're walking through the scene, this will be the closest that we have been able to get so far this morning to where this all happened at the 36th Street subway station. So we're getting direction from the police even as we speak. And at this point, I'll send it back to you. But just if you can, come back to us. And we'll walk you into the scene as we're walking in, if it all lines up with your timing.
All right. Now, be careful, Robert. We'll be in touch with you throughout the morning. So what we know right now is this gunman was in a gas mask, orange construction vest. He opens fire on a Brooklyn subway.
36th Street platform.
Hitting people who were there. Then he tosses, we're hearing, there were reports he tosses a smoke bomb onto the R train. And
yeah, reports of smoke devices. The initial call came in at 8:30 this morning, reports of smoke. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to have more on this developing story when we come back.
I'm Sanford Rubenstein.
I'm Scott Reinecke.
You may have seen us on the news.
And we just heard from Robert Moses there, our Fox 5 New York team on the ground. He is actually going to move through this crime scene in the coming minutes. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you there live, raw, and unfiltered. He has done some great reporting for us. He has been able to get us exclusive kind of information as this investigation is evolving. He was one of the first on the ground to report that this suspect is still at large. He reportedly fled through the subway system. We kind of confirmed that he was wearing a gas mask, some type of construction gear, which is actually, this is actually compelling footage that we're getting here. I don't know if you just saw there a moment ago, you saw someone wearing an orange vest. We are getting reports that perhaps a vest just like that one that was just on your screen is what this suspect could have potentially been wearing. And here our reporters are getting ready for their next live shots here. This is an active crime scene. We are bringing you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. This is what happens as situations unfold across the country. We send our reporters out and they get ready to give us the latest updates on it all. What we do know at the time is that 5 people have been shot, at least 13 have been injured. 2 of these individuals are currently in critical condition. The FDNY have said that several undetonated devices were found at this scene, but we did get an update from the NYPD who says that no active devices are currently on the scene. We also know that the suspect, once again, as I just alluded to a moment ago, is still at large. He was last seen wearing a gas mask and wearing some type of orange construction gear. Some reports are coming in that this gear was MTA gear, which would have aligned with not only the orange construction style vest, but we also did just see a man who works for the MTA on your screens wearing a very similar vest. And so perhaps it was a vest like that one that this suspect was wearing. But what we want to do is let you know what we know for sure. We know for sure that this incident did occur just before the 9 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. We know that it occurred at the Sunset Park subway station. between 4th Avenue and 36th Street. That is the crossroads of that subway station. Police have closed 4th Avenue. There is a heavy police presence at this scene, all the way down to 27th Street. Also, we're not sure at the moment why police are in that area, but we're seeing a heavy police presence about 10 blocks down as well. The suspect is apparently still on the loose. We have an update from the NYC Department of Education that say that some schools are sheltering in place. All of this, of course, happening because, once again, this suspect is still at large. He was last seen wearing a gas mask and construction gear. Our Fox 5 New York team is back on the ground. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
A short time from now. I don't know if we have details on exactly when yet. Jess, what are you hearing?
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of movement now, and a lot of reporters like our Robert Moses, who was on the other side about 2 blocks away from us, was just telling you guys that he was going to walk through the scene because they were going to brief us any minute, and that is happening as we speak. You can see all these reporters who are 2 blocks away coming this way because DCPI police officers are already setting us up to give us the latest details on what happened here. But I'm going to have my photographer, Maura Bertoli, just pan over to the subway station, which we can see right here on between 35th and 36th Street on 4th Avenue, and this is where everything unfolded. We're talking about 5 people shot, at least 13 people injured, and like Robert Moses was saying, possibly 2 are likely to die. We are seeing now the podiums here. DCPI, sorry, I'm just looking over my shoulders to see when they're going to brief us on what happened here. But let me just tell you what's happening out here right now. A lot of NYPD, FDNY, people from the community, elected officials. We have said that the mayor is not here because he is in quarantine, but I have seen people from the mayor's office present. I have not seen the police commissioner, but we know that she is going to be here. She may be around, but I don't see her in my sight right now. But over by the train station, you can see a lot of police presence there. It is blocked off to pedestrians. No one can get by. The suspect, as we've been reporting, still at large. He was wearing a construction vest and a gas mask last seen. We have here helicopters above us. And this is not just choppers, news choppers, but helicopters trying to canvass the area. But again, Rosanna and Chris, this is a chaotic scene. It has been for the last couple of hours. And we are going to be briefed in any moment now, and as soon as we have those details, we will bring it to you guys live.
All right, thank you. We appreciate that. You know, we know that there are no active explosive devices in that area at this time.
A small bit of good news right now.
Which we're holding on to. Robert Moses is there on the scene. He's trying to get closer to that subway station in Sunset Park. Robert, where are you?
Yeah, we just walked through the scene. We walked about 2 blocks, and you can see a top police brass back there, including John Miller standing in front of that police vehicle. So a briefing is imminent here, but just to reset, if we can, the information that we have as we know it so far. You've been showing the chilling pictures from underground, but at least 13 injuries. 11 of those victims, we're told, are being treated at 2 different hospitals, 8 at one, and then at NYU, and then the remaining at New York Presbyterian. And my information has been that at least 2 are in more grave condition. We don't know if those injuries were the result of gunshot wounds or shrapnel or the rush to get out of the subway station. A massive search for this suspect is still underway. And Todd, maybe can we go up and show that police helicopter that continues to circle here in Sunset Park? You're hearing other news helicopters as well, but the search for the suspect continues both above and below ground. We know that the trains that were in service here in Sunset Park were pulled into the station, and clearly police went through them with fine-tooth combs, making sure that no suspect is there hiding out, because we know that the suspect in some way tried to blend in as a construction worker or wearing some similar type uniform. So again, John Miller here at the scene. he only responds to clearly serious situations like this. Obviously, also just next to him, just across from him, you can see Tim Minton. He is the chief spokesman for the MTA. I'm looking for Jano Lieber, the CEO of the MTA. I don't see him at the moment, but right now, John Miller, Tim Minton, and other top officials out here with the police department and the MTA are talking ahead of this press conference. Guys, back to you.
Robert?
And one person you won't see at the press conference this morning is Mayor Adams, who has COVID, is in isolation, but I'm sure he's in constant contact with everybody.
His team has said they have been in touch with everyone on the ground there as he continues to work remotely with COVID. But boy, what a morning.
What a morning. Prayers for the victims and their families. Prayers for the people in Sunset Park who I'm sure were scared out of their minds as they were trying to get to work. Prayers for the city that we can get ourselves back together. Thank you for watching Good Day. We will continue with more information that you need to know.
Update. They have been on the ground since this incident occurred, and we are getting in updates all around really the country here. Here's the latest tweet from the NYPD confirming in regard to the multiple people shot at the 36th Street subway station in Brooklyn. There are no active explosive devices at this time. Any witnesses are asked to call NYPD tips at 1-800-577 tips. We are getting in tweets really from officials from top to bottom. Here is Secretary Pete Buttigieg saying, closely monitoring developments after this morning's shocking news from Brooklyn. My thoughts are with all those affected, and our department will be ready to help MTA and the people of New York in any way that we can. They continue to pour in. Here is Chuck Schumer tweeting, I'm closely monitoring the situation this morning at the 36th Street station in Sunset Park in our beloved Brooklyn. I'm praying for all the victims, their families, all those impacted. I'm grateful for the quick action of our first responders. To everyone in New York, stay safe. Speaking of those victims, we do want to update the graphic on your screen here because we can confirm that at least 5 people have been shot in this Brooklyn subway shooting. We have a further update, courtesy of our reporters on the ground. In addition to those 5 people shot, at least a total of 13 have been injured, 2 of those in critical condition. Here is Press Secretary Jen Psaki weighing in, confirming that the President of the United States has been briefed on the latest developments regarding the New York City subway shooting. White House senior staff are in touch with Mayor Adams and, of course, the police commissioner as well to offer any assistance as needed. Speaking of the police commissioner, we are expected to hear from police officials any minute now as we do get a police briefing coming in. Here is Gigi Graciette, one of our reporters out of Fox LA, but I do want to bring you out live to one of our channels here because as promised, we are going to bring you this press briefing by officials, live, raw, and unfiltered here as officials who have been on the ground for about 2 hours now. This incident did occur just before the 9 o'clock hour Eastern time, and we are going to head back out live to our Fox 5 New York team who are on the ground with video coming into their newsroom of the incident. Let's listen in.
Team of reporters at the scene. We're going to begin this hour with Robert Moses, who is live with the very latest. Robert, if you don't mind, just kind of reset for us what we know at this hour here just a few hours after this took place.
Happy to do that, although I wish it wasn't under these circumstances. So here's what we know, and I'll bend down as this fire truck makes the left-hand turn. Police vehicles, fire vehicles moving about the scene. So here's what we have so far. About a block to the north of where we are, the 36th Street subway station here in Sunset Park. Around 8:30 this morning, the height of the morning rush hour, we're told that at least 5 people were shot inside of the subway station. A suspect also, according to my sources, set off some kind of smoke device, and that has been borne out by the images that we have seen. Other devices were also found. All told, 13 people have been injured. 11 of those people are being treated at 2 different hospitals, according to our information, New York Presbyterian as well as NYU. Also, we're hearing that at least 2 have been more seriously injured in this. We don't know if that's the result of gunshot wounds or shrapnel or the rush to get out. Here at the scene, we have seen top police officials, including John Miller. Also, the top MTA spokesman, Tim Minton, is here ahead of a press conference that we're expecting in a matter of minutes. Police are still continuing to search for this suspect who was seen wearing a gas mask as well as a construction vest. It's unclear if he was actually a construction worker or was simply wearing a vest in an effort to blend in. You'll notice that MTA employees wear those orange vests. And so was this an effort to blend in and look like an employee? It's still unclear. This is very fluid. Information is changing by the minute. The good news is that the NYPD says at this point there are not believed to be any unexploded devices. So the immediate danger here in this area appears to have abated. However, the search for this suspect goes on, which is why, as we walked through this scene just a few minutes ago, police officers who know us as members of the media, were very intentional about saying, make sure your credentials are displayed prominently, make sure we can see them, make sure we know who you are, identify yourself as a member of the media. They are keeping a very close eye, both above and below ground. I know so far anything new, I'll pass, but 13 injured, 5 of those people shot, perhaps 2 in very serious condition, and we're awaiting a news conference here, which of course we'll bring to you. Guys, back to you.
Robert, we appreciate you reporting on this crazy, incredible story. You've been out there all morning on top of it, and we really do appreciate it. I believe we've got Jessica Formoso also live at the scene, where we are waiting for some type of press conference with city officials. We've been seeing, the officials gathering out there near where Robert was as well. Jess, are you with us right now, and what is the scene like where you're standing?
Yep, I'm actually right near Robert Moses because he was pushed back this way, and you can see, well, you're seeing backpacks and other reporters here because the press conference is about to start any minute. Police now putting yellow tape, making sure that we do not cross that line. But just wanted to paint the scene here, what you're seeing. NYPD, FDNY still at the scene. It's still an active scene. This was chaotic earlier this morning, about 8:30. That's when the first calls came in about smoke in the subway station. And as you know, and as we've been reporting all morning, 5 people were shot, 13 were injured, at least 2 are likely. And here at the scene, police are still trying to piece together what exactly happened. The suspect still at large. We know that he fled the scene. He was wearing a construction vest and a gas mask, and we are hearing helicopters up above us. We are hoping to find out more of what really happened this morning here, but as you can imagine, this was chaotic. Those who were commuting, who were on the train or in the platforms, were scared. They didn't know what was happening. We are hearing reports now of people who were on that train, some describing it as, they didn't know if this was an attack, what it was, people with blood on their sweaters, on their clothes. Chris, you commute, we all commute at some point, and we know how terrifying that could be in that moment when you start hearing gunshots and people screaming and smoke. So obviously we are hoping to get more details of what happened here this morning. But I can say that all of 4th Street is blocked off. This is for blocks. There's also a police presence over on 27th Street, and I saw this as I was driving here to 35th Street. A lot of police there, as well as fire department. So we don't know exactly why they're down at that area, but I can say that all of 4th Avenue is closed down to traffic, the delays, subway delays, traffic delays. But again, we're going to be out here and hopefully we'll have details very shortly. I'm just going to look behind me just to see where we're at now, but I do see police officials here ready to give us an update. We're waiting for the police commissioner. As you know, the mayor is quarantined, so he's not going to be at this press conference, but I did see, and I have been seeing people from his press office here, so hopefully we'll hear from them as well. But this is the very latest from Brooklyn. I'll send it back to both of you.
Yeah, Jessica, I know you mentioned, I mean, this is rush hour. So many people trying to leave that scene. You just see a lot of police presence there. But something that I have been seeing on Twitter is Uber. I mean, you think about how many people are trying to leave the subway at one moment, and Uber does surge pricing when there's a massive response to people trying to get it. And they're getting some major pushback on Twitter for that, because when people are trying to
surge pricing during a moment like this, wow.
And so this is something that Uber probably will have to respond to pretty soon. But I mean, if there's an emergency like this and people are all trying to get out of that area, can you imagine that surge pricing going on during a time like that?
No, hard to imagine anything that's been going on this morning. I mean, it's so sad to see.
It is. But we're going to switch over to Jim Smith. He is in Skyfox above the scene. Jim, give us an update on what you're seeing. I know there's some massive closures going on, especially for people in the area. Lockdown still happening for schools in that area as well. What's the update that you have?
Yeah, we could tell you that the area affected is very large, and that would be an understatement. Just to begin with 4th Avenue, that is essentially shut down from about 20th Street down to 38th Street. And for anybody that has plans to travel in the area, you want to try to avoid an even wider area than that. 3rd Avenue to 5th Avenue, again, north of 20th Street, south of 38th Street. That is what you want to avoid in terms of the traffic situation. We could also tell you that the 38th Street exit on the Gowanus Expressway, that has been shut down, all due to this large police presence. Just to give people a perspective of where we are, this is 4th Avenue near 36th Street. Again, this is where the train eventually came to a stop, and that is where the larger police presence is. But again, the entire area affected by police, fire department, EMS, other agencies involved as well. I just want to mention one thing that we heard Robert Moses mention earlier, just to go along with the police presence in the area. We could see that there are police officers on multiple rooftops in the area. So the NYPD, along with the police helicopter overhead, making every effort to keep an eye on the situation, not just underground in the subway station on the street level, but from up above as well. But again, just to recap, the area affected south of 20th Street through 38th Street. That is the area to avoid 3rd Avenue to 5th Avenue due to this massive emergency response. Chris, Bianca, back to you.
Jim, thank you very much. Keep us posted if you learn more, if you see more from the scene down there. I believe we've got someone with us on the phone right now named, your name is John Rugen. And John, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're an EMT. Were you down there? Did you actually respond to this situation today?
I'm assigned to the uniformed EMTs, paramedics, and fire inspectors union. So we respond, any high mass casualty incident that could produce amount of patients, and assist the department any way we can, and also, look out for the welfare of our members. Currently here, it is still an active going on investigation. The awareness is very high at the time. It's a tragic scene, it's a tragic incident. I'd just like to point out that the members of the department, both EMS and suppression, train for this daily. And today, all their training was put to work, and they responded, very promptly. They ran in without thinking twice, without blinking an eye, to protect the citizens, residents, and the visitors of New York. That's what they do. This is what they're trained to do. They love to do it. It's unfortunate that, it has to be done. But they did their training, and it all worked out perfectly this morning.
Now, you haven't been to that subway station yet this morning, have you?
I'm currently here on scene, yes.
You're on scene. Have you been underground? Can you tell us what you saw?
No, I did not on the ground. I'm still operating upstairs on the street level. It's still a hot zone for a radius of blocks. Subway is still considered a hot zone. It's still an ongoing investigation with numerous governmental agencies, NYPD, FBI, FDNY. So it's an ongoing incident.
Also, when you're mentioning a lot of the people leaving, trying to get out of the subway in such a rush, how do you deal with it? How are you trying to control the crowds and, get them just to be a bit more calm as they're trying to flee that scene?
Again, that comes down to the members' training. We're trained if you can ambulate, which is walk and run towards us, come to our voice. This way we can isolate the more stable patients and identify the more life-threatening patients. And then we would treat those patients first that are more life-threatening and put, the more stable patients in a set area. And then as more units arrive on scene, you would designate who's transported first while seeing who's held. But, it was a very chaotic scene. They did a fabulous job again. There was patients everywhere. They were downstairs. They were upstairs. I'm being told, I heard that patients are still being accounted for at surrounding hospitals, that they're taking themselves to the hospital. So the patient count is still rising, even though the scene is calming down, but still very active.
All right, John Rugen, we appreciate your information, your insight from there on the scene. We're thinking about you and all the EMTs and every first responder that went down there this morning. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to turn now to Robert Moses. He has been there since very early this morning covering this. Robert, we are told that you have some updates for us. What can you tell us right now?
Yeah, a detective source just called me a couple minutes ago and told me that now 16 people have been injured. Of those, 10 were shot and 2 are likely to die. Again, 16 injured, 10 of those shot, 2 likely to die, according to a detective source who just called me. I'll step out of the way again. Admittedly, there's a sea of people waiting for this press conference. But I do want to direct your attention again, Todd, if we can show those 2 snipers on top of the building just above that 24-hour bakery. That bakery sits just outside of the 36th Street subway station where all this mayhem unfolded today. The top-ranking police officials here are trying to direct traffic. I've been doing this a while, and I've never seen the press response that we have seen today. Again, the new information that I just got, and let me caution once again, people are hearing this, and this is changing. This is changing by the minute. So this could change when I talk to you again in 5 minutes. But according to a detective who just called me, 16 injuries. Of those, 10 people were shot. 2 are in very serious condition. Perhaps police call it likely. That means likely to die. Let's hope that does not occur, obviously. Awaiting a press briefing here with John Miller is here. I haven't seen the police commissioner, Keeshant Sewell, here as of yet. She might be behind the sea of vehicles that's just behind us. Mayor Eric Adams will not be here. He remains in isolation, convalescing after his COVID diagnosis on Sunday. His doctor has said that his first in-person outdoor appearance will not be until Friday. That's 5 days after his positive test. So we will not be seeing him, but we can be assured that he is helping to orchestrate this response. He has a long history in the police department, 22-year veteran of the force, former NYPD captain, came into office pledging to rid this city of crime. He's been very forthright about the fact that these numbers are troubling. And while we're not talking about the bad old days of the 90s when we saw 2,000 people murdered routinely in a given year, the numbers are trending in the wrong direction. There's no arguing that. And both he and his police commissioner from Nassau County, Keeshant Sewell, were faced immediate challenges with 2 police officers killed just after the new year, and the challenges have just mounted after that, and now we have this. It looks like more people are coming to the scene. Jamani Williams just arrived here at the scene, and we're awaiting the start of this press conference, which of course we'll bring to you as soon as it happens. Guys, back to you.
And you just heard Robert say there's some unfortunate news. Those numbers ticked up. 16 people injured, 10 people shot. 2 of those people he's still saying to believe gravely injured. We do hope that turns around and we can report some positive news that those 2 people will pull through. But you also mentioned that the mayor's saying that he's in contact, even though he's not there physically, he's in contact with his team and people
we've been talking about it. You know, the mayor, since this weekend, has announced he came down with COVID. So this is someone who loves to show up at the scene and play a hands-on role in everything, in almost every situation like this. Well, we've seen nothing like this, I should say, but every shooting incident that we've seen since he took office, he's been there. So he's going to be dealing with this remotely. We're going to take a quick break. We'll have more from the scene right after this.
And we've been in coverage mode with Fox 5 New York. They're doing a great job of providing the latest information and the latest there from Fox 5 New York. There are 16 people injured, at least 10 people shot there. That still very fluid information, like the reporter said. Let's continue just to show you the different shots that we have available to us. Obviously, we got Fox 5 New York up and above, really just showing you the response here from first responders coming to the scene. You got everyone from, of course, NYPD, you got New York Fire there, and then FBI, ATF, they are all out there as well. Here's a bad sign right here. You got a staging area right now that fire officials are putting together here. So that would lead you to believe that there are still some victims that are unaccounted for at this moment here. So that is obviously, as we are always saying, very fluid information that continues to come in here. Here's a ground shot that we have available to us as well. Now, we are expecting at any moment a news conference, and you can see NYPD officials huddling over there just right before they get to the podium there. So this could be happening at any moment. Obviously, they have to take care of very fast things that are happening right now. A manhunt is still underway. The latest information was that the suspect had a gas mask on when the shooting occurred there and the smoke detonation happened, and was wearing construction crew. We don't know just when this news conference could happen. Obviously, everything is happening at a very fluid pace right now because of everything that is happening here with this subway attack. It was just a morning commute, setting up to be a normal morning commute, and then out of nowhere, all this madness and terror started to happen, unfortunately, there for the commuters there. And of course, as the day goes on, we'll be able to get more information about what is going on here. But this will continue to be really the story of the day. And as you can see, we were in Fox 5 New York coverage. When they went to break, we really blew out all of our breaks so far right now. We want to just continue to give you the coverage as it's happening in real time. I want to go back out now to Fox 5 New York coverage as they are back from their break right now.
All morning, I apologize. There's not too much of a view behind me because there is such a massive presence of press here right now. It's actually the biggest presence of press officials and journalists that I've seen in the 3 years that I've been working at Fox 5 covering news here in the city. It's alarming, and I'm going to just pan over. There is supposed to be a press conference happening momentarily. We've got a lot of police officials here, including John Miller. We have Tim Minton from the MTA. They are all joining us and hopefully updating us on the search for that suspect. A massive manhunt out for that suspect right now. You do have emergency response crews and helicopters overhead still, dozens of cops from different units, canines, firefighters, and of course so many closed streets right now. And again, the amount of people who are kind of in sheer shock right now. They are either making their way to work, they were stuck in traffic, looking around with their phones and recording all of this as they saw it unfold. And making our way into Manhattan on the BQE this morning, you could hear the flashing sirens. You knew that something was wrong, and they were all heading in this direction, and as we were as well. So the millions of New Yorkers who commute every single day, they take the subway. I take the subway every day, and you think you're going to be safe riding it in the morning, especially rush hour when there are so many people on the train with you. Unfortunately, that was not the case this morning, and it just brings up even bigger questions about the city cracking down on crime. The mayor is doing all he can to stop and to curb the subway violence, but an event like this really just begs the question, are we doing enough right now? Again, the update on the victims, 16 injured, some of them bleeding from lower parts of the body. Robert Moses telling us that 2 of those victims are in grave condition. We are hoping to get more out of that press conference. But again, the mayor is out in quarantine with COVID-19. He is continuing to be briefed on the situation. And of course, authorities asking people still to stay away from this area. You can see right now with our cameras how chaotic it is here. Really no room to move at all. They want to investigate, get down to the bottom of this, and they need room to do that. Another good thing coming from all of this, at least a glimmer of hope, there's no active explosive devices at this time, so it seems to be a little calmer up on the ground and a little bit safer. But again, that suspect is still out there, and it's very frightening that that person has not been caught yet. So we are hoping to hear a little bit more from police in just a few moments. Send it back inside to you.
All right, Brella, thank you for that update. And as you heard her say, I mean, what a chaotic morning it has been. It is normally chaotic on any given morning for people just trying to take the subway, going from the N train, heading into Brooklyn. But can you imagine, you know, the chaos?
No, the answer is you can't. You can't imagine it until you've lived it, like unfortunately these people did in Sunset Park this morning.
I know that we were talking about some of those closures. There's a massive police presence there, blocking off a lot of streets and avenues. We're going to turn things over to Inez Rosales. She's going to be giving us a bit more of an update on how people are dealing with these delays. The trains, unfortunately, probably a lot of them still down and not moving. Inez, how are people going to be dealing with this morning? Is it something where it's just like, if you have to commute, maybe it's just time to stay home today?
Well, at this point, 11:23, getting home might be an issue. Commuting, getting around now, it's going to be tough. It's just going to be a wait-and-see kind of situation. Right now, it's coming up to lunchtime. As far as getting around, definitely continue with no service. The B and W lines, those are suspended completely. The D trains, you have no service between Broadway and 9th Avenue, both directions. They are running in 2 sections. They're running between Norwood and Broadway Lafayette through the F line, and then they're going to and from Coney Island Avenue. It's a bit of a mess here with these trains and how they're trying to run the service. They're trying to complete their investigation. That's why they have to shut all these trains down and not let them function. There's also extremely limited shuttle service between Coney Island and 9th Avenue. So getting out of Coney Island, that seems to be an issue. No service on the N train. That's also suspended. And as in Nancy, that's between 34th Street, Herald Square, and 8th Avenue, both ways. Those are also running in 2 sections with extremely limited shuttle service between 8th Avenue and Coney Island Avenue. Then you have the R trains affected. These are a lot of lines here. Mostly between Manhattan and Brooklyn. You have no service on the R line between the South Ferry Station and Bay Ridge 95th Street. You have the N trains. They're running on the R. They're servicing these R stations. So instead of on the R stations, you're going to see a lot of N trains. You can take those between 57th Street and Atlantic Avenue heading towards the Barclays Center. So even service around the Barclays Center affected there. Q trains are making the regular stops, but they're experiencing delays. They were running the Q trains at local service. Right now, it's just normal service, but this is affecting a lot of lines. The only one's not affected really is traveling between Manhattan and Queens and Manhattan and the Bronx. Obviously, it's everything heading towards Brooklyn and Manhattan. So instead, if you really need to get around, you have the 2 trains as an option, the 3, the 4, the 5, the A trains, the C, the F, and the G. And with all those closures, by the way, if you're traveling on the Gowanus, something to keep in mind, the Gowanus, that's jammed up because the exit towards 38th Street, that's a major exit. That's right there near all of this activity going on. That's closed as well. So there's a big backup on the Gowanus itself, and as well as the buses. They have to divert all around this. So this is going to be a big mess. Could affect the evening commute. May have to plan ahead. And Bianca, as you were mentioning, I'm seeing also Uber prices. They're surging those prices. So it's going to be tough in getting around later.
You know, and that's just part of their algorithm, which they do when there's increased demand. But for something like this, you would hope that Uber can respond quickly and turn that surge pricing off, because, you know, people just trying to get home from the city, people just trying to get away from this area. That's another unfortunate thing that they would have to be dealing with.
And Inez just ran through the laundry list of issues going on right now, from underground to buses to trouble on the Gowanus. Some of those trains that she mentioned actually run through the Atlantic Avenue station, and I believe that is where Fox 5's Antoine Lewis is right now. Antoine, what's the situation there?
Well, we can let you know, and just to piggyback off of what Inez was just talking about during her phono just now, that there is no service being allowed. And Brenda's going to give you a look at our monitor right here where we are. DNR in Brooklyn. You can read it yourself while NYPD responds to the incident at 36th Street. Underneath that, this is what's letting people know. And just to recap what's going on about what's happening underneath. There are taping off the entrances. They being the police are down there, MTA officers, MTA employees are down there, not allowing anyone to access the D, the N, and the R's down where we are here outside of the Atlantic Terminal. Inez mentioned Barclays Center as well. So that's all where we are. All of those trains were being stopped right here because of the incident that was going on, which of course started in Sunset. So anyone that's looking for that, there are people downstairs, MTA employees who are rerouting people. They're still taping off entrances, not allowing anyone to access this until this investigation, of course, continues, which is going to be a while. But to put it in a little bit more of a perspective for you, just to share what happened, I take the D coming from 125th and then transfer at Rockefeller Center. So around when Inez was just talking about around 8:30, and we were about to do the transfer, our train was held, and we were trying to figure out, well, what's going on? And then I started getting messages from Amy Cohen, our executive producer there, saying, you know what, she was filling me in. And so we just walked because we didn't know when it was going to pick up. So walking, to the station from Columbus Circle and from Rockefeller Center, just to get there, because that's where all of the stuff had stopped at, at least where our train was when we were impacted by that this morning. But again, anyone who's now trying to get into Manhattan, what they're telling you here where we are at the terminal is try the 1, 2, or 3. You can do that. But again, with that, there are delays. As far as the other trains that are going on, the 4 and the 5, B and F, Bob and Frank, George also, and again, the Q for Quincy. Those are the ones that you want to look into, because right now the D, the N, and the R definitely were not going to be the way to go. We talked to a couple of people. We'll be bringing you those stories throughout our coverage here like that. People are expressing shock. A lot of people we had to tell, they were asking, well, what are you all doing here? The news, what's going on? We were letting people know. People, one lady covered her mouth. Literally, when we came upstairs from just down there, when we told her what was going on, it took her breath away, like it did all of us when we found out what was going on now. So come back to me often and always. We'll try to keep you updated from where we are. But again, the Atlantic Terminal right now, this is where all of those trains that were impacted were being stopped. This is where it ended. And then the rerouting is starting to happen from here. But again, if you're looking for the D, N, and R, it's not going to happen. Stay in tune with us. Also go to our website, Fox 5 NY, and we'll definitely keep you updated there as well. We're going to send things now back inside to you.
Antoine, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We also want to pass this along. Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine put this phone number out there earlier today. If you know someone who may have been affected by this attack and you can't reach them, if you live in the city, the first thing you want to try to do is call 311. Outside of the city, 212-639-9675. The city has activated this victim response system. I assume this is just one of the programs that the city has, to respond to mass casualty incidents like this.
And interesting, I'm seeing a lot of things on Twitter as well, is in response to this, where we have this kind of breaking news and there's photos shared immediately. And some of these photos are so graphic and they can, completely affect how you can move forward throughout your day. So just want to put it out there just to be careful as well as you're trying to follow this throughout the day, that it can be, very impactful.
Disturbing, to say the least. I mean, people who got off this train at Sunset Park Station were met with quite a scene that they were not expecting today.
Very horrific. We're going to turn things over to Robert Moses, who has been covering this all morning long. Robert, we spoke with you earlier, probably about 15 minutes ago. Now, you did have an update. Just tell us again what is going on right now as you're waiting for officials to kind of give a debriefing.
Yeah, so I start things off with the caveat. I've been saying it all morning, but in case you're just joining us, these numbers have been fluid. They're subject to change. But this is the best information I have so far, according to a detective source of mine. And that is that 16 people have been injured. Of those, 10 were shot, and 2 are in very grave condition. In police speak, they are likely to die. That means that their injuries are such that they may frankly not make it, and we hope that is not the case. You can see the sea of people behind me. This is the news conference we've been referencing all morning long that is imminent. As soon as it happens, interrupt me and I will stop talking. But until then, we set the scene. I want to point out a couple things here. The 2 police officers on the rooftop over there, because yes, this is still an active search. To the best of our knowledge, there is no suspect in custody, and throughout our time here, police officers have been very intentional about telling us, make sure your credentials are out where we can see them, identify yourself as members of the press, because they don't want this suspect to slip through the cracks. We already know that he has done tremendous damage, and they don't want him to do any more damage. Also, there's an NYPD helicopter that has been circling this area as well, looking for the suspect both above and below ground. We know that trains that were in motion were pulled into stations and searched thoroughly. Subway service has been understandably affected hugely this morning. This is a key part of the subway system. Sunset Park, heavily traveled area of Brooklyn, with lines coming to and from Manhattan. So very busy, at least busy post-pandemic subway station this morning whenever this happened. If there's any good news in all of this, it is that according to the NYPD, there are no unexploded devices remaining. There were some unused devices that were located, according to our sources, but none that pose any sort of imminent danger at this point. I'm just keeping an eye on the helicopters circling overhead. We just got an updated schedule from the police commissioner, Keechant Sewell. We know it sort of goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. She will be here briefing us. The time they gave us was around 11:30 for the press conference, but looks like 11:30 has come and gone, and so we're still waiting for that news briefing. We're also expecting to hear from top MTA officials. We saw the top MTA spokesman here gathering details with John Miller, a top police official here as well. So
hey, Robert,
that's sort of a lay of the land. We started off the morning at 36th Street, and then we were moved up to 37th Street to get away from the scene just a bit, and then we walked through the scene, 2 blocks or so to 35th and 4th, which is where we are right now and where this sea of humanity is assembled, waiting for new information. But the latest information that I have, and bear with me, let me just check my phone and make sure nothing new has come in since I last spoke to you. Just bear with me here a second. 16 injuries. Of those 16, 10 people were shot. 2 are considered likely to die. We have let me just pause here for 1 second, because I want to give our crews out here kudos, because they've done a great job in making sure that we show you as much of the scene, as chaotic as the scene is, while keeping us and each other safe. And we're just trying to navigate our way through here as we await some new information. It looks like there's a little bit of movement on the other side. You guys can probably see it better than I can. I see some members in the NYPD back there. I think Jumaane Williams might be on that other side as well. So it looks like we're getting to this press conference imminently. Forgive my tap dancing here, but
Robert,
it looks like we're getting ready to start.
We appreciate your coverage. We appreciate
any moment now. So if you guys have any questions as we're waiting for this, go ahead and throw them out there as I.
Hey, Robert, it's Chris. Can you hear me right now?
Robert, can you hear us right now in the studio? We wanted to ask you a couple more questions before we.
I can, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Just maybe paint the picture of the communities that were affected here, because I know part of Sunset Park, where this horrific shooting happened, is heavily immigrant area, largely Hispanic, East Asian, South Asian. Are you hearing word on this and the communities that may have been affected, especially with this N train going through these areas?
Yeah, that's one of the great things about this city and the subway system, is that it traverses immigrant communities. Right on the corner here, La Familia restaurant. There are bakeries and delis in this area. We spoke to one woman live earlier who was working at a bagel store at the time, and she described some of the injuries that she was talking about. But you know, the subway is the great melting pot. It's where we all come together and we sort of huddle in our own corners and you know, try to keep to ourselves and read the paper or read a book or whatever we're doing. But it's also a place that kind of unites us and brings this city together. The fastest way to get from here to there is hop on the subway. I mean, that's the greatest part of this city for me, is being able to hopscotch it and on the subway. And to think that that's not safe is a scary thought.
And it's really well said.
The NYPD has upped its police presence. That's undeniable. I've noticed more and more of a presence in riding the subway every day. But that being said, I cover this stuff every day too, and I find myself watching my back more and more. I step back from the edge of that platform and watch people behind me and watch people who are walking by.
Yeah, Rob,
I didn't do much of that before the pandemic, and the most recent transit numbers that I can remember, and again, forgive me because I'm doing this from memory, but transit crime is up by something like 65% according to the latest data. So crime was an issue even before today, and now it's doubly so.
All right, Robert. Well, we appreciate that update. We're going to be sticking with you all morning long as you've been bringing us updates as they unfold. Right now, we're going to turn things over to Sky Fox. Jim Smith above the scene there. But first, we're going to take this press conference.
Oh, looks like we're still waiting for the press conference to start here, but we do have, Jim, since you're with us right now, can you tell us what you're seeing from your vantage point?
There is still a large presence of the NYPD, Fire Department, EMS, numerous agencies that are all participating in this investigation. That is 4th Avenue near 36th Street. And again, it's just easier to get into, rather than what is closed, what should be avoided. 4th Avenue that we're looking at, that should be avoided from 20th Street down to at least 38th Street. And for anybody traveling in the area, even if you live in the area, try to avoid an even wider berth than that. That is closer to 4th Avenue and 25th Street, where the incident began. We could see the fire department has set up a staging area still in that area, as well as the police department. The 38th Street exit on the Gowanus Expressway is currently closed off the traffic. So essentially, if you are traveling in the area, 3rd Avenue to 5th Avenue, 20th Street down to 40th Street would be a safe area to avoid, and if possible, go further north, south, east, and west than that grid that I just gave you to assist with the emergency response in the area. But again, this is the situation still ongoing. We expect this scene on 4th Avenue to be ongoing for quite some time. Still a large presence with multiple agencies, including the NYPD, EMS, Fire Department, as well as other government agencies involved in the investigation. Chris, Bianca, back to you.
Hey, Jim, I know we've seen a lot of police presence down there. We've obviously got the media down there. I'm just curious, from where you are, can you see our residents in the area coming out to flood the scene and look at this, or are they giving them space at this point?
You know, Chris, it's hard to distinguish at times. We have seen some crowds gather at certain intersections. I'll take you down just a little bit further south from the scene. We have seen people crossing at intersections, perhaps stopping for a few moments, then continuing on their way. So I guess it would be natural to expect large crowds to come out and take a look at what's unfolding. But I do think, based on the limited number of people that are outside of the police lines, that most people are trying to give space to the investigation. Perhaps a brief, curious look, and then from there continue on their way. Again, just allow everybody to do their business in terms of figuring the situation out.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We've been appreciating it all morning. Thank you for keeping us posted. We want to pass along an update from Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine. He just tweeted out Now, the Department of Education has a shelter-in-place order in place for all schools within a 1-mile radius of the 36th Street and 4th Avenue station there in Brooklyn. He says this means students may not leave their buildings, and there's also enhanced screening for adults entering. He elaborated a little bit further, writing, "This is not a full lockdown in which no one would be able to leave or enter schools' buildings, but just an extra measure of precaution here, it sounds like."
And you got to feel for the parents. I think it was about an hour ago, I responded to a mother on Twitter who was saying that she dropped her kids off to school and she has not seen them since. But I did get word back from her that they are at the school, they're sheltered in, and thankfully they were not on the subway when this all happened. But, you know, this is multiple kids, this is multiple parents being absolutely afraid of what's going on. The shooter has not been caught yet, so it's...
And we spoke to Council Member Alexa Aviles last hour, who said her daughter was on her way to that station. I think she said she might have been just a block away, so a couple minutes from being in there at that time. You can't put yourself in the mindset of a parent that might be in that vicinity right now.
Or just a New Yorker taking the subway to get to work.
Right, as we all do. As Robert so beautifully pointed out, it's a melting pot of a city, and that's a melting pot of a location. We all go there for this shared experience of transportation in New York City. And now we're all watching our TVs looking at this shared experience together, and it is not what any of us expected to be doing right now.
No, and I know that Robert mentioned it before, but at least the latest numbers and updates on this, which is, you know, terrible to report. 16 people injured, 10 of them believed to be shot, and as he last said, you know, 2 people gravely injured. But we're hoping that we'll turn around and we can report something, you know, positive from that.
And as we sit here waiting for that press conference from the NYPD and city officials, we have just been given a 2-minute warning, so stay with us. We expect that will happen, obviously, within the next couple of minutes. But yeah, this is a scene that's been developing since about 8:30 this morning when the FDNY got calls related to smoke underground on this platform. We know there were multiple devices. The good news at this point, as we've been saying, these devices not active at this point. A bit of good news in what has been a horrific morning. But Robert's been, you know, keeping us updated on the unfortunate progress in this story, and that is that 16 people we now know are injured.
Yeah, and you know that story changes minute by minute, so we know that's why we're keeping you updated. As Robert has done a great job of, you know, seeing and reporting what numbers have been changed. Because you're taking a look at your screen there, you're seeing such a heavy police presence right here in Sunset Park, and just to know that a massive part of this area has been blocked off, getting around, the subways down as well for commuters, for even if you're trying to get home. One thing that was unfortunate that we have also kind of seen was the surge pricing on people just trying to leave the area. If you don't understand me, there's a massive amount of people on the subway, and to try to evacuate that many people and for them to frantically try to get somewhere else, you can't take another subway.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to get a bus as all of this is blocked off.
No, it's a mess to say the least down there right now. We were also looking at video earlier, cell phone video shot by someone who appeared to be arriving into the station as it was filled with smoke. The doors open. As they left, you could see people lying on the ground, and there was an Associated Press, here's that video that I was just talking about, and people were calling into the city's radio stations this morning describing the scene as these doors opened. Just look at this for a second.
Chaotic.
And the quote from someone who called into one of these radio stations was, "The doors opened and we walked into calamity." And that is, without question, what you're seeing right now. You can see smoke and you see people on the ground.
I know there's some videos coming out throughout the mornings we've seen, and people being injured, people bleeding out. It's horrific. It's horrific to see that this happening, you know, early in the morning during rush hour. People just trying to get to work. Again, you know, the updates still coming in this morning, but, you know, Robert, as he mentioned, 2 people gravely injured. We again hope that that turns around, and that's not something that we can report, that we don't have to report that 2 people passed away from this, but we're going to be keeping you updated.
Let's keep our fingers
as
crossed
all of
that does not happen.
reports there on the ground.
And as we wait for this press conference here, we want to point out once again that someone who will be absent from this press conference is the city's mayor. Now, who knows? Maybe he will call in and they'll put him on speakerphone there. We'll have to see. But he is dealing with a COVID-19 diagnosis that he got over the weekend.
Which is unusual, because you've seen Mayor Adams at every single event, good or bad, happening in the city. So
at all hours of the day.
I cannot imagine what is going through his mind.
So dealing with this has to be tricky. And this is a mayor who has made fighting crime and violence in this city the cornerstone of his term in office so far.
And has been in lockstep with the police commissioner as well, who very much on the same page as him in terms of making us feel safer.
Yeah.
And, implementing different things that they can do, seeing more police presence on the subway. And unfortunately, I know Robert mentioned this before too, but hearing Mayor Adams saying that as many police officers as you can put in the subway, it's impossible to stop everything from happening.
I'll be curious to see if they have an update at the start of this press conference on where the hunt for this suspect is, because as we've been saying, and as Robert's been hearing from his sources all morning, no confirmation that there is any person in custody yet. And that's probably the most frightening aspect of this right now. And that's why things are still so chaotic, because this was a man that, as we've been reporting, was wearing a gas mask when he was underground and was wearing an orange vest. And there were multiple incendiary devices and many, many shots fired.
And you can imagine just the chaos that ensues when something like that happens. It could be very easily for someone just to change, throw out those clothes, blend in with everyone else, running out of the subway. So hopefully we'll get an update on where that lies. Robert Moses has been reporting that that person's still at large. I think earlier he was showing us some footage of snipers on the buildings where that presser is, and that just shows you that this is something that is still ongoing.
Still a very tense, very active situation. We want to once again remind people that there is a phone number that you can call, and the city has activated its Unified Victim Response System. So if you know someone who might have been down there in 36th Street Station this morning and you're concerned, which obviously you would be, call 311 first if you live in the city. If you're outside of New York City, call 212-639-9675. Again, that was put out by Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine earlier this morning. And we're still waiting. You're waiting alongside us for more information with this press conference. We expect to hear from Police Commissioner Keechant Sewell. I'm also getting word that we have Antoine Lewis still standing by, I believe. Antoine, are you still at the Atlantic Avenue station, and what's the latest from there?
Well, what we can tell you is that the shuttle buses are now in place. Brenda Rivera is going to give you a look at where we are. So you're looking south of Pacific Avenue, where we are. We're at Pacific and 4th. So these are the shuttle buses that are now being aligned along the street here for people who need to get to the wherever their destinations are here in Brooklyn in this direction, because again, the D, the N, and the R are not going to be running at all, and that's going to be the case for a while. MTA officers, MTA personnel are downstairs letting people know what's going on, letting them know that the buses are in place, because again, there is no service. And you can see that one is just pulling off now. There were at least 6 that were here a few minutes ago. The other one will take over there, and there are like 3. Brenda, this one right here behind you is pulling up as well. Right there, you're going to see that's our live truck. Dan Foley, our guy, he's in there setting up his equipment. But this one is lining up now for the next one to come off, and then there's one right behind that one, the B37, again, which normally goes along 3rd Avenue, and we'll be heading off there in a minute. So this has been the case here because a lot of people are coming here, finding out, they may have been aware, I should say, of what's going on and what the situation is, but nonetheless not knowing how they're going to get into the city if they're trying to, or to other parts of Brooklyn, be it Sunset Park or any of the other stops that are along there. So again, this is what you need to know. There are alternative trains that you can take, the 2 to 3, the 4 and the 5, and again, Bob, Frank, George, and Quincy, if you need to go. Right there, the BFG and the Q are there as well if you need to try to get around there. And there are people downstairs who are helping people understand this, and again, trying to give them alternate directions. If you're coming up from one of the rerouted trains, because again, they stopped right here at the Atlantic Terminal, then the shuttle buses are definitely going to be the way to go. And again, people are here, MTA workers are here, letting people know what's going on. Robert Moses, where he is in his perspective, did recap what's going on, the number of people that have been injured. A lot of people now coming up around seeing emailing us here, asking us what's going on, and we're letting them know what's going on. This gentleman just said, hold it. He's trying to catch one of the shuttle buses that's there, again, because the other one's just left. So this is what's going on. The MTA has also been really great about keeping the alert tracker, the system tracker, letting people know what's going on. I know Inez Rosales is also tracking it for us as well, and we've just been trying to pass along information because, as the two of you pointed out, this is one of those hands-on deck New York situations. If people ask where I need to go over there. Well, I'm trying to get here. Go right over there. Everyone's trying to help everybody out because of beyond. I think I mentioned the shock that's still going on. Welch, you yourself were just talking about what time of day it happened. People walking out, walking into chaos. Again, then the reactions of just knowing that something like this happened. Still, a lot of people are processing that. We actually interviewed one woman who was on the train. The end was Brenda Wright. She said she was on the end. That she was behind the train that was impacted where the shooting took place and how they were held in the tunnel. That's what Dan is in there trying to do so that we can turn that sound around and bring you her story. But again, this is the very latest. If you're coming here to the Atlantic Terminal, just know if you're not on one of those other trains that we just mentioned and you're still trying to get around and commute within Brooklyn, shuttle buses are here at this location and then behind us where we are over by the Barclays Center. I know we're waiting for the news conference to start, so we're going to send things back inside to you at the anchor desk so that you can toss to it once it gets underway. This is the very latest from where we are. Back inside to you.
And you know, Antoine, you're standing around this area that's not maybe heavily policed, and I'm sure people are walking by wondering, hey, what's going on? Because anytime you see a news crew, you're like, what's happening here? Which I'm sure they asked you. What was some of the responses that you got from that?
Well, when we saw you last, we told one lady who saw us, she was like, what's going on? What's happening here? I said, well, multiple people were shot. We've got detonated devices, undetonated devices. We're still processing information. She immediately put her hand over her mouth, so that's been the reaction. We spoke to one lady down underneath inside the terminal, and she was just kind of like shaking her head saying, well, it's New York, One lady, it brought back memories. Do you recall? I think neither of you were here, but some of our viewers may remember the Times Square Port Authority pipe bomb incident that happened, I want to say I know it's pre-COVID, maybe 2018, 2017, and so one lady we talked with, she talked about that. So just the shock and just the reaction to this disappointment. We were listening to the radio, some of the other colleagues and other outlets, that were doing their thing with the broadcast journalism and talking to people that were there in and around where Mo and where Briella Tomasetti is, just getting those reactions. And just a lot of people just in shock. Even Brenda Rivera and I, when we were talking, we were just shaking our head like, really? What's going on? Yeah, people fighting for their lives. So all of the ones that we encountered where we are here, just pretty much just showing, sadness that we've got New Yorkers, now some in grave condition, others in the hospital trying to be mended. There's video now going that you all just showed, of chaos and people running and seeing people, injured. So just images that are tough to process, images that won't leave you anytime soon, but that's been the reaction that we've encountered. I appreciate your question because it is interesting, and they do when they see us, come because they rely on us, to let them know what's going on. My friend David, who normally takes the end, texted me after the hit, he was like, oh my gosh, that's my train. And he just happens to have been going in late. He works near Macy's, he takes that train into 34. So just the reaction, just knowing that we are the avenues, the channels to get that information out, to make sure that people are governing themselves accordingly in any capacity that allows itself to be. So I'm going to send things now back inside to you. We're keeping our eye up here, and if you need to come to me again until the news conference starts, then we'll again bring the very latest from where we are, this part of downtown Brooklyn.
Antoine, we appreciate it very much. And he touched on something that I think is so important in situations like these, that as New Yorkers, in the wake of these types of events, we come together. He was talking about people, where are you going? There's a shuttle bus there, there's a train there, I know that there's a car over there, helping each other out.
Very reminiscent of, some of the catastrophic things that have happened here in New York City before, where you see everyone's, and even some of these, horrific videos of coming out of what was going on. So you see people helping each other and trying to help, one another. While some people were running away, there's people that couldn't walk, and there was other people that were sitting there helping them out. So yeah, you're very right. I mean, there's some people that will run away from this, and there's some people that will act in the face of fear and will help out their fellow New Yorkers.
And speaking of those horrific videos and photos that we have seen from underground there, I want to read a portion of one of the most recent Associated Press articles. This was a quote from, her name is Juliana Fonda. She's a broadcast engineer at WNYC. She told their news site Gothamist that she was riding the train when passengers from the car behind hers started banging on the door between them. Quote, there was a lot of loud pops. and there was smoke in the other car. People were trying to get in and they couldn't. They were pounding on the door to get into our car. Now, those combined with other quotes that we've heard from people, you know, as they got off the train, seeing the smoke, describing the calamity that they walked into. It's unreal.
And just imagine that you have so many people during rush hour packed into one car. Everyone's trying to escape. I mean, it's just absolute madness and hell for them to go through. Definitely pulling for the 2 people gravely injured. We're going to go to Robert, though, because he was first to let us know on these updated numbers. Terrible to know that the numbers keep rising. But, Robert, what is the very latest that you have for us in terms of those injured?
Yeah, I'm glad you read that quote from Juliana because it captures the chaos inside that train. I want to do 2 things. First of all, I don't know if we should read anything into this, but the snipers that we've been showing you on top of that building are not visible anymore. So again, take from that what you will. The helicopter is still up, the police helicopter that's been flying around here. I think one thing that this calamity brings to mind, I was thinking also, and forgive me, I'm just standing in front of this crowd waiting for the press conference to start, so as soon as it does, we'll interrupt this. But I was thinking about those manhole explosions the other day on 43rd Street in Times Square, and we're so conditioned as New Yorkers, unfortunately so. We've all lived through 9/11, and when we hear something that's out of the ordinary, we jump, we turn, and in this case, I can only imagine the rush, as Juliana was describing it, to get out of that subway car where there was imminent danger and just to get into the next car, get into the station, and get out of the way of the of this shooter. I can only imagine what that chaos, what that trauma would have been like. Unfortunately, we've gotten some practice with that here in the city, and we saw that up close this morning. Let's update the numbers again. Nothing has changed since I last spoke, but let me check one more time. So far, again, according to my source, 16 injuries. Of those injured, 10 were shot, and 2 are perhaps in grave condition. That is to say, that they might not survive. We of course hope that they do. We hope that they pull through in all of this. We've just gotten sight of Janno Lieber's security team. Janno Lieber is the chairman and CEO of the MTA, and in fact I interviewed him a few weeks ago, and he was talking about how important the subway system is to this city's rebirth post-pandemic, the city's comeback, and he was telling me about how the story that we were doing with him was about retail in the subway and trying to make the subway more palatable to people in a way to entice them to get back, entice them to use mass transit. We were so conditioned during the pandemic to be in our own cocoons, be in our apartments, in our cars, whatever it is, and away from people. And the city wants us to come back into the subway, come back and use mass transit. And Janno Lieber was saying, hey, we need to revamp the subway. We need to add more eyes and ears down there in the form of new retail options to keep an eye on things and make sure that anything untoward gets detected. And this just undoes any of those efforts from the MTA.
And as we
and actually, guys, can we? There, Janno Lieber is just over my shoulder. Do you see him there, Todd, walking in? The chair and CEO of the MTA just arrived here at the scene. He's walking under the police tape. So we have to think that with his presence here, the press conference, our update will begin momentarily. No update here would have happened without him. He's the man in charge of this subway system.
Yeah. It'll be curious to find out as we await this press conference still, Robert. It'll be curious to find out if they say whether or not there were any security cameras that captured this incident, if there was a camera pointing in that direction on the platform, There's a lot of information, a lot of questions we have right now.
Yeah, still to be answered. And I know, as Robert kind of mentioned as well, there's just been such a push to get people to come back to work, to ride the subway. That was the one thing that was lagging behind in terms of getting back to normal. And I could imagine that this...
And it was getting there, but not to pre-pandemic levels yet. But boy, yeah, you're right.
Can you imagine this is going to make it take quite a hit?
It really is. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you could, do you still have me? I don't know if you can still hear me, but we monitor MTA ridership numbers, and they've been fairly robust on a typical weekday. They're maybe 65% of what they were pre-pandemic. That might not sound great, but during the pandemic, we saw numbers that were, practically subterranean. So the fact that 3+ million people ride the subway now on a typical weekday is something of an accomplishment. It shows that people have at least developed some level of confidence. Both they're confident that COVID is under control, but also they're somewhat confident that crime is under control. They're confident enough to go in the subway system. What I'll be watching for in these intervening days and weeks and months ahead is where those ridership numbers go now. Will some of the people who returned say, hey, my worst fears were realized, I ain't coming back here? The MTA does fairly regular, I would say, rider surveys, and those surveys have shown recently, I've covered the stories, that people are afraid of crime. And I keep saying it time and time again this morning, but this just shatters the best efforts of MTA leadership to bring people back. Eric Adams likes to talk about the city's ecosystem. It's all intertwined. The bakeries, the restaurants, the dry cleaners, the bodegas, all of this is related. And so when something like this happens, the domino effect it has is immense.
Yep. And as you mentioned, just how many people ride that subway, what are their options, Robert? Because when you think about it, you're looking at communities that may not be able to afford a $50 Uber ride into the city, so their only option is bus and subway transportation. So it's also heartbreaking to know that this is their option.
Yeah, and the subway is the great equalizer, for $2.75. No matter what your lot in life, no matter what your income, no matter what your background, no matter what your age, you can get from here to there. It's the most egalitarian system that you can imagine, and that's what I love about it. I love discovering new ways. Like, oh, I never knew this subway line came here. Oh, I never knew I could transfer from here to there and get back to Manhattan or get to Brooklyn. And Bianca, to your point, this isn't a heavily immigrant community. Just off the BQE, and if you don't have a car, you don't want to sit in traffic, you can hop on any of these subway lines that come down 4th Avenue and get where you need to go. And so now, do people question that? Do people say, it's too big of a risk for me to take?
Yeah. Robert, I want to pause for just a second and bring our viewers a little bit of new information from the FDNY. I know we've been getting information from various sources all morning, but just want to pass along what the fire department's been telling us right now. 8 people shot, 8 others injured as well. Again, don't have all the details and the specifics of these injuries, but 16 injured total. That's what Robert's been reporting this morning. Again, we're still waiting for this press conference to happen in Sunset Park.
And still also for parents, for people in the area, for people in the neighborhood, somewhat still massively stressful for the fact that the person that was responsible for this not caught yet. We're hoping we do have an update coming up soon, but we're going to turn things over to Briella Tomasetti, who's near the scene as well. Briella has been waiting, especially for this press to come up. Briella, do you have any new information as we wait for this briefing?
All right, while we wait for Brielle, I want to pass along, too. This was from the city subway system, tweeting out and reminding people, as Inez has been telling us, as Antoine's been talking about, there is no D, N, or R service in parts of Brooklyn and Manhattan. Expect major delays on D, F, M, N, Q, and R trains. Take alternate subway and bus lines. Now I believe we have Briella back with us. Briella, what's the situation right now?
Yeah, I apologize there, Chris. It's really chaotic here. Somebody walked past me. The microphone fell to the floor, but that really paints the picture of what's going on right now. There's so much press here waiting for that press conference to get underway. We have a lot of officials here on scene. We have New York City Public Advocate Jumaane Williams, John Miller, the Deputy Commissioner of Intelligence and Counterterrorism, MTA Chair and CEO Janno Lieber, and we also have Tim Minton, the Communications Director for the MTA. We are obviously still waiting for NYPD Commissioner Keechant Sewell. She was supposed to arrive a little while ago. She should be on her way, and we are hoping for some updates in the immediate future. I'm going to step aside, show you what's going on right now. We also spoke to Senator Andrew Gennardis. He represents nearby parts of Brooklyn, but I wanted to tell you what I heard from him. Now, he was on the subway about 5 to 10 minutes before all of this happened. He said that if he had been there catching a train any later, maybe just moments later, he could have been caught in the crossfire. So it really shows how close some people were, who was in the right place at the right time, the wrong place at the wrong time. Again, a huge emergency response here on the ground, and lots of onlookers in this entire neighborhood, this very culturally diverse neighborhood. Many people either making their way to work, stuck in traffic, others looking and recording what's going on their cell phones, kind of in shock and confused as to what's going on unfolding in front of them. All of the police trucks and sirens. And on our way into Manhattan this morning, we took the BQE there. All of those crews were just rushing down here. You could sense the urgency in the air. You knew, even if you weren't a news crew, that something was going on down here in Brooklyn. And again, all of this at the height of morning rush hour. I just want to bring note to the severity of the situation. The millions of New Yorkers who can't afford to get into an Uber, they commute on the subway every single day because it's their only option. And you have somebody targeting these people, seemingly wanting to inflict as much damage as possible there. People in close quarters, of course, when they're commuting on trains. Some points even, sandwiched like sardines. So this situation turned out to be extremely chaotic. A lot of injuries. Again, the update on that, 16 injured. Chris, you said 8 shot, 8 others injured. We're hearing some were taken to NYU, others were taken to New York Presbyterian Hospital, 2 apparently in a very grave condition, according to our police sources. Again, still waiting for that press conference, hopefully happening soon. We are on the lookout for a suspect, at least police are, and all eyes are now trying to pin that person down. Again, Mayor Adams out with COVID. He continues to be briefed on the situation, and officials here have been kind of just moving back and forth. You can see the FDNY. They had some gurneys. They had a lot of their materials and equipment on the gurneys. Not sure if that's being used for any victims, but they were here on scene in case, obviously. They are just asking people to remain out of this area. Other than the press, obviously, we have to be here. We have to report what's going on, but any onlookers right now are behind that yellow tape, and investigators are just trying to do their jobs and get down to the bottom of this and save as many lives as possible. For now, that's the latest. Live where we are on Sunset Park. Bianca and Chris will send it back inside to you.
All right, Briella, thank you very much. We appreciate it. As we continue to await the press conference, we know of someone else who will be attending that press conference. Governor Kathy Hochul's office says that she is planning to be there. That may be one of the reasons this has been delayed. They're probably trying to gather as many elected officials as they can for this moment.
And we were listening right there to Fox 5's coverage. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We don't take any commercial breaks right now during this breaking news. Let's go right out to the news conference, just getting going right now.
Lorraine Grillo, Governor Kathy Hochul, Police Commissioner Keechant Sewell will outline the events as we know them. Laura Kavanaugh, the first Deputy Commissioner and Acting Fire Commissioner, will walk you through casualties. Janno Lieber from the MTA will give us the status of the system, and then we'll be able to entertain some limited questions. There will be another briefing later this afternoon where we'll be able to update that. and then additional briefings as needed. First Deputy Mayor Lorraine Grillo.
Thank you, John. So from the very minute this incident occurred, the mayor and I have been on the phone monitoring the situation constantly. We have worked with all of our agencies, the FDNY, NYPD, OEM, all of the agencies who have worked really hard together, and we continue to throw all of the city's resources at this situation. We've made all of the resources available, and we'll work with the Office of Emergency Management for any additional needs. I'm going to ask the Police Commissioner, Keyshawn Sewell, to speak to you and give you an update on the events of today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're here to update New Yorkers about an active shooting incident that took place this morning inside the 36th Street subway station on the N line. I want to begin by assuring the public that there are currently no known explosive devices on our subway trains, and this is not being investigated as an act of terrorism at this time. We can also report that although this was a violent incident, reportedly we have no one with life-threatening injuries as a result of this case. This investigation is only hours old, so please note this information is subject to change. Just before 8:24 this morning, as a Manhattan-bound N train waited to enter the 36th Street station, an individual on that train donned what appeared to be a gas mask. He then took a canister out of his bag and opened it. The train at that time began to fill with smoke. He then opened fire, striking multiple people on the subway and in the platform. Again, we will describe him as an individual. He is being reported as a male black, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall with a heavy build. He was wearing a green construction type vest and a hooded sweatshirt. The color is gray. At this time, we are working with our federal partners where we are asking for the public's help. Anyone with information, videos, or photographs, no matter how insignificant they think it may be, is encouraged to call Crime Stoppers at 800-577-TIPS. All calls are strictly confidential. I'd like to turn it over to the FDNY to give information about the victims. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. The governor would like to speak now. Governor Hochul, my apologies.
That's right. Good afternoon. This morning, ordinary New Yorkers woke up in anticipation of a relatively normal day. They left their homes en route to school, en route to their jobs, and to a normal day, as I mentioned. That sense of tranquility and normalness was disrupted, brutally disrupted, by an individual so cold-hearted and depraved of heart that they had no caring about the individuals that they assaulted as they simply went about their daily lives. This individual is still on the loose. This person is dangerous. They're asking individuals to be very vigilant and alert. You'll get more reports on specificity as the day goes on. So this is an active shooter situation right now in the city of New York. I just got off the phone with the mayor. He's recovering well. He is monitoring. He's actively engaged in the situation. I wanted to let him know that the people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end, and it ends now. And we are sick and tired of reading headlines about crime, whether they're mass shootings or the loss of a teenage girl or a 13-year-old. It has to stop. I'm committing the full resources of our state to fight this surge of crime, this insanity that is seizing our city, because we want to get back to normal. It has been a long, hard 2 years. That's what we crave, that sense of stability and normalcy. And this is what the mayor and I are going to continue to work toward. And I thank the partners, the brave people of the MTA, the first ones who had the sense, the drivers of the train, to leave the station to make sure no more victims could be hurt. The NYPD, FDNY, state police, everyone involved in this has one purpose, and that's to stop the insanity of these crimes. You'll hear now from our fire department. I want to thank them for being there to help us defuse a volatile situation. But we'll be giving continued reports as this day unfolds. Again, we ask everyone to be careful, be cautious, report what you see. It is likely that someone out there listening to this is going to help us lead us to that individual. You have a description of what they're wearing. You know the details. But this is the day we pull together as New Yorkers, united in a common purpose to say no more. And that is what I'm going to continue to do as the governor of the state of New York, working with our local partners right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. This morning, the FDNY received reports of gunshot victims in the subway. Thanks to their quick response, we were able to treat 16 patients. 10 of those patients are suffering from gunshot wounds at this time, and 5 of them are in critical but stable condition in our local hospitals.
Can you say that again?
Yes, we have 16 total patients. 10 of them are suffering from gunshot wounds, and 5 of them are in critical but stable condition at this time. I'm going to pass it over to the MTA for an update on our subways.
Okay. First of all, we have to thank the NYPD and the FDNY and the whole team who've done so much to protect us and help immediately to recover from this situation. And I also need to acknowledge the MTA workers who had the foresight to immediately move a train that was on the platform, the R train, out of the station so it could carry people to safety. That was smart thinking. Right now, B service is suspended, W service is suspended. The D and the N and the R are running with suspensions and some shuttle buses. And folks should check the website for latest. Obviously, it's a disrupted day, but a lot of the system is in fact running. I just want to say one thing on a personal note, which is on 9/11, I stood on 4th Avenue and watched people, New Yorkers, come back from that tragedy. And I watched New Yorkers help each other and storekeepers walk out and give people water. That was the same thing we saw on the platform today. We saw New Yorkers in a difficult situation, an emergency, helping each other. That's the subway riders. That's who New Yorkers are. Every day they're showing people in the subway, which is our public space, that New Yorkers of all varieties can come together in small spaces and get along and create something bigger. That's what we remember in these emergencies, as well as the tragedy and the thought for the quick recovery of the victims is New Yorkers are incredibly resilient, just as they are in every emergency, and we thank them for what they've done, and we thank the governor and the mayor for their leadership in all of our recovery from COVID and from every one of these challenges.
So, just to reiterate, we're going to be very limited in what we are able to answer in questions. Just to also underline our partners here, we got Mike Regan. Mike Regan is the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Joint Terrorism Task Force with the FBI and NYPD. John DeVito from ATF, who's helping us with tracing efforts and investigation. He's the Special Agent in charge for New York City. Or the Brooklyn District Attorney, Eric Gonzalez, who is also here. And, of course, Chief Ken Corey, Chief of Department, and First Deputy Commissioner Ed Caban. We'll start off with questions for the police
commissioner. Was the shooting on the train? Was the shooting on the train or on the platform? Was the suspect on the platform or in the train? And did it all happen in the 36th Street station, or what happened down at 25th Street?
The suspect was in the train car. The shooting began in the train car.
Commissioner, can you give us some more detail exactly what happened in the car? Did the suspect say anything? What type of weapon did he have? And what was going on inside the car as this all happened?
So, as I stated before, we're only able to get limited information because it's under investigation. As the train was pulling into the station, the subject put on a gas mask. He then opened a canister that was in his bag, and then the car filled with smoke. After that, he began shooting.
Guys, one time!
Hang on.
Commissioner, does this appear to be random? Any idea why this individual did this and did this here?
We do not know the motive at this time, but we're not ruling anything out.
The injuries that are not gunshots, are they shrapnel wounds? What are the other injuries that were not gunshot either?
We want the fire department.
There are a variety of other injuries, from smoke inhalation to shrapnel to panic from the incident.
When you say shrapnel, what would the shrapnel come from?
It could be from anything. It's still under investigation at this time, so it could be a grazing from a bullet. It could be from the panic after following the incident.
Not from an explosive device?
You stay there. You can probably answer more.
That's subject to investigation. We're endeavoring to determine that right now.
Okay, Josh.
Why were the trains not?
Commissioner, why do you connect this more to the litany of gun violence and not terrorism at this stage? Why rule out terrorism?
I'm not ruling out anything. We're determining what that motive is, and we'll find that out as the investigation
Were
continues.
the victims taken to one particular ethnic group?
No, sir. The victims have a variety.
Is anything else recovered down there?
Hang on. We got time for about 2 more.
Why were the trains not shut down immediately? And if they were, could it have been easier to catch the suspect?
That's not the case.
How were the cameras working in the subway station?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Were the cameras working in the subway station?
That's under investigation as we speak.
Do you suspect if it's an MTA worker, given that they were wearing a construction vest, or
We have not
possibly another city worker or something?
We have not identified the subject. He was wearing a green type construction.
Governor Hochul, do you want to comment on the arrest of your Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin? Did he speak to you this morning? Were you aware, and will you continue to campaign with him?
I'll be happy to report on that later today. We'll have a statement out there. I've not had a chance to speak to him. I was doing media interviews this morning, but this is not the place, but I will be addressing it very shortly. Let's focus on the fact that there are people in a hospital right now fighting for their lives. Those are the people we're thinking about and praying for at this moment.
All right, thank you very much. Listen, we're going to get... Hang on a second. We're going to get back to you with a time for an update later. The information is developing. We expect to have more later, and that will not be here. That will be either at the precinct or headquarters. We'll find an appropriate location where we have enough room and we can do this in a controlled environment.
He said the other briefing.
All right, so there will be another news conference sometime later today there at a precinct or another area there. But we were just listening live to NYPD as well as the fire give an update on the situation that continues to play out. Your host, Mike Page, here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the very latest here of this attack that happened on the subway. The big takeaway there, though, 10 victims shot. You got 6 others that were injured in some sort of way. We know that a gas canister was launched within the car of the train, and then the shooting ensued right there. And now those people are being treated at local hospitals. The suspect is still on the loose here at this time here. So that was another big moment there that we got that update where we were still reporting all morning long that suspect was still on the loose right there. But a very active situation that continues. We are going to stay with this as this active manhunt continues right here on Live Now from Fox. We blew out all of our commercial breaks for the time being as we will continue to bring you these live elements right here. I want to go back out now to Fox 5 in New York as they continue to cover this breaking news in their own backyard right there.
A canister out of his bag and opened it. That train then filled with smoke, presumably from that canister. He then opened fire, striking multiple people on the train and then also in the platform.
Yeah.
Now, he's still on the loose. That's the other thing.
And you hear, even the governor just kind of echo all those things, saying that if you see something, if you saw something, you're seeing all these videos come out of here, and hopefully if you saw that, you'd be able to respond to give them that information. As you heard, that suspect still on the large. Also,
they're asking for videos. If anyone who was down at the scene, send it in to Crime Stoppers. They're looking for they described him as a male, black man, 5'5", heavy build, at the time was wearing a green construction vest and a gray hooded sweatshirt. So those are important details for us to pass along to anyone that might be watching that might see someone that fits that description.
Also, just hearing Jan Oliver, who's the CEO of the MTA, I think he took a bit more of an emotional approach in summing all of this up, because you heard him talk about what happened after 9/11 and how the people of New York came out, supported one another, didn't matter who you were, but they were there to help. And he was saying that this is exactly what we saw this morning today as well.
And it's exactly
subway riders being able to do just that, especially during a time of chaos.
And it's exactly what we've been hearing all morning from our team on the ground down there, from Robert Moses, from Antoine Lewis, who's down there seeing that happen firsthand. The governor speaking at that press conference as well, saying, quote, this individual still on the loose. This person is dangerous. They're asking everyone to be alert and vigilant. She even called it an active shooter situation right now in the city of New York. We are going to take a short break. We'll be back with a reset of everything we know right after this.
And right here on Live Now from Fox, we will not be taking that break there, but we want to dip into some of the coverage right there from Fox 5 New York. We'll go back to that in just moments here. We want to take you out live. Once again, live Skyfox aerials that continue to play out here in this breaking news element here that we continue to bring to you worldwide right here on Live Now from Fox. New York police just moments ago saying we do not know the motive at this time. They don't have the suspect in custody. Still, that active manhunt is going on here at this time. But let's just reset it for everyone here. It was set up to be a normal rush hour commute for hundreds there on that platform and on the train there of the subway in the Brooklyn neighborhood, and then all of a sudden terror rings out. You're seeing smoke, you're seeing and hearing gunshots ring out, and then you know exactly that this is not playing out like a normal commute there in New York City, and that is one of the scariest things that you can hear, because you are in close quarters and you really have nowhere to run for that moment, and you are seeing a madman just going after people and trying to clip them off one by one. Here's what we know. 16 people total injured in some way. 10 of them were shot. And we know out of those 16, 5 people are in critical condition there. But no known explosive devices on the subway trains as well. That's coming from New York police just moments ago. We appreciate everyone that continues to join with us here in real time with this breaking news alert. We've been with you for the last 3 hours or so, 3.5 hours, covering this for you as new information has come in, and we've been updating you as that all has been updated for us, all in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. Suspect was wearing a green construction vest and a gas mask during that attack. Probably has taken that off since there, but yeah, that is some scary stuff to hear during a morning commute there like none other. Just look at the response there from officials there, from fire, you got ATF, FBI, and of course NYPD. They're all at the scene, continuing to bring you these updates right here on Live Now from Fox. Live Now from Fox will not be taking any commercial breaks for the time being, so let's go back out right now to Fox 5 in New York as their coverage does continue.
5'5", heavy build, green construction vest, hooded gray sweatshirt. They're asking anyone to be vigilant and call police if they have information. But we heard from the FDNY, 16 people total injured, 10 of those suffering from gunshot wounds, and 5 of those critical.
And it was interesting hearing what those injuries kind of accounted for. The FDNY kind of expanding on that, saying it could have been of anything from smoke inhalation, shrapnel, to just sheer panic. Again, those numbers did change. We were reporting 2 people gravely injured earlier in the day. That was updated. Hopefully that stays positive, as we said that those, 5 people in critical condition.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the police commissioner had said no one with life-threatening injuries, but we do know people are still apparently in critical condition.
And fighting for their lives.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that we can report that those numbers stay the same.
100%. I believe Robert Moses was standing next to that press conference as it's happening. Robert, what did you take away from that? What were your biggest points?
Well, Chris and Bianca, the general contours of what we've been reporting, I think, held up at that press conference. There were a couple details, of course. The construction vest is green. We were reporting it was orange. But all of this is to say that this changes minute by minute, and let us hope that those 5 people who are critically injured manage to pull through. It appears as though they will, and thank goodness for that. The thing that stood out to me, yes, the numbers are terrible as we look in toward the scene. People are still gathered here. Yes, the numbers are critical, but the emotion that I heard there in the voices of the governor, as well as in Jenno Lieber's voice, about how New Yorkers came together.
The ones you love should always have the best care.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here as we just got, they just got out of Fox 5 coverage there for the moment. Let's go back out to Sky Fox aerials as we're able to bring you these updates here all in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. But yeah, this is the scary part here of this situation as the manhunt continues. Suspect still at large here at this time. New York police saying no known explosive devices were on the subway trains there. They are treating a total of 16 patients here at this moment. And 10 people were shot in this mass shooting event that took place on a subway train, and then it emptied out onto a platform. And that is when people were running for their lives, unfortunately. Just not what you would expect, and not what we should all expect when taking a subway train in any city. That is the last thing that you want to think about. But unfortunately, here in this time and in this place in the world, that crime, it can happen at any moment. Violence can happen at any moment. Springs up there. So that is an unfortunate situation right there that plays out in real time, all right here, and giving you just those latest updates here on Live Now from Fox. We are expecting another police update sometime today. Just don't know when that will happen. It's very fluid, obviously, with everything that is going on at this very moment. Let's go back out to Fox 5 coverage right now.
And you just can't put yourself in the place of those people on a morning rush hour train when this individual apparently walked in, pulled out a canister, filled this train car with smoke, then opened fire. Just the sheer panic and chaos.
We've seen some of the videos that have been coming out of this, of just, you know, the noises and the screams, and it's completely terrifying, especially at a time when you're trying to get the city back on its feet, trying to get people back into the offices. This is a lifeline for people out in the city, within the city, is the subway system. So you can imagine what kind of dent that's going to put in terms of people maybe not feeling as confident just to get back on a subway just as soon. But in terms of some of those numbers, we don't know how many people were on one of those subway cars, but I did look it up. It's 40 seats. 40 seats, and that's just everyone sitting down. So imagine,
seats,
so just seats. So imagine when you're on a subway car, I've been on multiple times, where 40 people on just one seat, having another person in front of you. Sometimes it's 10 people in front of you. So, I mean, again, not back to pre-pandemic levels, but can you imagine how much more chaotic it would have been if the subway cars were filled to maximum capacity?
And we heard from NYPD at this press conference. We heard from the governor. We did not hear from the mayor, Eric Adams, who is home dealing with COVID right now, but we do have just in a video message released by the mayor's office, and we want to play that for you now.
Since early this morning, my team and I have been in constant communication with NYPD, FDNY, EMS, Emergency Management, and multiple other city agencies, as well as state and federal officials. First, let me say, we're praying for all New Yorkers who were injured or affected by today's attack. So far, we know that we have a multiple number of injuries, including victims of gunshot wounds. I wish to thank all of the first responders who responded to the scene or at the local hospitals, helping in today's incident. You are what make New York the greatest city in the world, and I thank you for supporting your fellow New Yorkers. To today's incident, as of now, we have not found any live explosive devices, but the suspect in today's attack detonated smoke bombs to cause havoc. We will not allow New Yorkers to be terrorized, even by a single individual. NYPD is searching for the suspect at large, and we will find him. But we ask the public to come forward with any information that may help us in this investigation. They can simply call 800-577-TIPS, 800-577-TIPS. We need your assistance.
And you heard the mayor there saying they will find this suspect, but the problem is they don't have him at this point, and he's asking for help, as everyone was at the press conference, with anyone with information, asking them to call Crime Stoppers. But yeah, he's praying for all the victims, as all of us are today. He says he's been in touch with federal partners, local partners, and obviously his team's on the ground, the governor as well. And
as that situation is still unfolding, as you said, the suspect's still on the loose. That's why we hear from someone like Chancellor David Banks, who is saying that, following this incident, out of abundance of caution and for the safety of our students, we've placed all NYC schools in the area in shelter in place. And this certainly affects parents in the area that have dropped off their kids this morning. I spoke to a woman via Twitter where she kind of mentioned she dropped off her daughter for school and she was worried sick. And I responded, is she in the subway? Do you have an update? She said her daughter was still sheltering in place at school. So it's just one of those things where and that's just coming from a parent's perspective, let alone people all trying to leave the subway during this frightening time. I know we reported earlier in the day that the surge pricing for everyone massively trying to exit this area was incredibly high with
it was
Uber
going
and
up
Lyft.
with Uber and Lyft.
And, we pointed that out. We saw that on Twitter, some people shaming Uber and Lyft for that practice. I mean, it's their algorithm to do that. When there's a high demand, the price can go up. But at least we do want to report now that they have suspended their surge pricing in the area, as per some people were reporting. So, I mean, that is one good update, because when you look at something like this, a lot of these people can't even afford to get out of the city and take an Uber to their jobs. So the subway and the, mass transit's what's left for them. So.
I believe we have Jim Smith, who is still overhead in Skyfox HD right now. Jim, what's the scene right now compared to what you were seeing an hour or two ago?
Chris, Bianca, still a very large presence with the NYPD, FDNY, EMS, many agencies involved, and will continue to be involved in this investigation. Just to give a perspective, we have close to 20 blocks of 4th Avenue that is affected, or even beyond 20 blocks that's directly affected by this incident. The area we were just showing you was 4th Avenue near 36th Street. We could take you up towards the northern end where there's a staging area as well. Basically, if travelers are around the area, you want to avoid 4th Avenue south of 20th Street, again down through the area of 38th Street, and actually even beyond. 5th Avenue earlier was picking up a lot of the alternate traffic in the area. Not that that's really critical to the immediate situation with the incident that happened in the subway, but if you are traveling around the area, 5th Avenue seems to be picking up most of the traffic in the area. So again, even better to keep it out wider, to take it further east from 5th Avenue. The Gowanus Expressway, the 38th Street exit ramp, is still shut down. The traffic police have blocked that off because essentially that exit ramp takes travelers directly into the middle of where this investigation is here at 4th Avenue near 36th Street. So again, if you are traveling around the area, try to avoid the area, and still a large presence by all agencies involved in this investigation. Chris, Bianca, back to you.
All right, Jim Smith, thank you for the update. Following that from above the air. Right now, we're going to turn over to Mike Saperconi. He's a retired NYPD detective, a bit more familiar in terms of how law enforcement is supposed to be handling this situation right now. There's still a lot of questions. The suspect's still on the loose. The fact that they said this is not a terrorist attack, and it's like, how do you answer those questions, especially when you're presented with this information that, as you've seen, unfolding and changing every single minute. Mike, can we ask a couple questions? Are you there?
Sure, I'm here, Bianca.
Where are you calling us from? Are you near the area right now in Sunset Park?
No, I'm in my office at Long Island.
Okay, so, we just want to go over, I'm sure you saw the press briefing by Commissioner Sewell, who also said that this is not a terrorist attack. So how do you make that determination of knowing that right away when this is still unfolding?
So we always start off larger. Even though we're saying it's not a terrorist attack, she said she's not ruling anything out. So we bring in multiple agencies. Obviously, the NYPD is going to lead this investigation, but you're going to have help from the Terrorist Task Force, the Federal Task Force, and everybody's going to come together under one point of contact and gather their information. So we start a crime scene, and not just a physical crime scene, but a whole investigation much larger, and we start to narrow down rather than starting it out small and have to expand. So they're going to be looking at everything, breaking down witnesses, their stories, what they saw. If you have 10 people witness something, 10 people are probably going to see something different. So they're going to be separated. They're going to be talked to by different investigators, and we're going to piece that together. Witness 1 may have said A, B, and C. Witness 5 says A, but not B and C. And they'll gather this to the main point of contact, the lead detective, and start stealing from that. It's a big puzzle, and they'll start putting things together. I just think it's very important, too, that we note that our intelligence is so important here from the community and people out there. Someone saw something. Someone saw this person purchase a mask, purchase a vest, maybe go to another subway station earlier or several days ago.
Yeah.
This information will start to come together.
Mike, can you paint the picture for us? How large of a scale of a manhunt are we talking about? Walk us through what's going through right now with the NYPD as they search for this suspect.
So this is what the NYPD and the other agencies do best. So this information is being disseminated all over the country already, okay, to what they're looking for, what's happened, as much information as they can, but not complete information, because we'll always hold back something so that only the investigating officers and the suspects might know something. So we're not going to throw everything out to the press. So you're going to see some things, and you're not going to hear about everything. But those are going out to other police agencies throughout the country, and with any information they have now.
Mike, I don't know if it's too early to ask this, but when you look at a community like Sunset Park, it's a stronghold of Mexican and Chinese immigrants, and you know, they have been living in fear, especially with the rise of anti-Asian attacks. Is it too soon to piece together the fact that maybe this could have been premeditated in a racist way?
Well, I think to say it's racist is yes, it's too soon. But I think it's obviously premeditated, okay? I think we may find out later on that this person didn't like the subway system. Maybe was a fired employee, a disgruntled worker. Maybe something happened once on this train. You look at this happened during rush hour. So I know you had mentioned before, Bianca, that maybe about 40 people in each car. The trains are now getting built up again since COVID. So luckily, there weren't that many people that we know of in the car, okay, or this could have been worse. Back in the 90s, I had a case at Fulton Street on the IRT in Manhattan where somebody physically blew up with an incendiary device, 2 subway cars, and burnt over 90 people, and then escaped in the tunnel.
Wow.
So we always have to be vigilant. Someone out there saw something, and as they do their intel work, the police department will figure out who saw something that has value to it.
Yeah.
Well, Mike Saperconi, retired NYPD detective, we appreciate your insight and helping us out this morning as this city, as we all try to figure out what's going on here, what happened this morning. Thanks for being with us.
Well, thank you for having me. Have a great day.
We're going to turn things over to Antoine Lewis at the Atlantic Station, who has been there this morning, getting people's responses, people in the area that didn't even know this was going on. And you could, you know, as he told us, they responded in shock. Antoine, what's an update there as you're kind of seeing some of the briefings come out, some of the notes come out, all this new information? Right. What is your take on this now?
Well, let me let everyone know, Bianca, really quickly what we just got from the MTA. Now, this is a courtesy pass that Brenda's giving you a look at right now. So the people who have been impacted by the D, the N, and the R, those trains right there are being given these passes right here, basically like a free subway ride or a transfer, if you will. And then they are being redirected to what Brenda's showing you right now, just south of Pacific Street, or I guess I should say west of Pacific Street. Those are the shuttle buses that are now taking the people because, again, those lines are still not running, the D and the N and the R. So this is where people are being rerouted from here at the Atlantic Terminal Barclays Center, where we are, this particular stop along here. So that's what's going on now. MTA personnel is downstairs greeting people as soon as they get off, informing people if they have not already known or seen any of the monitors that we've been showing you that explain, well, at least try to share a little bit about what's going on that Brenda's giving you a look at right now. You're asking about reactions, Bianca and Chris, and we can still tell you that a lot of people are still expressing the same shock. It's been several hours now. We've been kind of updating people that have been asking us because they see the cameras, they see us out here, they see the big live truck, asking what's going on, and been letting them know, especially having heard the update that was coming out of the news conference where Robert Moses and where Briella Tomasetti are over there. So a lot still trying to process that. Still a lot of New Yorkers helping New Yorkers, if you will, people that are coming up, telling other people. There's a gentleman that was behind us who was like, no, man, you need to go down there. The shuttle bus is down there, just letting people know. Because, again, some people have been on trains still trying to travel in and around ground because of the impact of the lines that are shut down. And also we want to point out the lines that are running. If you can just go back over one more time, and Brenda's going to give you a look at the lines that are running, that bottom row right there, the 2 to 3, 4, 5, and those lines right there. We need to let you know they are running with delays as you're going into Manhattan, and likely also outside of it for what we're hearing as well. But definitely as you're trying to get from Brooklyn into Manhattan, the delays are a little bit longer, but certainly going to be impacted as well on the flip side of that, of what's going on in the city. So Brenda's also giving you a look right now at the MTA guy right there with the bullhorn. He's the one also personal right there. Again, people are coming up, finding out what's going on. This is the very latest from where we are here in downtown Brooklyn. Again, come back to us if we have more information. We're certainly going to pass it on, but now we're going to send things back inside to you.
And you laid it out there beautifully. You're seeing people with the bullhorn. You're seeing MTA employees passing out, the courtesy passes. We heard from Jano Lieber, who said he's heartened by what he's seeing. We're seeing New Yorkers come together in the wake of something tragic.
And the response that you see, whether it's city workers, MTA workers, or just people on the streets trying to help out in such a trying time. A lot to kind of unpack here. Still more updates to come, but we're going to go to break and stay with us. We'll have more after this.
That was Fox 5 coverage there. We've been dipping in and out all morning long as they've been continuing to give the updates there on that subway attack. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here with Live Now from Fox, as we have thrown out a lot of our commercial breaks already, giving you wall-to-wall coverage as this continues to play out. We have several shots there on the ground right now that I just want to continue to give you the updates, just in case if you're just coming on and wanting to see, okay, what is happening right now. They still have the suspect on the loose here. It is an active manhunt that is underway right now, and the latest information came where there was 10 victims shot, 6 others injured. So you have a total of 16 people that were hurt in some way from this terrible attack that played out during rush hour of this Brooklyn subway, and it happened in a train car, and then people continued to flood out of that train car onto the platform, and that's when some of the sad moments came, because you saw some people limping and collapsing right there on the ground of that platform because they couldn't just make it anymore, but they were trying to flee as fast as they can. We're still getting this shot live on the ground right here. This is just right outside of the subway there, and you can see still a lot of NYPD, FBI, ATF, all on the scene there. Of course, New York Fire. We are expecting to have a police update once again sometime today. We don't know when that information will come. Obviously, it's a very fluid situation, and we continue to wait for all of the latest developments here, but a very sad moment here that plays out once again in New York. Obviously, New Yorkers are no stranger to attacks on their city and really their commuters as well. We've been hearing so much about subway attacks in the past, and once again, this happening, an explosion and shooting at the Sunset Park subway station in Brooklyn. Let's go back out right now. We have more coverage from Fox 5 New York as it continues to play out in real time.
We may have some more information on any updates and what's happening. Arthur, what's the very latest? What can you fill us in?
All right, well, right now we are here on 4th Avenue and 37th Street. You see the scene behind us. That's a subway entrance right there. And as you mentioned, we are joined right now by FDNY Union Chief Andy Ansbro. Can you talk a little bit first about the response this morning? You guys were very close.
Yes, the first 2 units were responding to what they thought was a fire. 228 is right around the corner, and 201 and 114 is about a mile and a half that way, and 202 and 148 are coming from 12th Avenue. They all made it here relatively quickly. They assessed the scene. They started removing victims, got into the street. It was a smoky area. But by the time they got here, when they were on the scene, it was apparent that it wasn't a fire and it was an attack, and they just went about doing their job. I'm very proud of the work they did.
Does their job change when they go from a situation where they thought there was a fire to something where there was actual malice?
Well, when they first got off the rigs, the members were taking their tools as if they were fighting a fire. And when they got here and became apparent, when the first unit that got here, when they said, this isn't a fire, this is a shooting situation, the members were starting to bring the medical bags, and we're helping to get victims out at that point. But yeah, we make the transition. Usually, it'll come over on the ticket what you're going to, but it came over so fast. The first people probably saw the smoke come up through the grates and thought it was a fire.
And what about when you have a suspect? We have a suspect with a gun on the loose. Does that change how your guys have to operate in this situation?
Well, a lot of our members are trained to operate in that situation. We're trying to get everyone trained to operate as a they call it a shooter task force. So we're working on everyone getting trained, but we have a minimum level of training. And the members are going to go through, be suspicious of bags, go in to get assessed to get the victim, and victim removal as quickly as possible to get out of that situation. So there is some training involved. There's always be more training, but the members did great today, without question.
And we were just talking about the injured, well over a dozen injured, 10 with gunshot wounds treated. I think 16 was the latest number that we had, but 10 of them had gunshot wounds. 5 of them are in critical condition. As far as responses, you guys go to scenes where bad things are happening, but this is pretty bad.
Absolutely. This is a tragic situation. Everyone hopes this guy's caught and caught quickly, that he's not going to do this somewhere else, somewhere today. And, right now, the victims are in the hands of the hospitals. And, at this point, they're being well taken care of.
And this is an evolving situation, knowing that earlier on we had heard that 2 of those who were injured were likely, which is a very life-threatening situation. We just got an update. It seems like that has gotten better. Is that your understanding, too?
I don't have the information. I have someone that works in the hospital, and they said someone was going to surgery, but I don't know the condition at this point.
And speaking of the hospitals, we know NYU Langone over here in Sunset Park, Maimonides, New York Presbyterian. Are any of the hospitals that they were brought to any indication of the severity of their injuries, or are we just looking at bringing them to places where they can accommodate trauma cases?
Well, they're probably taking them to the first place they can. I guess the EMS will direct them to where, if there's too much volume in one hospital. But from what I understand, over in Langone, there was 1 critical and the rest were non-life-threatening injuries. So I can't speak for the other hospitals. I don't have a friend in those.
All right. Anything else I should be asking you? In particular, does the rest of today, given that we don't have a suspect in custody yet, does the rest of the day change in terms of how your firefighters have to operate? Do they have to be extra careful today?
Well, until this man is caught, we're all going to be on high alert. Any run, that you don't know exactly what you're going to, potentially could be another incident. So, we're going to keep our ears open and hope for the best. But no matter what happens, when the bell goes off, we're going to go.
All right, Andrew Ansbro, thank you so much for this update. Really crucial. That's it from here right now on 37th Street and 4th Avenue. We'll bring you back to Chris and Bianca in the studio, guys.
Arthur, thank you very much. We appreciate it. So that press conference taking place in Sunset Park just about, 25 minutes ago, we heard from several officials, including the governor, who had some pretty significant words down there. Let's take another listen to what she said.
This morning, ordinary New Yorkers woke up in anticipation of a relatively normal day. They left their homes en route to school, en route to their jobs, into a normal day, as I mentioned. That sense of tranquility and normalness was disrupted, brutally disrupted, by an individual so cold-hearted and depraved of heart that they had no care about the individual that they assaulted as they simply went about their daily lives. This individual is still on the loose. This person is dangerous. They're asking individuals to be very vigilant and alert. We'll get more reports on specificity as the day goes on. This is an active shooter situation right now in the city of New York. We just got off the phone with the mayor. This is covered well. He's monitoring. He's actively engaged in the situation. I wanted to let you know that the people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of the city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end, and it ends now. And we are sick and tired of reading headlines about crime, whether they're mass shootings or the loss of a teenage girl or a 13-year-old. It has to stop. I'm committing the full resources of our state to fight this surge of crime, this insanity that is seizing our city, because we want to get back to normal. It's been a long, hard 2 years. That's what we crave. That sense of stability and normalcy. And this is what the mayor and I are going to continue to work for. And I thank the partners, the brave people of the MTA, the first ones who had the sense, the drivers of the train, to leave the station to make sure no more victims could be hurt.
We apologize. Some parts of that a little hard to hear, but one of the most critical pieces of information, one of her most important sentences uttered there. This individual still on the loose. This person is dangerous. They're asking people to be alert and vigilant. This is an active shooter situation.
And this is the first time we're going to be speaking to someone right now on the phone, Kenneth Footsmith, who was actually a rider on that train when all of this unfolded. Kenneth, first of all, we're just grateful that you're okay right now and you're able to speak to us. There's a lot to be thankful for in that. But, what a horrific event that you had to go through this morning. Can you please just take us through what happened?
Yeah, of course. So the N train is my everyday train. I take it to work and take it from work. So I get on at 8th Ave. Then we get to the 56th Street. I'm kind of zoned out. It's the morning.
Police Commissioner Keyshawn Sewell will outline the events as we know them. Laura Kavanaugh, the first Deputy Commissioner and Acting Fire Commissioner, will walk you through casualties. Jenno Lieber from the MTA will give us the status of the system, and then we'll be able to entertain some limited questions. There will be another briefing later this afternoon where we'll be able to update that, and then additional briefings as needed. First Deputy Mayor Lorraine Grillo.
Thank you, John. So from the very minute this incident occurred, the mayor and I have been on the phone monitoring the situation constantly. We have worked with all of our agencies, the FDNY, NYPD, OEM, all of the agencies who have worked really hard together, and we continue to throw all of the city's resources at this situation. We've made all of the resources available, and we'll work with the Office of Emergency Management for any additional needs. I'm going to ask the Police Commissioner, Keyshawn Sewell, to speak to you and give you an update on the events of today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're here to update New Yorkers about an active shooting incident that took place this morning inside the 36th Street subway station on the N line. I want to begin by assuring the public that there are currently no known explosive devices on our subway trains, and this is not being investigated as an act of terrorism at this time. We can also report that although this was a violent incident, reportedly we have no one with life-threatening injuries as a result of this case. This investigation is only hours old, so please note this information is subject to change. Just before 8:24 this morning, as a Manhattan-bound N train waited to enter the 36th Street station, an individual on that train donned what appeared to be a gas mask. He then took a canister out of his bag and opened it. The train at that time began to fill with smoke. He then opened fire, striking multiple people on the subway and in the platform. Again, we will describe him as an individual. He is being reported as a male black, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall with a heavy build. He was wearing a green construction type vest and a hooded sweatshirt. The color is gray. At this time, we are working with our federal partners where we are asking for the public's help. Anyone with information, videos, or photographs, no matter how insignificant they think it may be, is encouraged to call Crime Stoppers at 800-577-TIPS. All calls are strictly confidential. I'd like to turn it over to the FDNY to give information about the victims. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. The governor would like to speak now. Governor Hochul, my apologies.
That's right. Good afternoon. This morning, ordinary New Yorkers woke up in anticipation of a relatively normal day. They left their homes en route to school, en route to their jobs, and to a normal day, as I mentioned. That sense of tranquility and normalness was disrupted, brutally disrupted, by an individual so cold-hearted and depraved of heart that they had no caring about the individuals that they assaulted as they simply went about their daily lives. This individual is still on the loose. This person is dangerous. They're asking individuals to be very vigilant and alert. And you'll get more reports on specificity as the day goes on. So this is an active shooter situation right now in the city of New York. I just got off the phone with the mayor. He's recovering well, he is monitoring, he's actively engaged in the situation. I wanted to let him know that the people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end, and it ends now. And we are sick and tired of reading headlines about crime, whether they're mass shootings or the loss of a teenage girl or a 13-year-old. It has to stop. I'm committing the full resources of our state to fight this surge of crime, this insanity that is seizing our city, because we want to get back to normal. It has been a long, hard 2 years. That's what we crave, that sense of stability and normalcy. And this is what the mayor and I are going to continue to work toward. And I thank the partners, the brave people of the MTA, the first ones who had the sense, the drivers of the train, to leave the station to make sure no more victims could be hurt. The NYPD, FDNY, state police, everyone involved in this has one purpose, and that's to stop the insanity of these crimes. You'll hear now from our fire department. I want to thank them for being there to help us diffuse a volatile situation, but we'll be giving continued reports as this day unfolds. Again, we ask everyone to be careful, be cautious, report what you see. It is likely that someone out there listening to this is going to help us lead us to that individual. You have a description of what they're wearing. You know the details. But this is the day we pull together as New Yorkers, united in a common purpose to say no more. And that is what I'm going to continue to do as the governor of the state of New York, working with our local partners right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. This morning, the FDNY received reports of gunshot victims in the subway. Thanks to their quick response, we were able to treat 16 patients. 10 of those patients are suffering from gunshot wounds at this time, and 5 of them are in critical but stable condition in our local hospitals.
Can you say that again?
Yes, we have 16 total patients. 10 of them are suffering from gunshot wounds, and 5 of them are in critical but stable condition at this time. I'm going to pass it over to the MTA for an update on our subways.
Okay. First of all, we have to thank the NYPD and the FDNY and the whole team who've done so much to protect us and help immediately to recover from this situation. And I also need to acknowledge the MTA workers who had the foresight to immediately move a train that was on the platform, the R train, out of the station so it could carry people to safety. That was smart thinking. Right now, B service is suspended, W service is suspended. The D and the N and the R are running with suspensions and some shuttle buses. And folks should check the website for latest. Obviously, it's a disrupted day, but a lot of the system is in fact running. I just want to say one thing on a personal note, which is on 9/11, I stood on 4th Avenue and watched people, New Yorkers, come back from that tragedy. And I thought, I watched New Yorkers help each other and storekeepers walk out and give people water. That was the same thing we saw on the platform today. We saw New Yorkers in a difficult situation, an emergency, helping each other. That's the subway riders. That's who New Yorkers are. Every day they're showing people in the subway, which is our public space, that New Yorkers of all varieties can come together in small spaces and get along and create something bigger. That's what we remember in these emergencies, as well as the tragedy and the thought for the quick recovery of the victims, is New Yorkers are incredibly resilient, just as they are in every emergency, and we thank them for what they've done, and we thank the governor and the mayor for their leadership in all of our recovery from COVID and from every one of these challenges.
So just to reiterate, we're going to be very limited in what we are able to answer in questions. Just to also underline our partners here, we got Mike Regan. Mike Regan is the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Joint Terrorism Task Force with the FBI and NYPD. John DeVito from ATF, who's helping us with tracing efforts and investigation. He's the Special Agent in charge for New York City. Or the Brooklyn District Attorney, Eric Gonzalez, who is also here. And, of course, Chief Ken Corey, Chief of Department, and First Deputy Commissioner Ed Caban. We'll start off with questions for the police.
Was the shooting on the train? Was the shooting on the train or on the platform? Was the suspect on the platform or in the train? And was did it all happen in the 36th Street station, or what happened down at 25th Street?
The suspect was in the train car. The shooting began in the train car.
Commissioner, can you give us some more detail exactly what happened in the car? Did the suspect say anything? What type of weapon did he have? And what was going on inside the car as this all happened?
So, as I stated before, we're only able to get limited information because it's under investigation. As the train was pulling into the station, the subject put on a gas mask. He then opened a canister that was in his bag, and then the car filled with smoke. After that, he began shooting.
Do we know if he stayed on the train or if he ran off? Guys, one time! Guys, one time!
Hang on.
Commissioner, does this appear to be random? Any idea why this individual did this and did this here?
We do not know the motive at this time, but we're not ruling anything out.
Do you know if the security gunshots, are they shrapnel wounds? What are the other injuries that were not gunshot injuries?
We went to fire departments.
There are a variety of other injuries, from smoke inhalation to shrapnel to panic from the incident.
When you say shrapnel, what would the shrapnel come from?
It could be from anything. It's still under investigation at this time, so it could be a grazing from a bullet, it could be from the panic after following the incident.
Not from an explosive device?
Not at this time.
Any idea the suspect where they fled? The train tracks?
You stay there, you can find him tomorrow.
Any idea of the whereabouts?
That's subject to investigation. We're endeavoring to determine that right now.
Okay, Josh.
Why were the trains not...
Commissioner, why do you connect this more to the litany of gun violence and not terrorism at this stage? Why rule out terrorism?
I'm not ruling out anything. We're determining what that motive is, and we'll find that out as the investigation continues.
Were the victims taken to one particular ethnic group?
No, sir. The victims have a variety.
Is anything else recovered down there?
Hang on. We got time for about two more.
Why were the trains not shut down immediately, and if they were, could it have been easier to catch the suspect?
That's not the case.
How were the cameras working in the subway station?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Were the cameras working in the subway station?
That's under investigation as we speak.
Do you suspect if it's an MTA worker, given that they were wearing a construction vest, or
we have not
another city worker or something?
We have not identified the subject. He was wearing a green type construction
Governor
vest.
Hochul, do you want to comment on the arrest of your Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin? Did he speak to you this morning? Were you aware, and will you continue to campaign with him?
I'll be happy to report on that later today. We'll have a statement out there. I've not had a chance to speak to him. I was doing media interviews this morning, but this is not the place, but I will be addressing it very shortly. Let's focus on the fact that there are people in a hospital right now fighting for their lives. Those are the people we're thinking about and praying for at this moment.
All right, thank you very much. Listen, we're going to get...
All right, so that was the latest update there from New York City officials as well as the New York governor. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox, and all of our viewers from around the country and around the world that continue to join in on this breaking news situation that we've been with you all morning long, really breaking it all down for you on this horrible attack that happened on a subway and then a subway platform as well in the Brooklyn area. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coming up. here in real time as we continue to give you these updates regarding the situation that plays out right now in New York City. Their active manhunt continues right now for the suspect that is now accused here of injuring 16 people. 10 of those were shot on a train in Brooklyn during morning rush hour. 5 victims in critical condition. Suspect was last seen wearing a green construction vest and a gas mask during that attack. So here's what we're going to do for everyone here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to continue to monitor the situation out there in New York City. If we see any type of news conference or any sort of update, we'll break in and give you those updates here in real time. We'll also give you some shots of New York City there, so you are not missing anything here at this very moment here. So we will continue to bring you the latest here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. I do want to go, it looks like maybe Fox 5 does have some coverage again. Let's go out to that for a moment here on Live Now from Fox.
I thought it was weird that he was putting things around the subway station.
Yeah, multiple devices. That's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we used to always hear that motto, if you see something, say something. Those are not empty words. You really have to speak up. And I'm not prejudging whatever happened here. Who knows, this could have all happened instantaneously and no one had time to say anything. But as people are coming back to the city and with crime being the issue that it has been, I mean, we're not talking about, you know, the bad old days of the 90s, so let's not lose that perspective, but clearly crime has been an issue, and you have to speak up. If something looks amiss, police are the first ones to say, let us worry about it, let us check it out, that's our job. The worst thing that can happen is it's nothing and we move on, but that's what they're here for, and boy, today really renews the importance of that motto.
All right, Robert, thank you so much for that information. We'll come back to you as soon as you get more information. Meanwhile, Inez, you know she's our traffic person.
Yeah.
Got to be major disruptions.
Oh, absolutely. Inez Rosales, you're on the phone with us, I believe. Where are you right now? What are you hearing in terms of disruptions? I imagine there's a lot.
Definitely a lot of disruptions out there with the D, N, and R trains, and this is also affecting other lines. So right now there is no service with the D trains, the N, the R in Brooklyn, and it's also affecting some stations in Manhattan, such as major delays.
All right, everybody. So that was some updates from earlier in New York City there. So what we'll do is we will definitely keep an eye on that situation there. And as soon as we get more updates, of course, we will bring that to you. We'll cut it right in right here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to continue bringing you some other stories that we are monitoring. A big one that's coming up on Monday for the city of Boston. The Boston Marathon is going to be starting up there. Always a famed tradition there in that city. Brings out really thousands and thousands to come out and take part in Patriots Day there. But we heard from Boston officials earlier, just moments ago, talking about security measures and especially everything that they're seeing in New York City. So let's listen to a little bit of that. We'll break in with any type of breaking news that happens regarding the situation there in New York City. So let's listen in right here.
Come on in, Tom. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us here today as we get ready for the last couple days of preparation after many months of preparation for Marathon Monday, Patriots Day, and our beloved Boston Marathon. I do want to start just by saying that our thoughts and prayers and every bit of well wishes are with the city of New York, with the experience that they've had on the MTA earlier today. I know various of our officials have been in touch with our sister city there, and I had the chance to connect briefly with Mayor Adams, and so we are following very closely and wishing them... Test. Okay, thanks, Anthony. And wishing them every bit of strength right now. I'm grateful to be here with leaders who have been spending a lot of time ensuring that this year's event will be the glorious return that we've all been hoping for many years. Tom Grilk of the Boston Athletic Association, Chief Ken Green of the MBTA Police, Chief Shumeen Bedford from the Office of Emergency Management, Commissioner Jack Dempsey of the Fire Department, Chief Yasha Franklin Hodge of our Streets Cabinet, Chief Jim Hooley of EMS, Chief Greg Long of our Boston Police, and many others who, let's see, did I miss anyone? I think I got everyone up here. The past few years have felt like a bit of a marathon for everyone, not in a good way. We have been through a lot in our community, and so after a virtual event in 2020 and a rescheduled event that occurred last fall, we're very excited to welcome back the actual Boston Marathon back to spring for the first time in 3 years. This year's race will mark the 126th running of the world's oldest annually held marathon. We are one of 5 cities across the world known for this level of athletic competition, community, and resilience. Marathons themselves have a long history, a testament to the extraordinary power of the human spirit, of our capacity to expand the boundaries of what's possible when we believe in our ability to do so and work hard and train and bring people together. And here in Boston, the marathon has always been about community, coming together, showing up, persevering, pushing forward no matter what may come our way, in the face of hate and division, fear or violence, not just to cross the finish line, to claim that medal, but to show the world who we are, and to invite everyone to join us in striving to be an even better version of ourselves. This year, more than 30,000 people from all 50 states have accepted that invitation. But you don't have to be putting on your running shoes to take part in this incredible event and this opportunity. This Friday, April 15th, is One Boston Day, a day when we remember all those we lost and remind ourselves of the resilience and compassion of our communities. Commemorating One Boston Day is a reminder to each one of us to never take a day for granted, cherish the time we have with the people we love, and to find some time to perform an act of kindness, however big or small, in your community. I also want to acknowledge that this year marks the 50th anniversary since women were officially allowed to participate in the Boston Marathon. And I say officially because well before then, we know that women like Roberta Gibbs, athletes who refused to let discrimination dictate the rules of the race for them, hid in the bushes near the starting line and ran anyway, wove their way into the crowd of runners once the starting gun went off, running the full marathon, even though the scorekeepers didn't acknowledge them. In 1972, the first year a women's division was officially established, 8 women ran. And this year, among the thousands of women and girls who will be participating in the marathon is Molly Seidel, a former Boston resident who made our city and our country proud on the world's biggest stage last year, bringing home the bronze medal in the marathon at the Tokyo Olympics. So on behalf of your hometown, congratulations, Molly. Welcome back. We're so excited to cheer you on. Finally, I do want to say a word about COVID. As always, the safety of all of our spectators, runners, and residents is our top priority. And I want to urge everyone attending this year's marathon and related gatherings to take precautions when it comes to public health. In the last few weeks, cases in Boston have risen. We are now at a 5.4% community positivity rate, which is above our threshold, and we are monitoring that very carefully. And so it's important that we take steps to protect ourselves and those around us who might be at high risk of severe infection. You can do that by getting tested before or after this year's race. We have free testing sites throughout the city. There are several walk-in sites, and results are usually available within 24 hours. For more information about where you can find a test, you can go to boston.gov/COVID-19-testing or call the Mayor's Health Line at 617-534-5050. Wearing a mask can also minimize your risk of catching and spreading the virus. Masking indoors is still optional, but we know it's one of the best ways you can stop the spread of COVID-19. And if you're sick, please stay home and isolate to prevent further spread to those around you. I'm looking forward to celebrating a safe, fun marathon with everyone in our city and all the visitors that we are eager to welcome. Okay, un poco en español, and then I'll hand it over to our CEO of the
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More coverage coming up next.
2020 y un evento reprogramado el año pasado. Estamos muy contentos de dar la bienvenida a Maratón de vuelta a la primavera por primera vez en 3 años.
Date after over 1,000 days, but also to our BAA 5K and our invitational miles and our youth relays on Saturday. We're also delighted to offer free events and programming for everybody in Copley Square Park, beginning on Friday morning and lasting through Sunday evening. At our BAA website, you can find a full schedule of all events, and we are very happy to be able to do our part in the reopening of society. And noteworthy in that regard, as was announced yesterday, the Boston Marathon will bring in more than $200 million to the greater Boston economy, as announced by the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Now, we couldn't do any of this without the support of Mayor Wu and her team. We thank her. We thank the City of Boston for helping us get the Boston Marathon back on the roads on Patriots Day on the third Monday in April. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite up our Commissioner Greg Long.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to start out by thanking all our federal, state, and local partners, including the BAA, as well as the other city agencies, including emergency management, for all the planning that's gone into this for the months leading up to this, all the way through the weekend. Without those partnerships, we wouldn't be able to put this plan in place. Obviously, the Boston Marathon is an international event. It attracts thousands upon thousands of runners and visitors and spectators each year. Again, this year, we're expecting, a lot of people out there. There's a lot of excitement about this year. As a result, the Boston Police Department has developed a robust and comprehensive security plan in an effort to provide safety to the runners, the spectators, and all the visitors that come into the city of Boston. This weekend, starting Friday, it's going to be extremely busy down in the Copley Square area, Boylston Street area. Fan Fest starts on Friday. It runs through Sunday. On Saturday, we have the 5K race, the 1 mile race, and also the children's race. We'll have runners down there getting their numbers, taking pictures. So there'll be a lot of activity down there. Anyone down in that area from Friday through Sunday can expect a visible police presence in the area of Copley Square in Boylston Street. In terms of Marathon Monday itself, the department has a full department call-up, meaning every available officer will be working. I want to make note, in addition to the resources that are deployed down along the route, every neighborhood in the city of Boston will have the same coverage that they're accustomed to on Monday. On Marathon Monday itself, people can expect to see police officers in their uniform with their green vest. Also in the crowd, we're going to have plainclothes officers and detectives that we've utilized for the last several years. We're also deploying our EOD assets, our hazmat teams in conjunction with the fire department and the National Guard. Special operations, personnel from Special Operations Division will be along the marathon route. We'll have observation posts in addition to drone detection equipment. I just want to make a point that flying drones over the course is prohibited, and we have drone detection equipment available to us. As we have for several years now, we're going to stand up enhanced security checkpoints that'll run all the way from Kenmore Square down to the finish line. People coming through these checkpoints can expect to have their bags searched when they come through there. I just would ask people to exercise patience when they come through those lines and try to understand what we're trying to accomplish at those security checkpoints. I will also make note, in the past, depending on the size of the crowd, there have been time to time we've had to temporarily shut down some of those checkpoints in order for the crowd to dissipate. That could happen on Monday also, but typically those are temporary closings. The Red Sox are also in town on Monday, which again, and all throughout the weekend, which just adds to the crowd that we have down there. I would recommend anyone coming down to the marathon or the Boston Red Sox game, I would encourage taking public transportation. With all the street closing down there, parking will be limited, and it's probably your best bet for easy access in and out of the area. In terms of the marathon itself, there is no known credible threat to the marathon. Like everybody else, we're monitoring the situation in New York. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the families and the victims in New York. We've been in contact with our counterparts in New York. In addition, I've spoken to Joe Bonavolante from the FBI, Colonel Mason from the State Police, and Chief Green from the MBTA. We're monitoring the situation. In the short term, you can expect to see an increased police presence around MBTA stations next couple of days through the weekend. In terms of Monday, depending on what kind of information we have and intelligence, we'll adjust our assets accordingly around the marathon. What I will say is, and we've asked people every year for a long time, we're asking you to be vigilant. Although there's no known credible threat, we're asking anybody, if you see something, right, no matter how small, something that seems not right or something out of the ordinary, we're urging you, we encourage you to call 911, or if you see a police officer along the route, approach him or her and give them that information. You're our eyes and ears, and we appreciate your vigilance, during this weekend on Monday. And I will close by saying this, the marathon, historically, has been a great family event. It's a great weekend. I will ask people to come down there, be respectful of one another. Public drinking, smoking marijuana along the route is prohibited. I think if everyone comes down there with that mindset, they're respectful of one each other, and coming down to enjoy the weekend, we'll be able to showcase Boston for the world-class city that it is.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, I'll invite up Chief Green from the MBTA, please.
Thank you, Mayor Wu. I'm just going to speak briefly about what has occurred in New York as it relates to the MBTA. As the MBTA closes, as we monitor the events in New York, transit police officials are engaged with our local, federal, and state law enforcement partners to share any information or intelligence that is available. At this time, as Superintendent-in-Chief Greg Long has stated, there is no evidence, credible or otherwise, to suggest that the MBTA system is a potential target. The transit police employ a multi-layered approach to safeguarding the MBTA system. To reassure our riders, we have increased the number of uniformed officers on the system and deployed additional explosive detection K9 teams to perform protective sweeps. There are also actions that we employ that will not be too visible to our riding public. And just know the safety and security of our customers, employees, is the MBTA's top priority. If riders of the T sees anything out of ordinary, they are urged to contact Transit Police or MBTA personnel immediately. Transit Police can be contacted at 617-222-122, or if you have a smartphone, simply download the free CSA app that the MBTA provides for its riders. This app allows you to send us a text or photographs anonymously if you choose. The text goes to a monitor that is monitored 24/7. You will receive a reply, and we will immediately send officers to investigate. But know this, that the public is the best resource that law enforcement has. So now I'm going to pivot into our plans for Marathon Monday. I want to first remind our riding public, including those who are fully vaccinated, are required to wear face coverings while on MBTA vehicles and at indoor stations, facilities, bus stops, and platforms for the commuter rail, subway, and trolley systems. The wearing of a mask is for your safety, safety of fellow riders, and for the safety of the frontline MBTA workers. Regarding transportation on Marathon Monday, Copley Station, as usual, will be closed all day. And from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., above-ground Green Line stops at South Station, which is on the B branch, Kent Street on the C branch, and St. Mary Street, which is on the C branch, will be closed. If more information is needed regarding service on Marathon Monday, please go to our website at mbta.com, where you receive up-to-date information. The Transit Police are well prepared for this year's event. We'll have additional Transit Police officers, both uniformed and in plain clothes, throughout the MBTA system to ensure everyone has a safe and efficient travel. As I already stated, there is no intelligence, credible or otherwise, to suggest the MBTA and or the marathon itself is a target. With that being said, we will continue to be in constant communication with our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners throughout the day. I'm confident in our training and, more importantly, in our collective experience for large-scale events like the Boston Marathon. But please, remember, if you see something, please say something. Contact Transit Police immediately if you see something or anything suspicious. Thank you.
Next up, Chief Julio of EMS.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try to make it quick. The men and women of Boston EMS really look forward to this event every year. It's usually one of the first signs of spring, with all due respect to the Red Sox coming back to Boston. But it is a great family event. It is a holiday. It is a Boston holiday, not just a holiday in the Commonwealth. We do have comprehensive, multi-layered plans to protect the health and the safety of everybody who could be attending this event, who's participating in it, who works near it, or those who, frankly, could care less about it because they just live or work in the area. We have responsibility to protect everybody and to make sure that we're here to provide emergency medical care. We do that with that, as I said, a multi-layered plan. Over the weekend, with the street closures, with the events on Saturday, we'll enhance coverage in the Back Bay for the participants, spectators, and residents. We will have EMTs and paramedics on bicycles. We will have them on gators, John Deere gators, so we can get in and out of streets that may be blocked off, so we can extract people to get them out to ambulances. We will have additional ambulances on. There's a very comprehensive medical plan done with medical volunteers, with physicians, with nurses, along the entire route, not just in Boston. With one of the main purposes there is that we can turn around a lot of cases that might normally have to go to an emergency room. They can be treated at site in these main medical tents down in the finish area and discharged from there. That way we can keep the hospitals free from having to attend to these personnel, and that means that the emergency rooms will be free to handle all the other calls from not just Boston's neighborhoods, but from the region that come to Boston's hospitals every day. So we know we have responsibility for that. So we will have additional ambulances on for the neighborhoods and all the way from Newton on in, so that we can address either side of the route in Brighton, everywhere, because we know that it's Patriots Day, it's Marathon Day citywide, not just in the Back Bay and South End. So I just want to really encourage folks to come out, enjoy it, have a good day. We've learned a lot over the years dealing with this event for the medical emergencies, whether it's extreme heat, extreme cold, and we will be prepared for any eventuality. But also, we were prepared at a moment's notice back in 2013. So when events took a different turn. So again, you have a good experienced team that's going to be out there this year, and we're looking forward to a great day and seeing everybody out there. Thank you.
And next, our Chief of Streets, Yasha Franklin Hodge.
Thanks, Mayor. Good afternoon, everybody. The Boston Transportation Department and the Boston Public Works Department have been working in close partnership with the agencies that you see up here, as well as the Boston Athletic Association, to prepare our streets for the marathon. The Public Works Department has been patching the road along the route, ensuring that sidewalks are safe for spectators, and the Traffic Management Center that BTD operates will be fully functional all weekend to help make sure that our signals and traffic operations are managed appropriately to address the road diversions and closures associated with this. There will be significant street closures and parking restrictions all throughout Marathon weekend. As was previously stated, this is a weekend-long event starting on Friday and continuing all the way through to Monday, with some residual cleanup happening later into next week. These changes are there to support public safety and traffic management. Many of these closures are there to accommodate both the 5K race that's happening as well as the marathon itself. So we ask that anybody who may be considering driving downtown and in the Back Bay over the next week to pay close attention to posted signs, read the message boards that will be up. You can also go to boston.gov/marathon, where you can find a map of all of the street closures, all of the parking restrictions, and additional details about the transportation impacts. This is a great weekend to take public transportation or walk or ride a bike if you want to come down in the area of the marathon. Travel by car will be difficult and parking will be extremely limited on the street. The MBTA will be running additional service on Monday and will be offering a special all-day, all-zone commuter rail pass on Marathon Monday. You can find all the details of this at mbta.com/marathon. The city's Blue Bike system will also be operational this weekend. Several stations along the marathon route will be removed to make space for runners and for crowds. But we will be operating 2 valet stations for Blue Bikes riders, one at Back Bay and one in the Fenway, which will make it easier for people to get and drop off bikes. You can check the station map at bluebikes.com for additional information. This is an exciting weekend in Boston. Best of luck to all the runners, and we're looking forward to a healthy, safe, fun marathon weekend. Thank you.
Commissioner of the Boston Fire Department, Jack Dempsey.
Thank you, Mayor. As with every major event, the Boston Fire Department works with all the other agencies, police, EMS, and we prepared an incident action plan that we're willing to implement, ready to implement. We have plenty of resources out there to cover anything that can happen. So we're hopeful and looking forward to a great event Monday and this whole weekend. That's all I have. Thank you.
Last but not least, someone who is really the glue, whether in snowstorms or in large-scale events, too, Chief of Emergency Management, Shu Benford.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your steadfast and courageous leadership. We greatly appreciate it. And I join the Mayor and my colleagues up here in front in recognizing New York City and all that they're dealing with at this time. The Emergency Operations Center will be operational during the marathon. We will be available for enhanced coordination across city departments as well as with our federal, state, and private partners to include the BAA. So again, I join all of my colleagues on stage in recognizing that this is a family event. We wish all of our runners the very best. We look forward to them being safe, as well as all of the runners, spectators, as well as families coming down to the event. So we will be available to assist in coordination, and we look forward to a fun-filled and uneventful day. Thank you very much.
Questions?
Yeah, again, like, you know, I mentioned, you know, we do have a full department call-up, so we have a ton of assets. I can't really get into the you know, particulars of where we'll deploy people. What I would say is, again, you know, everything is you know, intelligence driven, and again, depending, you know, if there's information that points to, you know, there might be an issue, you know, one place versus another, that's where we'd adjust and move our assets to.
We are listening in to many city leaders in Boston talking about safety and security surrounding the Boston Marathon. Obviously, a lot of topics to discuss, especially with the events that unfolded in New York City here today. I'm going to send our viewers out to a 2-minute break. We'll be right back in this press conference, finishing it out when we return here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're, of course, going to be keeping an eye on the breaking news scene out of New York. If we do hear more updates, especially as we are expecting another press conference later this afternoon, possibly early evening, of course, we'll be staying on top of that here for our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Until that time, let's go ahead and finish out that press conference that we were listening into. We had some of our Boston city leaders talking about safety and security surrounding, of course, their big marathon that's going to be coming up here on April 18th. That's this coming Monday. We're going to finish out that press conference right here on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The MBTA does millions of trips per day, safely. From time to time, there may be an issue, but I would say T is safe. It's an active investigation. I really can't add too much to that. Right now, it's investigated by the NTSB, Suffolk County DA's office, and my office as well. So I can't really get into that. Well, that is something that I'll discuss with my command staff when I get back. This incident that happened in New York is still fluid. We're still waiting for more information to come out so we can redo our posture, if you will. No, I mean, I certainly would hope not. You know, the MBTA is safe. We're out there. We'll have full complement of uniform officers, increased uniform. We'll have our canines out there. We'll have our explosive detective units. We'll have our plainclothes officers out there. So we're going to be out there in full. Well, we're looking for the exact intel that comes out of there, so we can put our defensive postures in place. As of right now, we don't have all that; it's still fluid. So we can do the increased coverage with the special operations and uniform officers and whatnot. You know, as far as putting anything else in play, we're going to wait until we get more information. Well, one of the biggest things that came out of the marathon bombing for the transit police is establishment of our EDU unit, explosive detective unit, and our K9 units. We have them out there every day in and day in and day out to ensure that the safety of our public is being done. Yeah, they're at the major, especially at our major hubs like South Station, North Station, and basically really in any station, just to ensure that you know, unattended bags or left bags are sniffed out.
And just to add on that point, I rode the T this morning. It was smooth and great as always. I got to ride in one of the new Orange Line trains. I'm very excited that those are up and running. And so continue to urge everyone to use our public transit system, knowing that there is a whole lot of information gathering, coordination, and very careful monitoring that's happening day in and day out, not just after major incidents. I had the chance also to sit with our Boston police weeks ago as they were already months into their planning for this event. This year marks 9 years since 2013, and each and every one of those years has been, well, with the exception of our virtual year, has been a very carefully coordinated large-scale event. The amount of staffing, of planning, of interagency communication that goes into this, it is mapped out street by block by block by block, and so an incredible amount of effort has already gone in on behalf of our residents and visitors through the Boston Police and Fire and EMS and all of our public safety agencies, and we will continue that up as we head into this weekend. Do you want to comment, Commish?
Could you specify that question? Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, which we still utilize. I neglected to mention that. You will see those blocking vehicles again on Marathon Monday. You know, we obviously saw that on the St. Patrick's Day Parade. To answer your question, you know, that information is real time. I mean, you know, when this happened, we're communicating with our partners down in New York. So any intelligence that we think, you know, that could possibly affect us, like I said, we get it in real time. Yeah.
Yep, there are many, many metrics that the city and our Boston Public Health Commission are monitoring very carefully. Some of them follow behind when we see transmission out in the community. Really, our best leading indicator is the wastewater data, and we've seen a pretty big increase, over 100% increase from today compared to 2 weeks ago. And so we know that there's continued transmission out in the community. The largest chunk of this increase has been from people between the ages of 20 and 40. And so we do see that more folks are coming out and enjoying and having events. We just urge everyone, if you're not feeling well, please find a test. You can come to one of our city's free walk-in testing sites or access rapid tests at home. Wear your mask if you are at all concerned or if you personally are at higher risk. And we just want everyone to be vigilant. We're not there yet in terms of the sort of multi-layered metrics that we're watching to move back into a masking mandate. But we do want to just note that the numbers have been on a little bit of an uptick, and so we're watching that very carefully here.
All right, so once again, Boston Marathon security being talked about with many of our city leaders, especially on the heels of this attack that happened on a subway in New York. Right now, again, we have learned that there are 16 people who had been injured, 10 of them who were shot inside of that subway station. We'll be giving you more on these updates, as well as jumping into our State Department briefing. We do have Secretary Blinken speaking at that as well. Here's a picture of him at this time. So we'll be giving you all of these fresh updates coming up right here on Live Now from Fox after we step away for a 2-minute break. Stick around, more to come here in just minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we have been staying on top of this breaking news out of New York as they are still searching for the shooting suspect who injured multiple people. 10 of them were shot inside of a subway station, this in Sunset Park in Brooklyn, just at the height of rush hour. Now, the suspect does remain at large. They opened a canister of gas, which filled the train with smoke, then began shooting. This is all according to police. We brought you that update live right here on Live Now from Fox earlier. Still waiting to see if another update will be given later here this afternoon, as that, again, manhunt continues in New York City. Want to take us out to just another shot that we have coming in here, showing us that we still have plenty of police command vehicles as well as our law enforcement officials on scene here today. Of course, we'll keep an eye on this, but what I want to do is, of course, also continue to give you the latest news happening all across the country and even around the world. We do have Secretary Blinken, who had been joining in on the State Department briefing, also talking about human rights practices. This all coming at a time when we know that the war on Ukraine from Russian troops continues to happen, especially in cities across the country. They're seeing them being completely demolished. We've also heard from the Pentagon saying that they are indeed investigating if there's been a use of chemical weapons by Russian troops in Ukraine. So we do have all of these updates that are coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Let's go ahead, jump into that press briefing. I'm going to start from the beginning because Secretary Blinken has moved on. I want to, of course, play his remarks out in full for our viewers who are here with us. So let's go ahead, listen into them right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Privilege of introducing and welcoming Secretary Blinken back to this briefing room so that he can mark the release of the 2021 Human Rights Report. Secretary Blinken will have some opening remarks and then he'll take a couple questions. After that, I will then introduce Lisa Peterson, who's the Acting Assistant Secretary of the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights of Labor. Acting Assistant Secretary Peterson will have remarks of her own, and then she will stick around for a few more questions, and then we'll proceed with our regularly scheduled programming. So without further ado, Secretary Blinken.
Ned, thank you very much. So we've got a full program for you this afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here with Acting Assistant Secretary of State for the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights and Labor, Lisa Peterson, to indeed introduce the 2021 Human Rights Report. So this is the second time that I've joined the launch of this report as Secretary because it's important to U.S. foreign policy, it's important to this department, it's important to me personally. For many years running, we have seen an alarming recession of democracy, the rule of law, respect for human rights in many parts of the world. In the time since releasing our previous report, that backsliding has, unfortunately, continued. In few places have the human consequences of this decline been as stark as they are in the Russian government's brutal war on Ukraine. That's especially true in recent weeks, as Russian forces have been pushed back from towns and cities they occupied or surrounded, and evidence mounts of their widespread atrocities. We see what this receding tide is leaving in its wake. The bodies, hands bound, left on streets. The theaters, train stations, apartment buildings reduced to rubble with civilians inside. We hear it in the testimonies of women and girls who've been raped and the besieged civilians starving and freezing to death. In response, people and governments in every region are voicing their condemnation and calling for those responsible to be held accountable. This global outcry has been clarifying. In its disdain for human life and dignity, the Kremlin has reinvigorated a belief in people worldwide that there are human rights that everyone, everywhere, should enjoy, and underscored why these rights are worth defending. At the same time, civil society, governments, and people around the world are rightly pointing out that Ukraine is, tragically, far from the only place where gross abuses are being perpetrated. They want the international community to shine a spotlight on human rights abuses wherever they're being committed, and to bring the same urgency to stopping abuses and holding perpetrators accountable. The United States shares that goal. This report is just one of the ways that we're working to achieve it. It contains individual chapters on nearly 200 countries and territories, each of which offers factual, objective, and thorough accounting of their records on internationally recognized human rights. Whether a country is a friend or one with which we have real differences, the measuring stick we apply is the same. That reflects a core principle of human rights. They're universal. People of every nationality, race, gender, disability, and age are entitled to these rights, no matter what they believe, whom they love, or any other characteristics. This is especially important as a number of governments continue to claim falsely that human rights need to be applied based on the local context. Little coincidence that many of the same governments are among the worst abusers of human rights. The universal nature of human rights also means that we have to hold ourselves accountable to the same standards. Even as this report looks outward to countries around the world, we've acknowledged from day one of this administration that we have challenges here in the United States. We take seriously our responsibility to address these shortcomings, and we know that the way to do it matters. Together with citizens and communities, out in the open, transparently, not trying to pretend problems don't exist or sweeping them under a rug. And in fact, that's what distinguishes democracies. our willingness, our commitment to pursue that more perfect union. And practicing what we preach at home gives us greater legitimacy when we encourage governments abroad to do the same thing. The report also shows that the United States is concerned not only with civil and political rights, but also economic, social, cultural rights. That means, for example, affirming that promoting access to education and health services, including for reproductive health, is just as critical to advancing human rights as defending freedom of expression and assembly. These interconnected rights are critical to ensuring individuals can reach their full potential, and they're critical to sustaining healthy democracies. So with that context, let me highlight some of the most alarming findings of the report, which I want to emphasize covers the events of 2021. Governments are growing more brazen in reaching across borders to threaten and attack critics. To give just a few examples, over the last year alone, Iranian intelligence agents plotted to kidnap an Iranian-American journalist from her home in Brooklyn. The Assad regime threatened Syrians who were cooperating with efforts in Germany's courts to prosecute former officials for atrocities. The Lukashenko regime in Belarus forcibly diverted an international commercial flight to arrest an independent journalist. Governments are locking up more critics at home. Today, more than 1 million political prisoners are being held in over 65 countries. They include more than 600 people unjustly imprisoned in Cuba for taking part in peaceful protests last July. Countless Russian anti-corruption activists and opposition leaders, including Alexei Navalny, opposition presidential candidates in Benin, and Egyptian advocates like human rights lawyer Mohammed al-Bakr. We've also seen a rise in governments arbitrarily detaining individuals to try to gain leverage in bilateral relationships, to use them as human pawns. The Chinese government continues to commit genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang against predominantly Muslim Uyghurs, among other minority groups, to erode fundamental freedoms and autonomy in Hong Kong, and to carry out systematic repression in Tibet. In Afghanistan, the Taliban's takeover precipitated a humanitarian crisis and has resulted in a serious erosion of human rights, from arbitrary detentions of women, protesters and journalists, to reprisals against security forces from the former government, to growing restrictions on where women and girls can study or work. In Ethiopia, all parties to the country's conflict, as well as Eritrean forces, have committed atrocities, and thousands of Ethiopians are being unjustly detained in life-threatening conditions. We invest so much effort into documenting these and other abuses year after year, not only because it aligns our most sacred values, but also because respect for human rights is a fundamental part of upholding the international rules-based order, which is crucial to America's enduring security and prosperity. Governments that violate human rights are almost always the same ones that flout other key parts of that order, just as such as invading, coercing, or threatening trade rules. Threatening other countries or breaking trade rules. So our interest in standing up for human rights isn't only principled, it is vital to our national security. Here are some of the other ways that we're working to support human rights. When senior members of the State Department travel abroad, we meet with human rights advocates, with journalists and other frontline defenders, as do our ambassadors at every post, even when foreign governments make it clear that they wish we would not. We work with the Treasury Department to apply sanctions and impose visa restrictions on human rights abusers and those who enable and profit from them through the Global Magnitsky Act, the Khashoggi ban, and other tools. We methodically collect, preserve, and analyze evidence of atrocities and make this information available to the appropriate bodies. Indeed, it was the department's rigorous documentation, which included our own fact-finding and reports by a range of independent, impartial sources, including human rights organizations, that provided a basis for my determination last month that Burma's military committed genocide and crimes against humanity against Rohingya. We work with business to foster greater respect for human rights, both by encouraging compliance with labor standards and discouraging exports to governments and other entities that may use those goods or services to commit abuses. We're fully engaged in multilateral institutions, even flawed ones. After regaining a seat on the UN Human Rights Council, we just led a successful effort to suspend Russia from that body. Because a country that's perpetrating gross and systematic violations of human rights shouldn't sit on a body whose job it is to protect those rights. And we're working to strengthen democracy, human rights, and the fight against corruption through the Summit for Democracy. Last December, President Biden convened 100 world leaders, as well as representatives from civil society and the private sector, for the first summit. That kicked off a year of action that we're in the midst of pursuing. We're focused on delivering progress, not just pronouncements, by encouraging countries to make concrete commitments to advance human rights and democracy. And we're holding one another to our pledges. Before turning to questions, let me just thank everyone who's had a hand in producing this report. This is an enterprise that cuts across the entire State Department. We have local staff and career officers in posts around the world, as well as here in Washington, whose determination and rigor are shining a bright light on these issues every single day. And the brave human rights defenders, journalists, and others documenting those abuses from up close, frequently at grave risk to themselves and their loved ones. This is your report too, and we thank you for it. So we're approaching the 15-month mark since this administration took office. We still don't have a confirmed Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. Outstanding career officers have stepped up to lead a devoted DRL team that carries this mission forward. And I want to thank you, Lisa, in particular, for exceptional service and stewardship in this time. But for the United States to be the best possible advocate of human rights and democracy worldwide, we need a Senate-confirmed Assistant Secretary. We have a highly qualified nominee for this position, Sarah Margon. I urge the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to allow her nomination to move forward soon. With that, happy to start taking some questions, and then I'll turn it over to Lisa.
Missy.
Secretary Blinken, could you talk about how you think about the tension between the desire to elevate human rights as part of American foreign policy and the desire to halt this recession that you mentioned, with the need to shore up alliances that are seen as crucial to American interests with some countries that have problematic human rights records? I'm thinking of Egypt and its relationship with the Palestinian authorities, or Saudi Arabia and its oil supplies. How do you think about that tension, and how do you respond to the criticism that the United States is implicitly condoning abuses by those governments?
So this is not a new tension. In some ways, it's an age-old one, and administrations that in the past and now ours that are putting human rights and democracy front and center in their foreign policy have to confront it. And we work through it every single day. It's different from country to country, partner to partner, circumstance to circumstance. But I think what we're doing is to just be very forthright in what we stand for, what we look for, and we try to work with countries to make progress. And again, this varies from place to place, but we're not holding back in what we're saying. We're not holding back in what we're trying to do, but we also are looking carefully to determine how we think we can be most effective in advancing the ball, and whether that is focusing in public on some of the concerns, shortcomings, problems that we're seeing, whether that's pushing people in private. We have to make that judgment in each and every case. Having said that, this report, a public report, is very clear about the issues, challenges, concerns we have across the world with nearly 200 countries. And as I said before, it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. We apply the same standard everywhere. We do it publicly, as in this report. We do it publicly often when I have an opportunity to speak, including in the countries that we're visiting where we have concerns. But again, part of this is making determinations on how we think we can be most effective. And in most cases, this is a process. It's not flipping a switch. We don't expect that things will change from one day to the other. It's the result of sustained engagement and trying to move partners along. Finally, I just say that I think we have, in a way, added credibility precisely because when it comes to our own shortcomings at home, we're not dodging them, we're not ignoring them, we're not denying them. we're confronting them directly, and in so doing, we strengthen our position, we strengthen our voice in advancing rights. But again, this is a process. It's not something that happens from one day to the next. We're engaged in it. Let's see where we are over the coming years and the progress that we make in individual places.
Francesca.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You were mentioning the situation in Ukraine. Have you made an assessment of any alleged use of chemical agents or weapons in Ukraine? And how credible would you say the reports coming from the Mariupol area are? Or do you have any intelligence about any imminent use of chemical weapons?
So when it comes to the reports you're referring to, we're not in a position to confirm anything. I don't think the Ukrainians are either. But let me say this. We had credible information that Russian forces may use a variety of riot control agents, including tear gas, mixed with chemical agents that would cause stronger symptoms, to weaken and incapacitate entrenched Ukrainian fighters and civilians as part of the aggressive campaign to take Mariupol. We share that information with Ukraine as well as with other partners, and we're in direct conversation with partners to try to determine what actually has happened. So this is a real concern. It's a concern that we had from before the aggression started. I think I pointed to the possibility that these kinds of weapons would be used, and it's something that we're very, very focused on.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
All right, Lisa, over to you. Thanks, folks. See you later.
Can you speak about Russia more
Thank you.
specifically in the opposition?
Thanks, Andrea.
All right, thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to bring those remarks to you from Secretary Blinken, but of course we are still keeping a close eye on the scene in New York as the manhunt continues for the suspect who had done the shooting in that subway earlier here this morning, right at the rush hour, height of everyone going to work. I do have an update from New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Again, you heard from Governor Hochul earlier here today. She was at that press conference alongside with a number of different law enforcement leaders across New York City. She'd mentioned he's in quarantine at this time because of COVID-19. But he did put a message out on his Twitter page. We'll play that out here for our viewers right after we come back from this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look outside here of the subway station where, again, a manhunt is underway. New York police, the governor, and many other city officials talking about this incident this morning. One person who was absent during the update was New York City Mayor Eric Adams. He is in quarantine at this time because of COVID-19, but he did post a statement on his Instagram or on his Twitter page. So let's go ahead, listen into that update right here for our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox.
My fellow New Yorkers, since early this morning, my team and I have been in constant communication with NYPD, FDNY, EMS, Emergency Management, and multiple other city agencies, as well as state and federal officials. First, let me say we're praying for all New Yorkers who were injured or affected by today's attack. So far, we know that we have a multiple number of injuries, including victims of gunshot wounds. I wish to thank all of the first responders who responded to the scene or at the local hospitals, helping in today's incident. You are what make New York the greatest city in the world, and I thank you for supporting your fellow New Yorkers. To today's incident, as of now, we have not found any live explosive devices, but the suspect in today's attack detonated smoke bombs to cause havoc. We would not allow New Yorkers to be terrorized, even by a single individual. NYPD is searching for the suspect at large, and we will find him. But we ask the public to come forward with any information that may help us in this investigation. They can simply call 800-577-TIPS, 800-577-TIPS. We need your assistance.
All right, so once again, obviously, so many different city leaders speaking out about this incident. New York Governor Kathy Hochul earlier this morning saying that this is an active shooter situation. They still do not have that shooting suspect in custody, so there is a manhunt underway for that one individual, said to be a male who was wearing a gas mask when they exited the subway. Now, they do have 5 of those victims in critical condition, but they are said to be in stable condition. Other injuries had come from smoke inhalation as well as some shrapnel, and it happened just around 8:24 a.m. The suspect, again, was wearing a gas mask. They had pulled a canister out of a bag while aboard the N train as it had approached the 36th Street station, and the suspect then opened fire while still aboard that smoke-filled train, continued firing as it pulled into the station. They're saying that this individual is very dangerous. That's the words that came from the governor herself during the briefing at the scene. So, of course, we're keeping our eyes on everything, monitoring for more of those updates from the officials. Investigators had said that they don't believe the incident is terror-related at this time, but further details in a second news conference are expected later here today. Of course, Live Now from Fox is going to stay on top of that here for you as well. I did want to also show you that we are keeping track of course, the president. He is out on the road here today. Well, now just landing from his plane. He's going to be making some remarks a little bit later here about his Build Back Better, infrastructure investments in communities, as well as the impact of course, inflation that has been happening here in our states. So he is expected to have those remarks later this afternoon. Of course, we'll stay on top of that as well here for you on Live Now from Fox. So since we have so many different things that have been happening here, I want to put us back into a triple box so that we can keep an eye on everything that is happening. This is going to include not only of the latest briefing. I'm going to go back into our briefings that have been happening here across the country. Going to take us out to the Pentagon before we go back to the State Department with the spokesperson Ned Price. So we did have John Kirby with the Pentagon. He was speaking about all of the latest happening in the war with Ukraine. And as we listen into that, we'll also keep our eyes on President Biden as he's about to step off of Air Force One here, and also keep our eyes eyes on New York. So many different things happening. Thankfully, you're watching here with us on Live Now from Fox, where we keep track of everything right here for you in one convenient spot.
Chance this morning to speak with the Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Minister Reznikov. This follows a constant dialogue and conversation that the Secretary has with the Minister. They talked about all the things that the United States is doing to help Ukraine defend itself. Minister Reznikov thanked the Secretary for that support and offered his assessment of the situation on the ground, as you might expect. Secretary Austin highlighted again our ongoing efforts to deliver security assistance to Ukraine as much as we can and as fast as we can, and our commitment to meet Ukraine's most urgent needs and evolving battlefield requirements. And obviously, all of this was done in the context of what we continue to see as Russia's reprioritization of the East and the South. And of course, the Secretary talked about our coordination efforts with other allies and partners. We'll have a full readout of the meeting a little bit later, probably before the briefing is over. With that, we'll take questions. I don't see Bob or Lita, so okay. Idris.
Two quick questions. There were some social media reports about some equipment moving to the border, Russia's border with Finland. Have you seen anything, any buildup? And secondly, on Mariupol, it does increasingly seem like it will fall at some point. And I was just curious, there's this sort of narrative being built up in Russia that if Mariupol is taken by the Russians, it would be a massive success and it would change the tide of the war, and then they could refocus back on the West again. And I was just curious how your assessment is if Mariupol, not if, when Mariupol falls, what that would mean.
Well, first of all, I don't think anybody here is ready to be fatalistic about what happens in Mariupol. But your first question, no, I have not seen anything to confirm social media reports about Russian equipment, weapons, or systems or forces near Finland. Our assessment today is that Mariupol is still contested and that the Ukrainians are still fighting to defend Mariupol from a Russian seizure of it. You've seen the images yourself. You've seen the devastation that Russian airstrikes have wrought on Mariupol and the city. But our assessment is that the Ukrainians are still fighting for it. Look, it's obvious that the Russians want Mariupol because of its strategic location. They're at the south of that Donbass area and right on the Sea of Azov. It's a major port city, one. Two, it would provide them unfettered and unhindered land access between the Donbass and Crimea. And three, because it's south, to the south of the Donbass area, if in fact what they say is true, that they want to secure for themselves that Donbass area, the area that they claim is predominantly, basically Russian provinces, then Mariupol, from a geographic perspective, you can understand why that would be important to them in terms of their efforts in the Donbass. So it has significance on many levels. It also has great significance to the Ukrainian people because of what it represents to their economic lifeblood, and because it is their city and it's part of their country, and they haven't given up on it, and we're not giving up on them either. Sylvie.
Can you confirm that some of the U.S. Marines who participated in some exercise in Norway recently stayed in Europe? Can you tell us how many and where did they?
We already talked about this, Sylvie. Yeah, there was a Marine exercise in Norway, cold response, and most of the Marine units that participated did redeploy back home. But I announced this last week. We kept some headquarters elements, and we kept some F-18 strike fighter aircraft. A few, half a dozen or so, kept them in the region. So we've already talked about this.
Okay, yeah, I missed it.
Nothing new.
It was on the eastern flank, or did you keep them on?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look exactly where they went, but it was I think they were largely, we were going to reposition them or redeploy them into the Baltic region. But we can get you a better answer on that. I don't have their exact locations with me today, but this is not new. This is something we talked about at the end of the exercise. Yeah, Tara.
Hi, thanks, Sean. I wanted to follow up on Andres' question. To the extent that you can, why do you think that Mariupol is potentially in danger of falling where Kyiv held? And was the Pentagon ever able to get weapons to Mariupol, much like it was able to get fortified defenses to Kyiv in time?
Were we able to get?
Was the U.S. able to, any of the weapon shipments that went in, the security assistance?
We don't designate where the Ukrainians use the systems that they're getting from us and from any other nations. We get them into Ukraine. The Ukrainian armed forces literally drive them in, and where they drive them to and how they're applied, that's up to Ukrainian armed forces. It's not, we don't get to decide, and we don't dictate where our security assistance is used. That's really up to the Ukrainians. So I can't answer that question. Only the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense could answer the question about how much security assistance that were provided to them is and has been used in Mariupol. And look, I mean, I can't speak with great specificity as to why they had a harder time in Kyiv than they appear to be having in Mariupol. I mean, they are two different cities, two different geographies, two different levels of effort by the Russians and by the Ukrainians. The point is, it is a strategic city for the Ukrainians too, and they continue to fight over it. And again, we continue to maintain that it's contested. Yeah.
A senior defense official today said the U.S. provide useful information to Ukrainians to defend themselves.
I've said that myself.
Yes. Ukrainians are massing tanks and artillery to east, to Donbas area. We saw them in the previous 6 weeks. They have waged a successful insurgency against Russians, but now they are going to a conventional face-to-face kind of fight against Russians. Do you think it's logical or wise militarily to go against Russians in a conventional formation?
You're asking me to give a report card to your assessment of the Ukrainian military strategy. I'm not going to do that, and we're not going to talk about how the Ukrainians are deploying and using their forces or the systems and security assistance that they've been getting. That's for them to decide and for them to speak to if and when they're ready to speak to it. They continue to fight bravely for their country. We continue to try to support their efforts to do that through truly an unprecedented level of speed, and that's what we're going to focus on.
Also, of course, I know that Ukrainians are taking care of the security assistance that you are providing. Do you track if the security assistance that you provided is being transferred to the east, and is it not kind of hindered?
No. I mean, we get the stuff into Ukrainian hands, and we know that's happening. Minister Reznikov confirmed that again today. But what it belongs to them at that point, and where they decide to employ it, how they employ it, with what units they provide, that is a Ukrainian decision to make. We respect, of course, their right and their responsibility to manage that assistance the way they see fit. It's up to them to decide. Yeah, in the back there.
Thanks.
Who are you?
Valerie and Slenham with Breaking Defense.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Hi. Nice to see you. Sorry to take focus away from Europe, but Sankei Shimbun, a Japanese newspaper, is reporting that the U.S., UK, and Australia have informally asked Japan to become part of AUKUS. Can you confirm that report at all?
I cannot. First I heard of it.
Okay. Then, if I could ask about Europe. Slovakia is considering giving its MiG-29s to Ukraine. Is there any talks within the U.S. about potentially speeding up the delivery of its F-16s to Slovakia?
I've heard some reports about this potential Slovakian decision. We don't have anything on that. Certainly, we would refer you to the government there. in Bratislava to speak to. That's really, again, if that's true, that's a decision that only they can speak to, and I'm not aware of any discussions about accelerating F-16 sales as a result of this. I mean, I don't have anything on that. I'm sorry. Barbara Starr?
I wanted to follow up on your statement last night about reports of chemical munition use by the Russians in Mariupol. And you said in that statement that the U.S. has had concerns about Russia potentially mixing riot control agents, tear gas, with chemical agents. Can you give us a bit more of the U.S. assessment on that? Is this something, relatively new that you've been tracking since the invasion and all the aggressive action by Russia? Is this more something that you've been seeing for some time? Can you give us some context and perspective on this notion that they may be mixing up their own version of chemical agents?
Well, look, I think, as you know, we have tried to share with you intelligence that we see and we feel that we can that we can and we should make public, and this is something we have had justified reason to be concerned about, that in the prosecution of this war, that this could be a tactic they might employ, which is to try to mask a potential more serious chemical attack with riot control agents. Again, it comes from a mosaic of information we've gleaned. It's related more to what is unfolding in Ukraine rather than some long historical practice, although I would add that the Russians have certainly proven more than willing to use chemical weapons when it suited them in the past. I mean, this is a military that has a history here, but it's more related to what we've been picking up in terms of the invasion of Ukraine. I want to add, though, Barb, as I also said in that statement last night, that we cannot confirm these reports of the that have been emanating on social media about the use of potential chemical agents through, I think the social media reporting was through the use of a drone or something like that. And we just are not able to confirm it. We're obviously taking it seriously, and we're monitoring it. We're trying to do the best we can to figure out what, if anything, happened, but we're not in a position to confirm it right now.
We do have John Kirby speaking with the media on the latest with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We are going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. More to come right here when we all return.
compensate family members or potentially bring them to the United States, and we haven't gotten any kind of substantial update on that for months. Should we assume at this point that those efforts have failed?
No. Carla?
If I could follow up. And obviously, this Secretary of Defense has initiated this review of policies on, civilian casualties. Are these types of efforts to pay victims or family members of victims, is that going to be part of this review process? And is DOD looking to come up with a better way that allows it to make these types of payments? Because obviously you're going to be...
Talk about the ex gratia payments. Look, as you know, we do have a process in place now. The Secretary stood up a civilian harm and mitigation response program. They're going to look at the panoply of things that we do or don't do as well as we should to avoid civilian harm. I don't know to what degree they're going to look at the value of ex gratia payments, but I would certainly think that that would factor into their decision making in terms of lessons learned and what maybe we need to do better or do more of or do less of. I don't know. So I would say yes in terms of the umbrella of things that that group's going to look at. Ex gratia payments will probably be a part of that, but they're just now starting their work. Interestingly, I mean, I'm actually glad you asked the question because it is still relevant to us, and for a lot of reasons, not just about what happened at the end of August. And no, we don't have an update on the Ahmadi family, but I can tell you we haven't given up on this idea of trying to get them back to the United States and certainly do right by them financially. That process is still working, and we're very actively going after that. I know there's not a lot of progress to show you right now, but it doesn't mean that there isn't a lot of work being done. That's a difference right there between the United States and a country like Russia. We actually take it seriously. We actually mourn the deaths that we cause. And while we're not perfect in terms of how we've investigated them or how we've talked about them, we do investigate them and we do talk about them. Sometimes we have to be driven to a better answer, sometimes by media coverage. But at least we stand up here and we take the questions about it. It matters to us, and we actually do want to get better at it. And we acknowledge that we're not always perfect when it comes to civilian casualties. Lots of chinks in our armor, and we admit that. What do you hear out of the Russians today? What do you hear out of Moscow? What do you hear out of Putin? Just last night. It's the West. We're throwing bodies on the street and making it look like it was an attack by the Russians. No acknowledgement that they have caused a single civilian death, and certainly no remorse, certainly no talk about investigating it or owning up to it or making right by it or trying to learn lessons from it. That's a big difference here. And unfortunately, it's the people of Ukraine that are paying the price for Russians' complete disregard for the right of innocent civilians to live their lives freely without having to worry about being killed. Carla.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on what Barbara was asking about, but not specifically to Mariupol, because I know you can't confirm the chemical weapons attack, and so I don't want to do a hypothetical, but just if you could give us some understanding, in general, of the considerations that the administration is taking in preparing for a response to a chemical weapons attack. Like, can you tell me if the scale of the attack is going to determine that, or if it's going to be the type of chemical agent used? What are some of the thought processes that you guys are going through when you weigh response to chemical attacks?
Yeah, it won't surprise you, Carla, that I'm not going to get ahead of where things are right now. We're reviewing this. We're doing the best we can to analyze it. We don't have a definitive conclusion one way or another, and I think we just need to talk about where things are and not where things might be in the future. The president has been very clear, and he's talked about this on numerous occasions, as has Secretary Austin, that that the use of biochemical weapons against the people of Ukraine would elicit a response, not just from the United States, but from the international community. What that response would look like from us or from anybody else, we just don't know right now. And I don't think it'd be helpful for us to try to get ahead of where we are right at this moment. Okay? I know it's not a great satisfying answer, but it's a truthful one. Megan?
A
Virginia lawmaker announced he was going to resign today over some comments he made on Facebook recently, some really horrifically racist comments he made about the secretary.
I'm aware.
Does the secretary have any response to that situation or to his resignation or to the, having to field those comments while he's trying to work on diversity and inclusion initiatives here?
Yeah, I think where I'd put this is just the secretary is very proud of his service to the country, proud of his ability as an American to go to West Point, to become an Army officer, to serve this country in combat for much of the last 20 years, and he's certainly very, very proud of his ability to lead the department here as Secretary of Defense. People matter greatly to him. I've known the man for 15 years. Everybody matters to him. No matter who you are, no matter where you came from, no matter what your background is, he believes that if you're qualified and you want to serve this country, you should be able to do it. And you should be able to do it without fear of discrimination or harassment. And in his view, there's no place in the Department of Defense for comments like that, for the actions that come from comments like that. And that's why he's working and continues to work so hard to continue to improve the readiness of the force, which he believes is directly tied to our diversity. That's a part of who we are. It's one of the things that makes this military so great. And so he's even in light of those truly irresponsible, mean-spirited, indeed wicked comments, he's going to be focused on leading the department forward and trying to continue to set an example going forward. That's where his head is. Yeah, I already got you. No, you can get you later. Heather.
Thank you so much. I was wondering if you could talk about the maritime effects on Mariupol, if you're seeing any strikes coming in from ships in the sea as they continue to bombard Mariupol.
Look, I don't have perfect knowledge of every missile or long-range fire that the Russians are firing into Mariupol. It continues to be under attack from airstrikes. We've seen that the Russians have focused a lot of their airstrikes on Mariupol and on the Donbas area. That's where the preponderance of their air activity seems to be centered. We have seen in the past, Heather, I can't speak for today, but we have seen in recent days and weeks the Russians using their surface combatants in the Sea of Azov to fire cruise missiles onto shore. But I couldn't tell you how many have landed, in Mariupol or what the specific targets were. But it has been their practice to supplement their airstrike activity with cruise missiles fired from surface combatants at sea. Yeah.
We are listening in to the Pentagon press briefing. You just heard Mariupol. That's been a key city that has been fought over by the troops. And Ukrainian Marines have been saying that they've been now fighting for over a month without resupply of ammunition, food, and water. And now there's been a mountain of wounded that makes up almost half the crew there. So we are going to continue to listen into this, finish it out here for our viewers after we come back from this 2-minute break.
stood at the UN?
I think, I mean, so all the ministers had a chance to summarize the visit yesterday, the meeting, and I'd point you more specifically to the transcript of the press conference, because I think they all talked about the things that they talked about. The Secretary was very proud to announce that we signed a new space situational awareness agreement with India just yesterday. He had a chance to talk to the Defense Minister Singh, about advanced capabilities and technologies, working with them on AI, for instance, and 5G and space and cyber capabilities. All that was part of it. I'll leave it to you to decide whether those are breakthroughs or not, but clearly what we saw yesterday was more concrete examples of the ways we're going to continue to work with India to strengthen this defense partnership. And you heard the foreign minister speak for his country's views and policies with respect to Ukraine. I'd leave it at that and point you to the transcript on that. I think he was very candid about their own concern about the conflict going on in Ukraine.
And John, any new agreement as far as military to military with India yesterday, and also if Secretary of Defense is going soon to India?
I don't have any travel to announce today, Goyal, but in terms of, specific military to military agreements, I mean, again, take a look at the space situational awareness agreement that we signed just yesterday. So yeah, there was something new yesterday, and it was that agreement, and the Secretary talked about that, and we're very proud of it and looking forward to working on space situational awareness with India going forward.
And John, as far as crisis in Pakistan is concerned, now Pakistan have a new Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, of course, the brother of ousted Prime Minister Mr. Sharif. And former Prime Minister Imran Khan, until the end of his ousted by the parliament, was blaming U.S. and the U.S. military for his ousted. My question is, if anybody is in touch with the military to military in Pakistan, or as far as his claims that U.S. is responsible for his ousted, and now the future of U.S.-Pakistan relations under the new leadership.
I think you can understand that we're not going to comment about domestic politics inside Pakistan, Goyal. I don't have any conversations with the new prime minister or his government to speak to today. I mean, this obviously all just happened. We recognize that Pakistan plays a key role in the region. We recognize that Pakistan and the Pakistani people are themselves victims of terrorist attacks inside their own country. We recognize that we have shared interests with Pakistan with respect to security and stability in that part of the world. And we do have a healthy military-to-military relationship with Pakistani armed forces, and we have every expectation that that will be able to continue to be the case.
And John, finally, because crisis still going on the streets with the former Prime Minister and also with his very large crowd of supporters, and military may intervene because of those things going on. Is U.S. ready in any case if something like this happens in Pakistan?
I don't foresee any U.S. military role here, and I'm certainly not going to, again, wade into internal domestic politics in Pakistan.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks, John Horber.
Hey.
Hey, good to see you. Yeah. How much have DoD stocks of Switchblade drones been drawn down as a result of the security assistance to Ukraine, and what plans are in place to replace those?
Yeah, I'm as I have with other systems, I'm not going to get into quantifying the impact on our stocks. I would just tell you that this is something we're watching every day, and the Secretary's comfortable that that our own readiness across all the systems that we're providing to Ukraine, our own readiness has not been hampered. This was not a system that we had bought in large quantities. I will just go so far as to say that. But those first 100 have been shipped. The vast majority, a significant number of those first 100 we know have gotten into Ukraine. I suspect the rest of it will not take very long. And I'm not going to get ahead of the potential for additional drawdown packages, but again, President Biden's been clear we're going to continue to look for ways to help Ukraine defend itself. So I certainly wouldn't rule.
Oh, and apologies about that. Looks like we had just a slight change there with our system. But this is a good opportunity for us to step away. We're going to take our final 2-minute break of this hour. And when we come back, not only going to be finishing out the Pentagon press briefing, we also do have that State Department briefing that happened with spokesperson Ned Price. It's all coming up right here on Live Now from Fox. Plus, of course, we're keeping an eye on the latest happening in New York City. We'll be giving you more updates on the latest developments as the manhunt for that shooter in the subway does continue on. More to come right here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Did want to let our viewers know that we are keeping an eye on the latest news coming to us from New York. We heard earlier today from some of those city leaders, but now learning more information. New York Post saying the gunman's Glock jammed in the midst of the bloodshed that happened here on Tuesday morning, preventing him from causing even more carnage. This is all according to law enforcement sources who talked with the Post. Now, investigators have recovered the jammed Glock and 2 extended magazines at the scene of the Brooklyn shooting, saying it was lucky it was jammed because we could have been talking a lot more people in hospitals or worse. And again, they do say dozens more could have been injured at this time. There's been some varying numbers, but we do know from that press conference that we heard from our officials earlier here today that there is at least 10 of those victims who had gotten shot that had gunshot wounds. That is, other victims had wounds like possibly falling down as they ran out of the subway, but they said from shrapnel as well as maybe a graze wound from bullets as well. So still are expecting a second press conference on this incident. That's expected to be happening later today. We didn't get a confirmed time quite yet, but if we do hear of a confirmed time, that will be something that we'll share with all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. So right now, again, Governor Hochul, we also heard from the mayor, we heard from the fire department, we also heard from police, as well as many other city leaders. They do still have the suspect who is on the loose. Mayor Eric Adams, we listened into his statement he put on Twitter earlier saying it was just miraculous that there was no immediate deaths being reported from this attack. Although, with that being said, we do know that there are 5 victims who have been said to be in critical condition, but they also said that it's in critical but stable condition. So we'll try to keep an eye on all of the reports of those victims, as well as more confirmation on the exact number of people who were injured from this incident. The suspect was last seen wearing a green construction vest and a gas mask. Of we're all thinking the same thing. Probably has already ditched those clothing items, but we're hoping that there could possibly be surveillance cameras from around the area. We heard word that there could possibly have been there are security cameras from that subway station that may have been down during this time, but maybe some security footage around the area may have caught something that was missed before. So again, this will be something that we're going to stay on top of all day here for our viewers watching here with us. I want to just show as well where we are sitting as far as the stocks go. Right now, down more than 44 points in the red. Later today, expecting to hear President Biden make some remarks on inflation, also on how he has his Build Better America helping rural communities. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that shot with President Biden. He is in Iowa at this time. So as I mentioned before, we've had so many different things that have been taking place here across our country. And continuing to keep all of our viewers up to date with the latest as we've been bringing you all of these press conferences. I'm going to take us back to the State Department briefing, where earlier we heard from Secretary Blinken. He was making some comments on human rights practices, but also on the war happening in Ukraine. We did also have spokesperson Ned Price, who stepped up. So let's go ahead, jump into that right here for you. I'll also keep our eyes here on New York for you. It's all happening here on Live Now from Fox.
Hopefully sooner. Let me actually start where you left off, Andrea, and to go back to a point that Connor raised. And with the arrest of Vladimir Karamurza, to add a little more detail to this, this is someone who has previously endured arrests and even near-fatal poisonings in connection with nothing more than his peaceful activities on behalf of the human rights and civil liberties of the Russian people. We've urged Russia to cease the abuse of repressive laws that it has used to target its own citizens, nonviolent demonstrators, peaceful protesters, individuals who are doing nothing more than advocating, again, peacefully on behalf of what are rights that are as universal to them as they are to people around the world. The Russian people, and this is the key point, like people everywhere, have the right to speak freely, to form peaceful associations, to exercise their freedom of expression, and to have their voices heard through free and fair elections. And Connor, you asked about the trends we're seeing in Russia, and certainly anecdotally at least, we do seem to be seeing a crackdown, a regime that is more aggressive beyond its borders and more repressive within its borders. We've seen that last year. We spoke about that in the context of the arrest of Alexei Navalny, the subsequent arrest, detention of the thousands of individuals who, again, peacefully took to the streets to protest his detention. We've seen that just over the past 24 hours with the arrest of Vladimir Karamurza. We've seen that in recent weeks with the detention of more than 15,000 Russians who took to the streets to protest what their own government is doing purportedly in their name, and the subsequent crackdown that we've seen in towns and cities across Russia, from Moscow to St. Petersburg, Vladimir Putin's hometown, to towns and cities across the country. I think if you look at this, these are not the actions of a government that is confident. These are the actions of a government, of a regime that is fundamentally insecure, that is not willing to allow its own people to do what is the right of every people everywhere, to voice their protests, to march peacefully, to form associations, and to make their voices and their free will heard. Andrea.
In a related issue, in clear rejection of the President's appeal to President Xi, China is reportedly increasing its echo chamber of the Russian false statements about atrocities, false claims that it was Ukraine that staged a lot of these atrocities. Is there anything more between the U.S. and Beijing in trying to get them to not propagate these the propaganda from Russia?
These lies. This has been a topic between, to include at the highest levels, between the United States and the PRC. President Biden did have an opportunity to address this. Other senior officials in this government have had an opportunity to address this. The fact is, at the end of the day, the PRC is going to make their own choices about their partnerships, their alliances, their actions, and their messaging. And this would not be the first time that we have seen false propaganda emanate from the organs of the PRC. It won't be the last time. Our concern, however, is that this time is different because the issue is not the sort of run-of-the-mill propaganda that we expect to hear from governments that have something of an adversarial relationship with the truth on occasion. This is an effort that may seek to provide cover to Russia's potential plans to employ some of the most heinous weapons in their arsenal against the free people of Ukraine. We are concerned, as we've said before, that Russia may seek to resort to chemical weapons. We're concerned on the basis of a few elements. We know that Russia has a track record. Russia has used these agents against its own people on Russian soil, on European soil. Russia is engaging in the practice of projection, projecting onto whether it's Ukraine, whether it's the United States, what they themselves may be planning to do in terms of the false lies that there are active chemical weapons programs on Ukrainian soil, or that the United States is somehow involved in any chemical weapons program on Ukrainian soil, both outright lies. And of course, we know that this is not a campaign that has gone according to plan for Vladimir Putin. And you can make that judgment on the basis of any number of facts. But at the most basic level, and we have declassified this, you've heard this from our CIA director, this was a campaign that Vladimir Putin thought would land his forces in Kyiv within 48 or 72 hours, very shortly after the initiation of aggression against Ukraine. We're now more than 5 weeks into Russia's war against Ukraine. Russia has lost the Battle of Kyiv. Its forces are retreating, and Russia's tactics are becoming even more brutal. So the Secretary was asked earlier about reports. We're not in a position to confirm anything at this time, but we've long voiced our concern, and long voiced our concern that any government would seek to lend any degree of credibility to what appear to be nothing more than outright lies, seeking to cover, obfuscate what Russia may be planning to do in terms of the employment of chemical weapons. Kyla will come back.
Just on that, could you provide any more clarity on the U.S. role in confirming these reports? Have you guys just offered to assist in determining if these chemical weapons were used, or is there an active process underway and you guys are part of that process? Are you reviewing any evidence and the like?
So this in some ways started before the reports that emerged yesterday, and you heard from the Secretary just a moment ago that we had developed credible information preceding the reports that came to the fore yesterday, that Russia's forces may use a variety of riot control agents, and that includes tear gas mixed with chemical agents that would cause stronger symptoms, as part of the effort to weaken and incapacitate entrenched Ukrainian fighters and even civilians as part of its campaign to take Mariupol. We've had a dialogue with our Ukrainian partners. We shared this intelligence with them, as we have shared a great deal of intelligence and information with them, both tactical and strategic, and we shared the gist of this publicly, at least in terms of the outlines of our concerns that Russia may be seeking to use to employ chemical weapons. We already have been in direct conversations with our Ukrainian partners as they are collecting facts and evidence. We do stand ready to assist in case we can be useful in terms of that investigation, whether it is any sort of technical capability or anything else. But our Ukrainian partners know that we're standing ready.
Just one more on that. And given that your intelligence predicted that this was in the realm of possibility, can you detail any specific protective equipment or anything that the United States has provided to Ukrainians? Gas masks, protective clothing. We've heard a lot about weapons, but we haven't heard a ton about those things. Have you provided those necessities to the Ukrainians?
Yes, so we have provided material and protective equipment to our Ukrainian partners to protect them from the potential use of chemical weapons. We can get you a broader inventory of what that looked like.
And that's already there.
We've provided that to them. Yes.
Thank you.
And just to follow up on what the Secretary said, and you just repeated, when you say you have credible informations, even if it was before the latest reports, is that recent information about this possible use of chemicals?
It's recent information. It was recent information that was available to us before the reports emerged yesterday. Yes, you are.
Ned, can I just switch gears a little bit, still talk about Ukraine, but can you talk a little bit about how the United States views the potential NATO membership or replication of Sweden and Finland? This was discussed in last week's NATO summit. Can you guys outright say this is something you welcome in light of these repeated statements from Russia saying that it would lead to instability, and there are various views that might be seen as some provocation or anything like that? Can you just outline the U.S. thinking around that, please?
Sure. Well, as you know, the United States, nor any other country, nor any other ally, does not speak on behalf of NATO. This would be a decision for the alliance to make when it comes to the aspirations of any aspirant country. What I can say, and what we do support, is the principle of NATO's open door. It should be up to the members of the alliance and no other country to determine what NATO's roster looks like. If there are aspirant countries that are raising their hands that meet the stringent criteria that NATO has put forward, that would be a decision for the NATO alliance to make.
Do you anticipate that these membership applications are likely to come through because of what's been happening regarding the war in Ukraine?
I would have to refer you to any aspirant countries to speak to the status of their applications for joining the NATO alliance. But I will say this, and without speaking to any NATO allies beyond potential NATO allies beyond the 30 current NATO allies, the point that the Secretary has consistently made, that Vladimir Putin has precipitated everything he has sought to prevent, I think is showcased here. We are now 5-6 weeks into this war in Ukraine. In many ways, this is a strategic defeat for Russia already. And one of the ways it's a strategic defeat is because the international community, and NATO in particular, has never been stronger, has never been more united, has never been more purposeful since the end of the Cold War. And you can measure that in the level of consensus and unanimity that has emanated from recent sessions of the NAC, the recent foreign ministerial that took place in Brussels. But you can also measure it in some ways quantitatively in terms of the number of U.S. service members who are now in Europe. It's increased from some 60,000 to now over 100,000, to the capabilities that NATO has at its disposal, to the steps that the alliance has taken to reassure countries on NATO's eastern flank. All of this is done defensively in reaction to the offensive operations that Vladimir Putin is undertaking inside of Ukraine. None of this...
So what do you exactly make of Kremlin saying that the possible accession of Sweden and Finland would not bring stability to Europe? Is that a threat?
As a general matter, without speaking to any specific Kremlin statements, NATO is a defensive alliance. How the strengthening of a defensive alliance would bring anything other than additional stability and security, that's not something that I have a hard time imagining. Yes?
Speaking of alliances with NATO and all the work that this administration has done in the lead up to this conflict, there's a very important presidential election going on in France. How concerned is the US about the possibility of Marine Le Pen becoming the leader of a country like France, who you've obviously worked very hard with in terms of alliances against the Kremlin and displaying unity between the US and Europe?
This is a question for the people of France. France is our oldest ally, but this is a question for the French people, and they will exercise their right to vote in the coming days. Yes.
Nearly 3 weeks ago now, the administration announced that it would accept up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Can you give us any update on what your plans are to actually do that?
Well, this is a question that we are working on right now with colleagues throughout the administration, including in the Department of Homeland Security. The statement that the president made from Warsaw is that the United States would seek to admit up to 100,000 Ukrainians. And so the U.S. RAP program, the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program, is one potential avenue that we would seek to utilize to reach that number, but there are other programs and authorities that we could potentially use, including programs and authorities that would seek to reunite and reunify families that have been separated because of President Putin's aggression in Ukraine. But even as we work on these questions with our colleagues throughout the interagency, we are already taking drastic action to support the humanitarian needs of those who have been internally displaced inside Ukraine, and the millions who have been forced to flee their home country and who are now residing in most cases, nearby European countries. We also know that many Ukrainians want to stay in the region, and they want to stay in the region for a couple of reasons. In many cases, many of them have had to leave behind husbands, brothers, sons who are fighting this Russian aggression. Additionally, there is every hope, and we share this hope, that Ukraine will, before long, once again, be a secure, stable country where Ukrainians can return to. So our goal is, in the near term, to support the humanitarian needs of IDPs inside Ukraine, refugees inside Europe, and then, as appropriate and given the level of demand, to welcome up to 100,000 Ukrainians to the United States using all legal pathways available.
But for those who don't want to stay in the region, they would want to come now, and so you don't have anything in place now. You're not taking action right now.
There are existing programs, including the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program. There's the Lautenberg. There is the Lautenberg program that is very active right now. There are other potential avenues, and what the president committed to was to accelerate and to expand the scope of our ability to welcome Ukrainians to the United States should they choose to come here.
Can I ask just on another topic on Brittany Griner's case? Do you have any update? Have you tried to make a consular visit and been denied in the last month? And on Trevor Reed, any response to to the denial of his appeal today, and his statement in court that he's not getting any medicine and or treatment for a broken rib?
So when it comes to Brittany Griner, you heard us confirm that an official from our embassy in Moscow had an opportunity to pay her a consular visit on March 23rd, earlier this year. We have, beyond one-off consular visits, continued to insist that Russian authorities allow consistent, timely consular access to all U.S. citizens who are detained in Russia. That includes those who are in pretrial detention, including Brittany Griner. We are in frequent contact with her legal team, with her broader network, and we have no higher priority than the safety and security of Americans, including those who are incarcerated in Russia. Similarly, with Trevor Reed. The appeals court in Moscow today denied Trevor Reed the justice he deserves by remanding his case to a lower court. As you know, Ambassador Sullivan was in the court earlier today. He was able to talk to Trevor Reed through a camera to briefly ask him about his health, which does remain a concern of ours. The point with Trevor Reed is that he remains in prison for a crime he did not commit. And Ambassador Sullivan noted this earlier today, but the evidence at his trial was so flimsy that spectators and even court personnel laughed during the proceedings. We know that Trevor's health has deteriorated. He is in the hospital in Mordovia. He has exhibited, as you heard today from Ambassador Sullivan, symptoms of tuberculosis. We do believe that he needs urgent treatment to prevent any further deterioration in his medical condition. And we appeal once again to the Russian government to provide a treatment plan and urgent medical care so that his family can be assured that his health needs are being addressed. And above and beyond that, we continue to urge that he be released, given that he is being unjustly held and should be reunited with his family. Johnny.
We're listening in to the State Department briefing with Ned Price. Going to be continuing with this press conference, finishing it out for our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox after we come back from this 2-minute break.
Assembly, and the South Korean government refused to provide WMD to Ukraine. What do you think of South Korea's refusal of this request?
I'm not familiar with that specific request, but any specific request that would come from our Ukrainian partners to another government, we would have to refer to that other government. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
This is justified because this WMD is willing to provide the Ukraine, and the United States also provide the Ukraine for the WMD stuff.
What we and our partners are providing Ukraine is a massive amount of security assistance and precisely what our Ukrainian partners need to defend themselves against Russian aggression. In the case of the United States, we've provided over $2.4 billion worth of security assistance since the start of this administration, about $1.7 billion over the past month alone. If you add in contributions from our partners and allies around the world, more than 30 countries that have provided security assistance to Ukraine since the start of this aggression, that number grows even higher. And I think you can look at the effectiveness of that security assistance through a number of different lenses. As I said before, Russia has lost the Battle of Kyiv. They lost the Battle of Kyiv as a result of the determination, the tenacity, the bravery, and the grit of the Ukrainian people. But what has enabled Ukrainian resistance to this aggression is the massive amount of security assistance that the United States and our partners and allies from around the world have provided. And you can measure just the amount of that security assistance, again, through by a number of different ways. If you take, for example, anti-tank systems that are currently in Ukraine. For every Russian tank currently in Ukraine, the United States alone has provided 10 anti-tank systems. If you add in the contributions of our partners and allies, their anti-tank systems, that number and that ratio goes up to 90 anti-tank systems for every single Russian tank in Ukraine. It is a similar ratio in terms of anti-armored systems. For every Russian armored vehicle, the United States has provided 3 anti-armor systems. If you count the contributions of our partners and allies, that ratio goes up to 25 to 1. And you can go almost across the board in terms of Russian assets in Ukraine and the amount of security assistance that we have provided. What we're also doing, beyond the scale and the size of that security assistance, we are providing our Ukrainian partners with precisely the type of security assistance they've requested. You heard from our colleagues yesterday that we're going to be in a position to provide artillery, and that will come as a direct result of what we've heard from our Ukrainian partners. We also announced on Friday, and our Slovak partners announced on Friday, that they would be transferring the S-300 long-range anti-aircraft system. That transfer was complemented and in some ways enabled by the fact that we were able to backfill that system with the provision of a Patriot missile battery. So whether it is equipment from our own stocks, whether it is our ability to backfill what our partners and allies are then in turn providing, or whether it is what our partners and allies themselves are providing, we are making sure that every single day there is a delivery of much needed and requested security assistance to our Ukrainian partners. And most importantly, it's security assistance that is having a clear effect on the battlefield. Yes?
Switch topic. What is your comment on the attacks in Israel and the Israeli military operation in Jenin camp?
Well, we're deeply concerned with violence in Israel and the West Bank, which we saw continue, unfortunately, over the weekend, and which has led to the deaths and injury of Israeli and Palestinian civilians. We urge all sides to refrain from actions that escalate tensions and unrest and undercut efforts to advance a two-state solution. And we encourage all sides to work together to end this cycle of violence. Yes?
Mariupol's mayor has said that more than 20,000 civilians may have been killed in that city so far. Does the State Department have a sense of the civilian casualties in terms of numbers so far in Ukraine overall? And then I have another question about Mariupol. Apparently there are people that are being forcibly removed from that city and sent into either Russian controlled areas or Russian cities throughout the country of Russia. Do you know if that's happening? Does the U.S. have any evidence of that happening right now?
So in terms of the death toll, we are in a position to attach a figure to that, primarily because the Battle of Mariupol continues. Violence, in some cases unimaginable levels of violence and brutality, continue to inflict grave harm on the people there. So we've heard estimates, but until we have, and our Ukrainian partners in the first instance, have a better sense of what has transpired on the ground, we're just not going to be in a position to attach a figure to that or to endorse any numbers. when it comes to reports of forced displacement, we have seen these reports. We believe some of them are credible. What we have consistently said is that whether it's Mariupol or other besieged areas, there need to be humanitarian corridors to allow people to leave on their own free will, not to see to it that the only escape hatch they have is to a place like Russia or to the North Belarus, but to areas that are not under siege. Just as civilians should be allowed to leave, humanitarian assistance should be allowed to flow in. We have not seen humanitarian corridors stick, certainly not to the extent that they should, because of one actor in this conflict, and that has been the Russian aggression, even when humanitarian corridors have been agreed upon. Missy.
Just to follow up on Humera's question earlier about Finland and Sweden, without speaking for NATO or speaking to their potential application, can you just say what the United States believes it would mean for NATO to have additional members with significant military, the kind of significant military capability that those countries have? As you know, they have a lot more military assets and bigger militaries than many other NATO countries. And if they're I'm just trying to get at what this would do to the deterrent or defensive power of the alliance.
It's a difficult question to answer because I know you asked me to zoom out, but I think by answering that question, I would necessarily need to zoom in on two aspirant countries or potential aspirant countries to the NATO alliance. But the point is that NATO is a defensive alliance. NATO now is more determined, more committed, more purposeful in those defensive aims, precisely because we have seen Russia, NATO's neighbor to the east, take aggressive action, take offensive action against countries in the region. There's a concern, of course, that President Putin's aims may not be confined solely to Ukraine. Of course, there are pro-Russia forces in Georgia, and Russia is a country that has meddled in other places as well, certainly to include Moldova. So the reason, again, without speaking to any other countries, the reason we may be seeing additional interest in a defensive alliance is precisely because we've seen offensive operations and aggression on the part of the Russian Federation. So if there is any cause of increased interest on the NATO alliance, if there is anything that at its core undergirds this sense of purpose, of unity, of determination on the NATO alliance, at the core of that, I think it's fair to say, is Vladimir Putin. One final question? Sure.
Can I just ask something about Afghanistan? Does the U.S. have a hard number of how many American citizens are still in the country? How many of those people are trying to leave Afghanistan? And when was the last charter flight to take Americans out of the country?
So we have made a commitment, as you know, to U.S. citizens, to lawful permanent residents, to those we have a special commitment to help them relocate from Afghanistan should they choose to do so. Those efforts have been underway since the end of the U.S. military evacuation. The number is close to 1,000 between American citizens, U.S. citizens, and lawful permanent residents who have been directly relocated out of Afghanistan with the assistance of the U.S. government. When it comes to the estimate of U.S. citizens who are still in Afghanistan, that's a number, as you know, that fluctuates because there have been recent we have recently been able to affect the relocation of additional Americans out of Afghanistan, but there are Americans who will raise their hands, having seen the success we've had. So we are in touch with a number of Americans. We're continuing to do everything we can to support their desire to relocate, and we will continue to do that as long as there are Americans who wish to leave the country.
Have there been flights that have been able to get out, though, recently?
There have been recent flights.
Do you have the number of people who are in third countries still trying to get into the States? These are non-American citizens.
We can. I think we can get you those numbers.
On Shanghai and the Consulate General Closing, can you speak to the decision and particularly that it was based around the COVID restrictions, or do you view them? China says that they're based in science. Do you view them as onerous, as severe, as a violation of folks' freedom of movement or anything like that?
Well, as you alluded to, Connor, we did yesterday order the departure of non-emergency U.S. government personnel and family members from our Consulate General in Shanghai due to two things. One, the ongoing COVID-19 outbreak in Shanghai, but also the restrictions related to the PRC's response to that outbreak. We previously were on authorized departure, and the move to ordered departure means that we are now mandating that all family members and certain employees depart Shanghai rather than making this relocation decision voluntary. This reflects at its core our assessment that it is best for our employees and their families to temporarily reduce in-country staffing as we deal with changing circumstances on the ground. There are commercial flights. We expect our employees and their family members will be able to depart Shanghai in the coming days on commercial flights. Ambassador Burns and other Department of Mission officials have consistently raised our concerns about the safety and welfare of U.S. citizens with PRC officials, including in the context of the PRC's COVID restrictions. We've informed the government of the PRC about our ordered departure. And even as we draw down our staff at the Consulate General in Shanghai, we continue to provide support to our U.S. citizen community throughout the PRC. We've adjusted staffing throughout the mission to respond to the surge in demand for emergency citizen services, including by standing up a team at the U.S. Embassy in Beijing to provide supplemental support to Consulate General Shanghai. And where conditions permit, routine U.S. citizen and visa services remain open to the public, and facilities at the U.S. Consulate General in Shanghai will reopen to the public as soon as possible.
So just to be clear, though, do you view these restrictions as too severe?
Well, we have moved from authorized departure to ordered departure because of the scale of the COVID-19 pandemic and the restrictions that have been placed by PRC authorities on people in Shanghai, including our diplomats and their families. Thank you all very much.
And of course, you're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to give you the updates all in real time regarding some of the top stories that we've been covering for you. Obviously, the big one in New York City there, with the suspects still on the loose there in that subway shooting incident. We'll continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Also, is taking a look at the Dow going into the final 30 minutes there, and you are seeing it plunging right now, close to 200 points there in the ready minutes to go for the trading day. Live Now from Fox will be back in just 2 minutes. We'll have an update from New York on another big story there. The lieutenant governor arrested. Find out why and what that investigation entails right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here all in real time right here, giving you the updates with the big breaking news out of New York. There was really two big major stories coming out of New York. Obviously, the first one with New York City, talking about the attack that happened at the subway station in Brooklyn. That was the major one. Obviously, that suspect's still on the loose right now. We are awaiting. We were being told that earlier today there would be some sort of new news conference from the police sometime today. We're still waiting on timing for that. But I want to go to the other top story from New York. New York's lieutenant governor was arrested today on bribery charges, and the attorney general from New York, speaking in the Southern District of New York, speaking out on those charges. Let's bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We've been closely monitoring the unfolding situation in Brooklyn and are deeply concerned about the innocent victims, as well as the scourge of gun violence in the city. So that was the reason for the delay, and thank you again for your patience. Good afternoon. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Today we announced that Brian Benjamin, the Lieutenant Governor of the state of New York, has been indicted for bribery and related offenses. Mr. Benjamin surrendered to law enforcement this morning and will be presented this afternoon before Magistrate Judge Wang. This is a simple story of corruption. We allege that Benjamin struck a corrupt bargain with a real estate developer referred to in the indictment as CC1. Benjamin allegedly directed a $50,000 state grant to a nonprofit organization controlled by CC1. And in exchange, Benjamin received tens of thousands of dollars of campaign contributions from CC1. Those contributions were directed both to Benjamin's State Senate Campaign Committee and to Benjamin's New York City Comptroller campaign. Taxpayer money for campaign contributions. Quid pro quo. This for that. That's bribery, plain and simple. But that's not all. We also allege that Benjamin repeatedly lied to cover up the bribery scheme, including by falsifying campaign forms and misleading city regulators. And we allege that Benjamin repeatedly lied on the vetting forms that he filled out before he was appointed lieutenant governor. That's a cover-up. Now, public corruption erodes people's confidence and faith in government. But the Southern District of New York will never give up on trying to root him out. Because our obligation, our only obligation, is to uphold the rule of law. Now, the charges that I'm announcing today reflect the hard work not only of the women and men in my office, but also the hard work of our partners in law enforcement at the FBI and the New York City Department of Investigation. And to my left is Michael Driscoll, the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's New York Field Office, and Jocelyn Strauber, the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Investigation. And I want to thank them and their teams for their dedication and professionalism in seeing this investigation through. I also want to acknowledge and thank the career prosecutors in my office who are handling this matter. David Abramowitz, Tara Lamort, Allison Moe, Jared Schaefer, and their supervisors, Rebecca Donaleski and Tom McKay, the chiefs of the Public Corruption Unit. I now want to invite up our good friend from the FBI, Michael Driscoll.
Thank you, Damian. And I want to thank everyone for being here today. I did want to start by just making some brief comments about the events in Brooklyn this morning. The FBI's and NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force is made up of over 50 agencies, and we are fully engaged on this investigation. It's still very much in its early stages, but our focus right now and our thoughts and prayers are with the victims. We're following every viable lead, and we will continue to do so with the NYPD and our other city partners. I expect evidence collection for this event will take some time, but we're grateful for the residents and the witnesses who've already stepped forward to help. And I look forward to more assistance as we proceed. If you do have information to provide relevant to the attack, please reach out to the NYPD tip line at 1-800-577-TIPS. And it's vitally important this time that we don't inadvertently disclose information that could inform the subjects, so I will defer any specific questions regarding the events to the press conference that the Commissioner held just a few minutes ago. And I don't expect to be able to answer any real specific questions about the events at this time. Regarding today's indictment, in early 2019, Brian Benjamin began planning his campaign for New York City Comptroller, while also running for re-election for the New York State Senate. In order to procure funding for this campaign, as alleged, Benjamin asked an individual, identified as CC1, as Damien noted, to procure several small donor donations. In exchange for these donations, Benjamin used his official position as New York State Senator to allocate discretionary funding to an organization controlled by CC1. Again, that is your quid pro quo. Throughout the course of this scheme, Benjamin remained aware of at least some of the fundraising efforts, and accepting numerous small donations on its own is not illegal. But it is, however, illegal to exploit one's official authority by allocating state funds as part of a bribe to procure these donations, and to engage in activity to then cover up that bribe. As alleged, Benjamin's conduct directly circumvents those procedures put in place to keep our system fair. And for those reasons, he's facing federal charges today. This remains very much an ongoing investigation. And I do want to thank the support from the U.S. Attorney's Office, specifically Damon Williams and his team, the Chief of the Public Corruption Unit, Rebecca Donalowski, and Tom McKay, Assistants United States Attorneys David Ronowitz, Tara Moore, Allison Moe, and Jared Schaefer, the Department of Investigations Commissioner, Jocelyn, thank you for being here today, and thank you for your support throughout this investigation. And I do want to highlight the work of FBI's Public Corruption Task Force. Their focus, their efforts, their concentration is ensuring that systems like this remain safe. And this is the perfect example of their work. So I'm very proud of the work they've done and very grateful that they continue to do it. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Michael. I'm Jocelyn Strauber, the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Investigation. DOI worked alongside the dedicated prosecutors of the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York and the investigators of the Federal Bureau of Investigation on this significant investigation. In fact, this investigation reflects the power of partnership between law enforcement and our shared commitment to follow the facts without fear or favor wherever they lead. As today's allegations underscore, public funds that support grants cannot be used as currency to boost a candidate's fundraising, and candidates must provide accurate information regarding their contributions and how they are made. Honesty on these issues is not negotiable. The charges also illustrate the importance of compliance with city campaign fundraising rules and candor with the New York City Campaign Finance Board, which enforces those rules. That board is vital to maintaining integrity and transparency in campaign fundraising. The lies and deception alleged here frustrate its work and deprive New Yorkers of accurate information with respect to political contributions. I thank U.S. Attorney Damien Williams, FBI Assistant Director in charge of the New York office, Michael Driscoll, and their outstanding teams for partnering with us on this matter. And at DOI, I want to thank Senior Investigative Auditor Jeffrey Freeman and Senior Inspector General Andrew Stein for their work on this investigation. Thank you.
Happy to take some questions.
Was it just this one grant, or
Nick's gonna call me.
was it just this one grant? Because my understanding is that this had been allocated previously by the state senate for the same organization in years past.
So
is that any bearing on the case?
The indictment specifies one grant. I'm not going to be able to get into any details beyond what's in the indictment, but our investigation is, of course, continuing. Next question.
Really? The forfeiture in the indictment, would that cover funds, the matching funds as well? or just the money that was just the donations themselves?
So I don't want to get into the nature of the forfeiture that we will be seeking. I think it's best left for our future legal filings. But I think it is also fair to say that the indictment specifies that there is a $50,000 state grant that was not distributed ultimately. But beyond that, I'm not going to get into the details. Next question.
Sure. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you first came to be suspicious of this fundraiser. There was some other reporting, was it another tip? How did you first come to become suspicious?
Well, I can't speak to how and when we started our investigation, but I can say you referenced a public reporting. I know the city had an article on January 4th of 2021. That was not the basis of our opening the investigation, but of course that article was linked to the indictment. Next question.
Was anybody else involved from the Harlem office? From the state finance?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Anybody else from the Harlem office involved? From the state senator that you know?
So I'm not going to be able to speak to other people who may or may not be involved in the scheme. The indictment does speak about the lieutenant governor, of course, and CC1, but beyond that, I can't get into details of who else was involved in the scheme. Next question.
All right, Greg Smith from the city. So your investigation was ongoing when the city reported on some of these dubious donations. But my read of the indictment is that Benjamin continued to interact with that developer and solicit more donations from him after the public reporting. What do you want to say about the reasonness, the chutzpah, whatever?
Well, I think it is our I don't want to characterize the indictment. I think it's a serious offense, of course, that we've laid out. Any public corruption offense that we bring is a serious offense. I'm not the first U.S. attorney to announce corruption offenses from this podium, and I'm certainly not going to be the last. But you read the indictment correctly. The city article came out on January 4th, and there are facts that continue to be laid out after that date. Next question.
Last question.
There was a vetting process that was in place for Governor Hochul's team to determine, Lieutenant whether Brian Benjamin was fit to be lieutenant governor. Did her campaign or her office in any way contact you or any of the other investigating offices about his ongoing investigation, given the timeline?
I can't speak to contact that we have or have not had with the governor's office. What I can speak to is what the indictment does set forth, which is evidence of repeated or allegations of repeated lies that the lieutenant governor told in connection with the seeking the office of lieutenant governor at the time.
Can you speak to any involvement that Senate Majority Leader Andrew Stewart Cousins had in this scheme? Are you investigating her and is she being interviewed?
So many questions in there. I can say that this indictment is about one person, Brian Benjamin, and the actions that we allege that he took that amount to bribery and other offenses. I'm not going to get into anyone else who is identified in the indictment or not identified by name.
What, if anything, do you say about fitness joining an office or potentially running for re-election alongside President just last week she said that he might have been office?
I think you'd have to direct those questions to the governor. I heard earlier today that she intends to address the allegations, and so I would talk to her about that.
Is there any legal requirement that you set aside?
Our indictment levels serious charges against him, but any decision about whether he remains a candidate or not is up to him and other people. That's not for us to say.
Two more questions.
So that was the big news coming out of New York State right there with that Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin arrested there on bribery charges. He has since pleaded not guilty, and we will see what happens there as it continues to go through the court process. All right, everyone, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on LiveNOW from Fox, everybody. You can see we have a live look right now of where President Biden will be speaking in Iowa in an effort to try to lower gas prices as we are seeing record prices across the country, and saying goodbye to a legend. All coming up next year on Live Now from Fox. From Fox, we appreciate you joining us here, always giving you the top stories and headlines from all over the country here. Well, it's a sad day in the comedy world. Their iconic comedian there, Gilbert Gottfried, dies at the age of 67. Take a look here at what was said in just a Twitter tweet moments ago. They're saying, "We are heartbroken to announce the passing of our beloved Gilbert Gottfried after a long illness. In addition to being the most iconic voice in comedy, Gilbert was a wonderful husband, brother, friend, and father of his 2 young children. Although today is a sad day for us all, please keep laughing as loud as possible in Gilbert's honor." Now we want to talk a little bit about the life and career of this famous comedian there. You know, he was well known for his distinctive voice and comedic styling, you know, that raspy voice and high-pitched at times. For over 50 years, Gilbert Gottfried has been performing his unique style of unfiltered stand-up comedy. He began on the stages of New York City at the age of 15, and in the years to come became known as the comedian's comedian because his live performances put aside political correctness while he delivered jokes that know no boundaries. Remember that? It was just about the jokes. You could forget about the politics at the door, and it was just about having a good time at these comedy shows. Within a few years, Gilbert appeared on Late Night with David Letterman, The Cosby Show, and for a short time as a cast member of Saturday Night Live. He has also been seen on television programs like Celebrity Wife Swap and Celebrity Apprentice. Gottfried's work in television soon led to roles in film. Most notable was his scene as business manager Sidney Bernstein in the hit sequel Beverly Hills Cop 2, for which the New York Daily News said Gilbert Gottfried steals the picture with a single scene. On the big screen, Gilbert has also appeared in Problem Child, Look Who's Talking To, and The Aristocrats. After a stellar performance as the wise-cracking parrot, remember that, in the Disney classic Aladdin, Gottfried became one of the most recognizable voiceover talents, lending his voice to commercials, cartoons, and films. Gottfried has made numerous memorable appearances on Comedy Central Roast and the Comedy Central series The Burn with Jeff Ross and The Howard Stern Show. Few comedians have had careers as long and diverse as Gilbert, who has passed away at the age of 67. We know his friends and family and fellow comedians will be thinking about him during this time here. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here in real time. Live look right now in Iowa, where we do have President Biden. He will soon be speaking as inflation has hit that 40-year high there. So he will be talking about maybe how to try to lower gas prices in America as well. We'll be featuring that for you as soon as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Live look right now in New York City here, a bad day for them, and it's really a sad one where we're talking about the tragic situation that happened in a New York City train subway in Brooklyn, where numerous people have been shot and injured here. And we're going to play just for you the latest update. This is the only one that we've had so far. We're expecting more throughout the day, but this is the only one that we've had so far from officials on camera.
Still unfolding. You're going to hear from First Deputy Mayor Lorraine Grillo, Governor Kathy Hochul, Police Commissioner Keechant Sewell will outline the events as we know them. Laura Kavanaugh, the First Deputy Commissioner and Acting Fire Commissioner, will walk you through casualties. Jano Lieber from the MTA will give us the status of the system, and then we'll be able to entertain some limited questions. There will be another briefing later this afternoon where we'll be able to update that, and then additional briefings as needed. First Deputy Mayor Lorraine Grillo.
Thank you, John. So from the very minute this incident occurred, the mayor and I have been on the phone monitoring the situation constantly. We have worked with all of our agencies, the FDNY, NYPD, OEM, all of the agencies who have worked really hard together, and we continue to throw all of the city's resources at this situation. We've made all of the resources available, and we'll work with the Office of Emergency Management for any additional needs. I'm going to ask the Police Commissioner, Keechant Sewell, to speak to you and give you an update on the events of today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're here to update New Yorkers about an active shooting incident that took place this morning inside the 36th Street subway station on the N line. I want to begin by assuring the public that there are currently no known explosive devices on our subway trains, and this is not being investigated as an act of terrorism at this time. We can also report that although this was a violent incident, reportedly we have no one with life-threatening injuries as a result of this case. This investigation is only hours old, so please note this information is subject to change. Just before 8:24 this morning, as a Manhattan-bound N train waited to enter the 36th Street station, an individual on that train donned what appeared to be a gas mask. He then took a canister out of his bag and opened it. The train at that time began to fill with smoke. He then opened fire, striking multiple people on the subway and in the platform. Again, we will describe him as an individual. He is being reported as a male black, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall with a heavy build. He was wearing a green construction type vest and a hooded sweatshirt. The color is gray. At this time, we are working with our federal partners where we are asking for the public's help. Anyone with information, videos, or photographs, no matter how insignificant they think it may be, is encouraged to call Crime Stoppers at 800-577-TIPS. All calls are strictly confidential. I'd like to turn it over to the FDNY to give information about the victims. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. The governor would like to speak now. Governor Hochul, my apologies.
That's all right. Good afternoon. This morning, ordinary New Yorkers woke up in anticipation of a relatively normal day. They left their homes en route to school, en route to their jobs, and to a normal day, as I mentioned. That sense of tranquility and normalness was disrupted, brutally disrupted, by an individual so cold-hearted and depraved of heart that they had no caring about the individuals that they assaulted as they simply went about their daily lives. This individual is still on the loose. This person is dangerous. They're asking individuals to be very vigilant and alert. And you'll get more reports on specificity as the day goes on. So this is an active shooter situation right now in the city of New York. I just got off the phone with the mayor. He's recovering well. He is monitoring. He's actively engaged in the situation. I wanted to let him know that the people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end, and it ends now. And we are sick and tired of reading headlines about crime, whether they're mass shootings or the loss of a teenage girl or a 13-year-old. It has to stop. I'm committing the full resources of our state to fight this surge of crime, this insanity that is seizing our city, because we want to get back to normal. It has been a long, hard 2 years. That's what we crave, that sense of stability and normalcy. And this is what the mayor and I are going to continue to work toward. And I thank the partners, the brave people of the MTA, the first ones who had the sense, the drivers of the train, to leave the station to make sure no more victims could be hurt. The NYPD, FDNY, state police, everyone involved in this has one purpose, and that's to stop the insanity of these crimes. You'll hear now from our fire department. I want to thank them for being there to help us diffuse a volatile situation, but we'll be giving continued reports as this day unfolds. Again, we ask everyone to be careful, be cautious, report what you see. It is likely that someone out there listening to this is going to help us lead us to that individual. You have a description of what they're wearing. You know the details. But this is the day we pull together as New Yorkers, united in a common purpose to say no more. And that is what I'm going to continue to do as the governor of the state of New York, working with our local partners right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. This morning, the FDNY received reports of gunshot victims in the subway. Thanks to their quick response, we were able to treat 16 patients. 10 of those patients are suffering from gunshot wounds at this time, and 5 of them are in critical but stable condition in our local hospitals.
Can you say that again?
Yes, we We have 16 total patients. 10 of them are suffering from gunshot wounds, and 5 of them are in critical but stable condition at this time. I'm going to pass it over to the MTA for an update on our subways.
Okay. First of all, we have to thank the NYPD and the FDNY and the whole team who've done so much to protect us and help immediately to recover from this situation. And I also need to acknowledge the MTA workers who had the foresight to immediately move a train that was on the platform, the R train, out of the station so it could carry people to safety. That was smart thinking. Right now, B service is suspended, W service is suspended. The D and the N and the R are running with suspensions and some shuttle buses. And folks should check the website for latest. Obviously, it's a disrupted day, but a lot of the system is in fact running. I just want to say one thing on a personal note, which is on 9/11, I stood on 4th Avenue and watched people, New Yorkers, come back from that tragedy. And I watched New Yorkers help each other and storekeepers walk out and give people water. That was the same thing we saw on the platform today. We saw New Yorkers in a difficult situation, an emergency, helping each other. That's the subway riders. That's who New Yorkers are. Every day they're showing people in the subway, which is our public space, that New Yorkers of all varieties can come together in small spaces and get along and create something bigger. That's what we remember in these emergencies, as well as the tragedy and the thought for the quick recovery of the victims is New Yorkers are incredibly resilient, just as they are in every emergency, and we thank them for what they've done, and we thank the governor and the mayor for their leadership in all of our recovery from COVID and from every one of these challenges.
So, just to reiterate, we're going to be very limited in what we are able to answer in questions. Just to also underline our partners here, we got Mike Regan. Mike Regan is the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Joint Terrorism Task Force with the FBI and NYPD. John DeVito from ATF, who's helping us with tracing efforts and investigation. He's the Special Agent in charge for New York City. Or the Brooklyn District Attorney, Eric Gonzalez, who is also here. And, of course, Chief Ken Corey, Chief of Department, and First Deputy Commissioner Ed Caban. We'll start off with questions for the police commissioner.
Was the shooting on the train? Was the shooting on the train or on the platform? Was the suspect on the platform or in the train? And did it all happen in the 36th Street station, or what happened down at 25th Street?
The suspect was in the train car. The shooting began in the train car.
Commissioner, can you give us some more detail exactly what happened in the car? Did the suspect say anything? What type of weapon did he have? And what was going on inside the car as this all happened?
So, as I stated before, we're only able to get limited information because it's under investigation. As the train was pulling into the station, the subject put on a gas mask. He then opened a canister that was in his bag, and then the car filled with smoke. After that, he began shooting.
We know if he stayed on the train or if he ran off the train. Guys, one time!
Hang on.
Commissioner, does this appear to be random? Any idea why this individual did this and did this here?
We do not know the motive at this time, but we're not ruling anything out.
Do you know if the security
gunshots, are they shrapnel wounds? What are the other injuries that were not gunshot?
We want the fire department.
There are a variety of other injuries, from smoke inhalation to shrapnel to panic from the incident.
When you say shrapnel, what would the shrapnel come from?
It could be from anything. It's still under investigation at this time, so it could be a grazing from a bullet. It could be from the panic following the incident.
Not from an explosive device?
Not at this time.
Any idea the suspect where they go to the train tracks?
You stay there, you can find him some more.
Any idea of the whereabouts?
That's subject to investigation. We're endeavoring to determine that right now.
Okay, Josh.
Why were the trains not...
Commissioner, why do you connect this more to the litany of gun violence and not terrorism at this stage? Why rule out terrorism?
I'm not ruling out anything. We're determining what that motive is, and we'll find that out as the investigation continues.
Were the victims taken to one particular ethnic group?
No, sir. The victims have a variety.
Is anything else recovered down there?
Hang on. We got time for about 2 more.
Why were the trains not shut down immediately, and if they were, could it have been easier to catch the suspect?
That's not the case.
How were the other 5 in the subway station?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Were the cameras working in the subway station?
That's under investigation as we speak.
Do you suspect if it's an MTA worker
Given that they were wearing a construction vest, or
We have not
possibly another city worker or something?
We have not identified the subject. He was wearing a green type construction.
Governor Hochul, do you want to comment on the arrest of your Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin? Did he speak to you this morning? Were you aware, and will you continue to campaign with him?
I'll be happy to report on that later today. We will have a statement out there. I've not had a chance to speak to him. I was doing media interviews this morning, but this is not the place, but I will be addressing it very shortly. Let's focus on the fact that there are people in a hospital right now fighting for their lives. Those are the people we're thinking about and praying for at this moment.
All right, thank you very much.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to bring you the latest. As you can see there on the screen, 5 p.m. Eastern. So it is coming up in the next 50 minutes. We will have the next update for you, and you'll see it live, raw, and unfiltered here from the beginning all the way till the end. We got you covered. Don't worry about it right here on Live Now from Fox. We are still monitoring out of Iowa. We are expecting President Biden as they have it all set up there in farm country. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody.
Beverly Hills 2 is what I think of right away.
President Biden in just moments. He's going to be talking about soaring inflation, hitting a record there, 8.5% inflation there, the highest in the last 40 years. So we're going to listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
For all the investments President Biden has made in Iowa in his time in office. Everyone needs to know how much that is. Iowa, as we know, has more structurally deficient bridges than any other state in the nation. And thanks to President Biden's leadership, we've already received $650 million in new funding for roads and bridges. And over the next 5 years, Iowa is expected to receive more than $5 billion from the Infrastructure Investment Act, which helped to expand the Des Moines Airport, repair pesky potholes, and make sure that bridges can bear enough weight so our farmers can get their goods to market. And we're also getting poisonous lead out of our drinking water and so much more right here in Iowa. And I'm so proud to be a part of that. I'm really proud to have supported these investments that will help keep Iowa happy and healthy, and to make sure that we right here in Iowa have a fair shot at the 21st century economy. And I'm excited to see the impact that these investments will have in our great state. Thank you all again so much for coming out here today, and thank you, President Biden, for your leadership. With that, I'm going to turn it over to two wonderful people, Rachel Connor, who is the grain merchandiser here at Poet, and Joe Biden, President of the United States of America.
really great to be here with all of you today. My name is Rachel Connor, and I am a grain merchandiser here at the Poet Menlo location. What that means is that I help purchase all of the grain in the bins from nearby farmers. And it's truly the honor of a lifetime to welcome President Joe Biden and all of our distinguished guests to Poet today. I am a fifth-generation farmer who was born and raised right here in Iowa. I've spent countless hours on the farm, driving a tractor, and many more in college and grad school studying agronomy. These days, I drive nearly 100 miles round trip to work here at Poet, where we make plant-based biofuels, nutritious feed, and a growing number of renewable co-products. I'm excited to be part of a company and an industry that's doing its part to make the world a better place. Since I'll be headed back home about 50 miles tonight, you can bet that I'll be fueling up with E15. And come June 1st, I hope to keep saving money with E15. Many of you may recall when President Biden campaigned here in Iowa, he promised to support biofuels, grow green jobs, and cultivate a low-carbon economy. Today, America is battling Putin's price hike, and Mr. President, I can tell you our nation's entire biofuels industry stands ready to help. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm Iowa welcome to President Joe Biden.
Careful driving home tonight. Thank you very, very much. Now, as I was campaigning here and I made that commitment, I don't think anybody heard it, but we're back. We're back. And my name is Joe Biden. I work for Congresswoman Axney. There she is. I learned a long time ago when she says, I just say yes. I say yes right off the bat. I tell you what, she is one hell of a champion for you. I mean it. I mean it. You ask anyone, if you ever come to Washington, walk into the Congress, say, you know anybody from Iowa? The first thing they'll say, they'll mention her name. Anyway, she said, thank you. Thank you for your friendship. To start, I'd like to say a few words about the mass shooting in New York City subway this morning you've all read and heard about. Jill and I, my wife Jill and I, are praying for those that are injured and all those touched by that trauma. And we're grateful for all the first responders who jumped into action, including civilians who didn't hesitate to help their fellow passengers and try to shield them. My team has been in touch with Mayor Adams and New York's police commissioner, and the Department of Justice and the FBI are working closely with the NYPD on the ground. We're going to continue to stay in close contact with New York authorities and as we learn more about the situation over the coming hours and days. And something could have broken between now and the last hour. I haven't heard the news. I haven't spoken to anyone of my staff. But we're not letting up on it until we find out and we find the perpetrator. Now, to the reason I'm here today. I want to thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Congresswoman Axney. When you hear about progress we're making in Iowa on everything from biofuels to bridges, you can thank Cindy. That's what you... No, I'm not joking. I am not joking. There was no fence at the White House high enough to keep her out. Not. All kidding aside, Cindy, you're doing one heck of a job. Thank you so much. I also want to say a special hello to someone who really wanted to be here today. And you think I'm kidding. He's the guy that brought me to the first biofuel plant in Iowa years ago. Your former governor and my Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack. Unfortunately, couldn't be here today. He went to a press event in Washington, and like 2/3 of the people who went, I think, they got COVID. He's doing fine, spoke to him, but he couldn't be here. But I'm here today to talk about the work we're doing to lower costs for American families and put rural America at the center of our efforts to build a future that's made in America. And that's not hyperbole. It's about being made in America. A lot of that has to do with this industry. I just had a chance to see the work you do here in turn more than 40 million bushels of local corn into 130 million gallons of ethanol a year. That's a lot of gallons. We want to see facilities like this all over the Midwest, and here's why. First, it supports farmers and the farm economy. You know, everybody thinks Delaware is a big industrial state, and banking state, and DuPont. We have a $4 billion industry. It's called agriculture in Delaware. And it's mostly, we have more chickens in Delaware, broiler chickens, than you have in the entire Midwest, I think. But all kidding aside, it is a big industry in Delaware. And my state, everybody thinks is an industrial state. It's a very rural state. The largest city outside of the main city of Wilmington, Delaware, is almost 150,000 people, is 20,000 people. It's a rural state. And so we understand about getting the rural communities engaged and being able to make it generally. And all that corn in the silos is from farmers within 60 miles of here. Knowing you have a buyer gives farmers something they don't often have: peace of mind, certitude about where their product can be sold and to get a fair price for it. Second, it creates good paying jobs. It's estimated there are over 400,000 jobs directly and indirectly supported by this industry nationwide. There's a lot of people, that's a lot, and a lot of paychecks, and good, decent paychecks. Third, it reduces our reliance on foreign oil. By adding this fuel to our gasoline, 10% or 15%, even more, stretches the supply. And fourth, it gives you a choice at the pump. When you have a choice, you have competition. When you have competition, you have better prices. In addition to all that, you get less harm to the environment, lower greenhouse gas emissions, and you get even byproducts like grain here, which goes into animal feed and which helps cattle producers and lowers their cost. This is an industry with a tremendous future. I've set a goal of zero carbon for aviation sector, for example, by 2050. I've spoken with the leading heads of all major airlines. It's going to require billions of gallons of sustainable aviation fuel. And you simply can't get to net zero by 2050 without biofuels. Aviation. Aviation is the case where you blend in a little bit of biofuel. It's where it's called drop-in, meaning 100% biofuel. You don't need to take my word for it. Take the word of the CEO of American Airlines, who said, "Sustainable aviation fuel is the cornerstone of our strategy," end of quote. And the CEO of United Airlines, who called the first biofuel-powered flight a significant milestone for our efforts to decarbonize our industry. To bring that future within reach, I proposed a sustainable aviation fuel tax that we brought together the government's agencies, aircraft manufacturers, airlines, fuel producers, airports, advanced, cleaner, and more sustainable fuels for American aviation. That's how we're going to get there. And we can. We're in the cusp of so many significant things that are going to happen in this country, not just in the fuel side, but in the next 10 years. Your children are going to see more change in the next 10 years than we've seen in the last 40 years. That's how rapidly technology is changing. So this industry has a role to play in a sustainable energy future. But I'm here today because homegrown biofuels have a role to play right now, as you work to get prices under control and reduce the costs for families. Look, I grew up in a family, not a joke, where if the price of a gallon of gasoline went up, it was a conversation at our kitchen table. It mattered. It mattered with my mom and dad. It made a difference. We felt it. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. The two largest grain producers in the world, Ukraine and Russia, are not doing what they usually do, so everything's going up. We saw today's inflation data. 70% of the increase in prices in March came from Putin's price hike in gasoline. We need to address this challenge with an urgency that demands. That's why I've called on Congress to move immediately to lower the cost of families' utility bills, prescription drug bills, and more while lowering the deficit to reduce inflationary pressures. And that's what we've done. We lowered the deficit by $300 billion so far. And it's expected. So, folks, we can do these things without raising a penny in tax on anybody in this hall. Yeah. In this giant barn. Look, it's going to make a big difference for families. You know, and it's the most impactful way that Congress can address inflation right now. But even as we work with Congress, I'm not going to wait to take action to help American families. I'm doing everything within my power by executive orders to bring down the price and address the Putin price hike. In fact, we've already made progress since March inflation data was collected. Your family budget, your ability to fill up your tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war and commits genocide in a half a world away. To help deal with this Putin price hike, I've authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This is by far the largest release of our national reserve in history. It's a wartime bridge to increase oil supply as we work with U.S. oil producers to ramp up their production this year. Coordinated release with partners and allies around the world. I've spent hours and hours with my counterparts around the world trying to get them in on the deal. And shortly after I made the announcement, over 30 countries agreed to release another 60 million additional barrels onto the market. Over 240 million barrels over the next 6 months is the bridge to be able to make sure we are going to be able to keep prices down. This is the largest collective reserve release in history. Hundreds of hours of meetings with key allies, keeping them together is paying off. Putin was counting on the division of NATO, the division of the European Union, the division of the world. Well, we spent a lot of time, but they're all following, every single one, including in Asia, South Korea, Japan, Australia, all of them. Nations coming together to help deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families in Europe and around the world. And by the way, we're also cutting off access to technology for him. Without American technology, look at the number of major American companies on their own, not at my urging. Over 600 of them, from Exxon to McDonald's, have left Russia. He has a burning tundra, literally. It's burning. The permafrost is burning. He's got a problem. And we're not going to let him cause that problem to spread to the rest of the world. And that helps stop the run-up of oil prices that have begun to bring prices down a little bit. As a result, countries acting together to release this reserve. And America should be seeing the savings. And we're not just learning and leaning on our reserves and our allies and partners to help bring down the gas prices and to power the nation. We're leaning on you, our farmers, our biofuel refiners. Today, I'm announcing that the environmental, and I don't think it's much of an announcement, it's already broken out pretty much the last 24 hours, but the Environmental Protection Agency is planning to issue an emergency waiver to allow E15 gasoline that uses more ethanol from homegrown crops to be sold across the United States this summer in order to increase fuel supply. And folks, I feel like, thank you. I feel like, as a minister, and I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here. But here's what it means. E15 is about 10 cents a gallon cheaper than E10. And some gas stations offer an even bigger discount than that. But many of the gas stations that sell it here in Iowa, Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania are required to stop selling in the summer. But with this waiver, on June 1, you're not going to show up at your local gas station and see a bag over the pump that has the cheapest gas. You're going to be able to keep filling up with E15. And it's going to solve the whole problem. But it's not going to solve all our problems. But it's going to help some people. And I'm committed to whatever I can to help. Even if it's an extra buck or two in the pockets that they fill up will make a difference in people's lives. And even though E15 is only available in a few thousand pumps today, we're investing more than $100 million to build biofuel infrastructure of the future. Things like blender pumps, the gas pumps that can handle higher blends of bioethanol and diesel fuel. Of course, there's more we need to do to bring down the prices for American families. We're also working to address food prices, because right now, farmers aren't getting a fair deal nationwide, and neither are families at the grocery store. Back in July, I signed an executive order to promote competition to help level the playing field for many family farmers and ranchers. Because, as many of you here know better than anyone, that 4 big companies control more than half the market for beef, pork, and poultry, giving ranchers very few choices about who to sell to get their product. These big conglomerates drive down prices they pay farmers, and even as they drive up prices at the grocery store. So we're investing up to $1 billion in the American Rescue Funds for new and expanded meat and poultry processing capacity throughout this country. And this is something I've talked about with Brent Johnson, who is here today. We're going to invest in innovative new products and processors, small businesses, independent businesses, the lifeblood of our economy. It's going to give farmers and ranchers more options to shore up a weak point in our food supply chain and bring down prices for American families. I've said it before and I say it again. I'm a capitalist, but without capitalism, without competition, isn't capitalism. It's exploitation. Exploitation. And bringing down the historic economic progress, reducing costs for families also requires investing in infrastructure. My introducer is going to drive home 50 miles. I got to make sure of the thousands of bridges in this state and around the country that aren't safe. I hope you're not going over some of them. And that starts with roads and bridges. It really does. As Cindy's pointed out, Iowa has more bridges than any other state in the nation that are classified as structurally deficient. 4,500 are in poor condition. And here's the reason why Cindy's work in the infrastructure law was so important. About 2/3 of the bridges in need of repair in this country are considered off-system because they're not directly on the interstate highway system. And back in January, I was supposed to speak in Pittsburgh, which I did, at a steel mill. But on the way there, a bridge collapsed in the city. That's what most people don't realize. It's called the City of Bridges. There's more bridges in Pittsburgh than any other city in America. And that morning I got there, it collapsed. We went straight to the site. The bridge had been rated in poor condition for the last 10 years. Thank God nobody died. It was about, I'm guessing, maybe 300 yards across a little bit of a valley and a shallow creek. And the steepest part from the bridge to this creek was probably about 8 or 10 stories. And it was a snow day. And that bridge, if it weren't a snow day, would have had, at the moment it went down, school buses with hundreds of kids going across that bridge. This stuff matters. I mean, it really matters. I was telling Cindy I was in a small town in western Pennsylvania. And they needed a bridge. The bridge was only as far as from the length of, not half the length of this room. And guess what? The fire station was on one side and the town was on the other. But because they couldn't take the fire trucks across that bridge because they were afraid it would collapse, they had to go, if I'm not mistaken, either 10 or 11 miles, 5.5 miles up and 5.5 miles back to get there. And they had a fire, and they couldn't get there in time. Just across, they could see it. It was literally maybe 500 yards away, and they couldn't do anything about it. These bridges are essential for small towns in my state and yours towns and rural areas, for farmers to get their products to market, for small businesses to be able to serve their customers. These are bridges that, when they're closed, shifts off delivery and routes to schools and routes home. It takes a lot longer. They create longer delays for first responders when every second counts. And you all, Cindy can cite it for you, the statistics are. You get in an accident in a rural area, you have about a 40% greater chance of dying than you do if it happens in the city. It just simply takes longer to get to the hospital, longer to get to the dock. So in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we included $27.5 billion for smaller bridges, including dedicated funding for off-system bridges. And folks, look, we used to be rated the #1 infrastructure, had the #1 infrastructure in the world. We're now number 8, the United States of America. The United States of America. And folks, here in Iowa, our bipartisan infrastructure law is delivering $93 million for those bridges just this year. $93 million. And at least $14 million for off-system bridges this year. Look, this investment is going to help connect entire towns and regions and new opportunities. We've gone from waiting for Infrastructure Week, now you got infrastructure decade, 10 years, 10 years. And we owe it to you, seniors. Look, it's going to help workers get jobs, good paying jobs, products get to market, reduce costs for families. With this investment, we're sending a message to America's small communities and the people who call you home, this home. You matter. You matter. We see you. Not a joke. And we're building back with you. We're making sure you're not left out or left behind. We're also investing in universal, affordable, high-speed internet. I was surprised at this number, I have to tell you. 16% of Iowa households don't have an internet subscription. In some places, there's no high-speed internet infrastructure at all. 0 in this state. And the law will make high-speed internet affordable and available everywhere in Iowa. And think of what that will make possible. From telemedicine to precision agriculture to small businesses that want to be able to sell in bigger markets. In the 21st century in America, no parent ever should have to pull into McDonald's or a fast food chain to literally hook up to the internet in their car so their kid could do their homework over online. Think about that. The United States of America. We're the guys that came up with all this stuff. Our infrastructure law invests in clean water and wastewater systems, including a major investment in the Lewis and Clark rural water system to bring clean, reliable drinking water to more than 350,000 people in South Dakota to Minnesota to Northwest Iowa. It matters. It matters to the health, it matters to convenience, it matters across the board. We're investing in ports and waterways, including over $700 million for a lock and dam project 25 on the Mississippi. You say, what does that have to do with me? It has a lot to do with y'all. Because nearly every bushel of soybean and corn that is transported on that river from Illinois, Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri, Wisconsin, goes through these locks. And they were built in 1930s. Barges often need to be split into smaller groups to make it through, taking hours and sometimes greater delays. With new modern locks, we're going to help farmers get their products to market faster, more efficiently, lower cost, and keep American agriculture globally competitive. Folks, the list goes on. I'm starting to bore myself here, but this is important stuff. I think. In fact, members of my administration and I will be visiting rural America in over 25 states over the next 3 weeks to talk about how we can do even more to create jobs and opportunity, to make sure that the investments we're making reach rural communities, buy from rural businesses, create jobs here at home, giving your young people the opportunity to make a living and raise a family in the place where they were raised and where they want to stay. I won't ask the people, I know no woman is over 50 years of age here, but the men are over 50. How many times have you had a son or daughter, niece or nephew, say, I don't want to move, but I have to. There's no job here. I don't have a chance here. We're changing that. Let me close with this. When I was running for office, I heard it 1,000 times. We're going to build an economy around you, the communities who feed and fuel our nation. Well, we are. We are. We're going to deal in people and places that had been left out and left behind for a long time. We're making progress. Over the course of my presidency, our recovery has now created 7.9 million jobs in almost 14 months. More jobs created over the first 14 months of any president in American history. And in 2021, our economy created more jobs in rural America than occurred in the last 15 years. So I'm more optimistic about America today than I've been in my whole life. And my doc, I had an aneurysm when I was much younger, and I was put in the hospital. I was a senator. And he started explaining to me what an aneurysm was. I said, I don't need to know. He said, I'm just going to take the top of your head off and do something with it. And I said, no, you do your job, I'll do mine. I'll be the patient. And after it was all over, he said, you know what your problem is, Senator? Or the senator? And I said, no. He said, you're a congenital optimist. And I am, because I'm an American. That's why I'm optimistic. This is the truth. We're the only nation on earth, if you think about it, that's come out of every major crisis stronger than when we went in. We just didn't build back to where we were. We came out stronger, stronger. Literally every major crisis we faced, we turned into an opportunity. And that's exactly what we're going to do today. With all of you, I can't thank you enough for all the work you put in, all the faith you have in your state, your community, your country. And I just want to say, God bless you all. And every time I walk out of my Grandpa Finnegan's house up in Scranton, which died when Cole died, it's coming back. Every time you walk out the door and you'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And then one of my grandmother or my aunt would yell, no, Joey, spread it. Let's go spread the faith. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you.
President Biden wraps up there in Iowa, attributing the record high inflation to, quote, Putin's gas price hike, and then also talking about ways that his administration is trying to lower gas prices at the pump. Hopefully some 10 cents a gallon there is what he is hoping for there. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. We talked to Fox Business all about this record high inflation that we are seeing as the surge continues. We're going to listen on the other side of the break coming up in just 2 minutes, everybody. from the latest update coming from New York City with the subway mass shooting. Expecting that as soon as it happens, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But that was just some of the aerials from earlier this morning, and what a sight it was, unfortunately, there with at least 28 victims taken to the hospital there. We're hoping to learn a lot more coming up in just a little bit. Of course, as soon as it happens, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, earlier we were talking about the massive inflation surge that continues, a 40-year high right now, pretty much an 8.5% pay cut to your paychecks there when it's all said and done for the year there. Our very own Regina Gonzalez talked to Fox Business all about this and what to expect in the future right here on Live Now from Fox.
Business news that we are following today, the Labor Department saying that its consumer price index jumped 8.5% in March, soaring over the past year at its fastest pace in more than 40 years. Now we're talking about what attributes to this, what we can expect as far as consumers in America, and how the Biden administration is reacting today. So in order to do that, I do want to head out to the White House. That's where we're being joined by Fox Business White House correspondent Edward Lawrence. Edward, 8.5%, a record number there. So first of all, I want to ask you, was this expected? Was this shocking?
You know, and it's something that the White House actually tried to prepare Americans for. Yesterday, the White House press secretary came out and said that they are expecting a big headline number, and then they tried to blame it on the invasion of Ukraine. So this headline number, talking about 8.5%, like you mentioned, that's the largest year-over-year number we have seen since December of 1981, when Raiders of the Lost Ark was in the movie theaters. And if you take away food and energy prices, what they call core PCE, that was still up 6.5%, and that's the largest increase year-over-year since August of 1982. So you are talking about a very long time since we have seen inflation like this. And you could go down through it. I mean, you look at the staples, because everyday Americans, they can't afford to take out food and energy prices. All gas types, for example, if you look at gasoline, was up 48% year over year. When you look at food items, I mean, I have a couple of them here. Meats up 14.8%, fish up 10.9%, milk up 13.3%, and eggs up 11.2%. This is much more. In fact, many of these numbers are double the amount of average hourly wages that people are seeing over the past 12 months. So this inflation is basically making people feel like they don't have as much money in their wallets because the things they're trying to buy are more expensive.
Yeah, definitely, Edward. And you know, you mentioned it before, obviously the White House preparing us for this report and blaming the Russian invasion into Ukraine. But important to mention, we had already seen pretty high inflation since the beginning of this year. So is that the only attribution to this? Why do economists, as well as the administration, believe this is happening for other reasons?
Yeah, you know, and the answer to that is no. In fact, this is the very first inflation report that covers that invasion, because the invasion happened on February 24th. This is the inflation report for March. So this is really the first report where we're seeing that Putin price hike as they're talking about. But the core inflation is 6.5%, and that does not include gas. And that's the argument from the White House, is that, hey, the invasion by the Russian President Vladimir Putin caused oil prices to rise. That caused gas prices to rise. That is the cause for inflation. But that's not what we're seeing in the underlying numbers. Yes, inflation is boosted by those gas prices and high oil prices, but we're also seeing that core inflation coming through. And that is part of the supply chain issues that we had. That's part of the bottlenecks. We're going to see that supply chain issue continue because you have China that is locking down now because of COVID cases. That's where the manufacturing is. So once the inventories that we're currently seeing, once the things we're buying is sold out of the inventories from the companies, they're going to have a hard time replacing that because China, again, has locked down their factories. So that's what we're going to see in about 3 or 4 months down the line as they try and continue through.
Yeah, and Edward, that basically answered my next question to you, because I know we've been keeping track on what we're already seeing with those price hikes as far as goods. We're talking cars, gas, and groceries. But is there anything going off of what you just said that we can expect to get even more expensive as the months go on?
Yeah, I think you're going to see everything get more expensive as the months go on. Right now, inflation is not being taken care of. You have the Federal Reserve trying to act And what this will do is this will be more fuel on the fire for the Federal Reserve to increase interest rates by 0.5% in the next meeting, but still well below what it needs to be. So right now it's at only 0.25% is where the federal funds rate, that rate that banks trade among themselves, that is extremely low for where we should be. If you look at the research done by the Cleveland Federal Reserve, they say the Federal Reserve, the federal funds rate, that rate, interest rate, should be at 3.5%. And right now we're at 0.25. So there is a lot of money going through this system, cheap money going through the system. The Federal Reserve needs to slow down the economy, which is why many economists are worried we're looking at a recession coming down the road because of all this inflation that we're seeing now and the brakes that are going to have to be put on the economy for later. So they're looking at maybe 6 to 8 months. You could see a recession, a number of economists are saying.
And, you know, as we've monitored inflation as well as the invasion, we've seen a lot of wild swings with the stock market. So how is this expected to impact stocks right now?
Right, and you're going to continue to see those swings based on the headline. Now, the market today is okay because they expected this. The market is sort of pricing in that, hey, maybe this is the top of where inflation is, and it's going to start to come back down. But a number of economists are saying that's just not going to be the case. In fact, the Federal Reserve itself is saying that's not going to be the case, which is the reason they need to keep raising interest rates. So, you know, the market right now, you're going to see these volatile swings based on this data that we get in. So don't check your 401ks, you know, over the next couple of months, I would say. You just need to sort of stay on the pace that your advisor or whoever you're talking with has taken you on through this. It's going to be a bumpy ride up and down because of the inflation that we're seeing, but things will eventually settle back down. You know, it's the same scenario, same pattern that we saw back in the late 70s and early 80s. And until the Federal Reserve and fiscal spending sort of stops or slows down, you're going to see just these wild swings back and forth with the stock market.
And Edward, this is all coming during tax season. So what would you advise Americans right now to do with their tax returns?
Yeah, I'm not an expert. I'm not a tax expert. I'm not advising anyone to do anything on their taxes. But what I will say is that, you know, talk to those tax folks. What is important from the IRS, there's a warning from the IRS, get your taxes done early because there is a ton of crime, fraud that's going on. There's a lot of information that has been stolen over the last year, year and a half, a number of breaches where your personal information is out there. The Social Security numbers maybe addresses, but enough for some scammer to file your taxes for you. So above anything else, you want to get your taxes in as early as possible because if you do it before the scammer does it, then the IRS will just bounce it back. If the scammer gets in first, then that's going to be a problem down the road.
And Edward, as you stand in front of the White House, my last question to you, and you mentioned some efforts by the Federal Reserve, but is there anything the Biden administration can do right now to offset inflation and really just help Americans out at this point?
Yeah, and this is what they're claiming they're doing, is they're releasing the strategic petroleum reserves. They're announcing that the E15 ethanol gas, you're going to be able to continue selling that longer over the summer. That goes contrary to the climate change because that gas is more dirty, so to speak, and creates more smog. But that is a cheaper form of gas. But these are all stopgap measures. What the American Petroleum Institute is saying, for example, the best way to help inflation is to get those gas prices down. The best way to do that is to open up the drilling safely in the United States as well as securely with the in order to pump more oil, get more supply on the market. And so far, the policies of the White House have not shifted fundamentally. So there's no investment going into those oil rigs to get more oil supply from the United States on the market.
Yeah, well, definitely a lot to unpack here. And Edward, we really thank you for joining us today from the White House. We've got Fox Business White House correspondent Edward Lawrence breaking down all of this information for us. We appreciate your time, and we'll definitely be chatting with you again soon. Have a great. It is a major.
We appreciate that from Regina Gonzalez, our very own, and of course, Fox Business's Edward Lawrence. They're breaking it all down. We want to continue on here with Money Matters. Now going to my colleague, Christy Larson, talking to an expert about filing your 2021 taxes as deadline is fast approaching.
Well, if you haven't done it yet, the deadline is just around the corner. You still have a few days to get those taxes filed. The deadline this year is on April 18th. Here to talk more about ways we can prepare ourselves if you haven't filed yet is Carlos Samaniego. He is joining us. He's the founder of Tax Debt Consultants. And Carlos, I want to just start with a lot of people surprised that the deadline is not until the 18th. What's the reasoning behind that this year?
Yeah, like most people are used to, the normal deadline is April 15th. But because a national holiday is actually, it's a Emancipation Day to be specific for Washington, D.C. And because that is falling on a Saturday, they actually celebrate that on a Friday. And because Friday is technically a deadline for the national government, it actually pushes our deadline till Monday, April 18th.
I know a lot of people too, they try to do it ahead of time, but then all of a sudden the calendar just keeps flipping the pages, the dates quicker and quicker. So for those who haven't done it yet, why is it so important that they're getting all of their paperwork together? There's been so many changes in the past year too with child tax credit. We've also had stimulus checks. Yeah. What do we need to know so we don't go wrong when we're filing our taxes?
Yeah, probably, Christine, probably the most important thing to do is for people to do is make sure you have all your documents. We were talking about this. One of the big challenges I've been seeing this year, and I saw it a lot last year as well, is remember how we used to always get those tax documents, W-2s, 1099s, that came in the mail. We kind of put it in a nice little package to get it over to our tax professional to deal with that. Well, many companies are going electronic. You know, they're sending emails, they're sending you links, go download your documents. And if you didn't happen to see that email or that link and didn't download that documents, you may have incomplete paperwork. So your tax preparer is just going to start preparing those returns based on what you gave them. And the last thing you want is a surprise audit down the road because you forgot to include something. So that's the big one, is just make sure you have all your documents. And please don't rush. This is a big one, Christy. People are like all of a sudden calling 3-4 days before the tax deadline. And it's rare, if almost impossible, to get anybody that's willing to do it because we can't rush it that quick. And it's much better, just make sure you get your extension filed by the tax deadline, April 18th here. At least get that deadline, the extension filed, because that at least gives you until October 15th to get that thing filed. So that's really important to remember that.
And I know too, when we were speaking ahead of time, you said a lot of people ended up owing this year, and that sometimes can lead to problems, especially if maybe you were hoping for that return so that that money could be used to be spent elsewhere. Now, all of a sudden you're saying, I'm going to owe hundreds of dollars, if not even more. I just won't file. That's the wrong way to think about that. Absolutely, Christy. You know, I mentioned to you earlier, the reason I started my company is I went 8 years not filing taxes. So, and the number one reason people don't file their taxes is because they end up owing taxes. You know, they start preparing their returns and I can't afford that bill. And the big mistake is for you not to file the return. You know, even if you owe money and you can't afford to pay the balance that you owe, pay as much as you can, but file the return, because a lot of people don't realize, Christy, the penalty for not filing is up to 25% penalty for not filing the return. So file your return, even if you owe money. Pay what you can if you can, but at least file that return. And they could catch up with you too. If you don't file it right now, you didn't get your extension, and now all of a sudden you got people knocking on your door saying, hey, you're in big trouble. Oh, absolutely. In fact, a lot of people think that what typically happens is that they won't file. The IRS doesn't contact you the next year. They may not contact you the second year. It's 3 years down the road that they're contacting you saying, literally knocking on the door, where's your tax returns? And in fact, the IRS is making it a major initiative this year to go after people who aren't filing their returns. They've even said that they're planning on making house calls to what they call repeat non-filers. So you do not want to not file your tax return. That could cause a big problem too with scammers. I'm sure that's a story for another time. That's a story. That's an entire other story.
All right, thanks there to Christy Larson, breaking it down with the tax expert for the 2021 tax returns. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here as we enter into a new hour here. We are going to go to the very latest with the New York City subway mass shooting. Let's go right now out to Fox 5 New York with their latest coverage.
Was carrying. It appears to be packed with smoke canisters and fireworks. Sources are telling Fox 5 they're now on the lookout for a U-Haul van that might be linked to the suspect. We have live team coverage of this breaking story tonight, beginning with Jessica Formoso, who is at the scene with the very latest. Jess, what can you tell us?
Good evening, Teresa and Steve. This is still an active scene, a lot of police presence at this hour, and we are now learning that police are looking for a U-Haul truck with Arizona plates. They are telling officers that to stop any U-Haul truck that they spot and to immediately detain all occupants. Now, it was a pandemonium down there on the platform of the N train here at the 36th Street subway station in Sunset Park. Police say it was a little before 8:30 this morning when the gunman wearing a gray hoodie and a green construction vest was riding the train. This was a Manhattan-bound N train which was entering the station. All of a sudden, the suspect put in a gas mask. He took a canister out of a bag, opened it, and that's when the train filled with smoke. He then opened fire, striking 10 passengers in the train and on the platform. In total, at least 22 people were injured. 5 are in critical condition. Law enforcement sources telling Fox 5 they found the gun at the scene. That gun had 3 extended round magazines. One of the magazines jammed in the gun, which prevented the suspect from firing more rounds.